jìnnà sí wọn bí sánmọ̀ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi gbé sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kó lọ ìgbé sọnù sígbó wọ́n dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ṣí mi lọ́nà o, mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o, àgbà ẹ foríjì ni, ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé, mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o, mi ò fojú tí rìn wọn láyé, ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́, torí oníkọ́ tó yọ ọ̀la ni, ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o, màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi à jẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀fọ́ gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Forí orí kìlọ̀ ló jẹ́ ẹ̀yin forí wọ́rí yìí yóò sábà mọ́ àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé o nílé ayé o àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà. Ṣòkòtò wọn múra wọn sáré kárò sọ́kọ̀ o àyànmọ́ ògbóògùn wo wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí mórí lọ́mọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣòkòtò ohun bẹ lápò Ṣòkòtò mo sọ àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o olórí làlá bàrò orí làlá bàrò olórí mi níjà o. Olórí lálàbàrò. Lálàbàrò. Olórí lálàbàrò. Oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o. Olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyà o. Àní nílé ayé wa. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn. Ṣọ́wa nínú ọ̀pá wọn kìnìún. Ejò olóró àkékè ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè mo máa sáàdì ọba bá lókè o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o Olúwa gbé wa níjà o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, don't be cheap. It's just again. Everybody can pay up. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother. National Airport, National Stadium, President. go chop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in the betty, you made a move. I be the master. The refinery, ABIKE. The contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, they can't bring ya. You made a move. I be the master. When know you won't pay why you that go say that you style. When countryman do you go, you know the shout. All I kill and die. Whatever you go back the I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my temple, I will show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Google, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. Let me be the master.
Samu kudin ka kawai ka kashe.
Okay now.
To pese between my pen.
I see.
I see Panamata the wedding for game me.
Okay.
Papa yellow give you. One day Igenya. Mama Musi na nwa meto kwa. Aka na nwa mu jelumba. Owe budike. Aka nilu ne butilo wanne mu. Ata me wanke ya dika kwa ya jomwa. Oye tí mo rí ká ẹ bá mi wá yẹn dà. Ká ní kó bá mi wá. wọ́n pàdé. Ẹni bàbá ilé bọ́lábọ́lá ọmọ ìṣúlú ojú ìpàdé ọjọ́dọ̀ báwo la bí lùdì báwo la bí lùdì ìpàdé ọjọ́dọ̀ àtẹ̀lù kíní àtẹ̀lù méjì àtẹ̀lù mẹ́ta àtẹ̀lù mẹ́rin àtẹ̀lù márùn àtẹ̀lù mẹ́ta àtẹ̀lù méje àtẹ̀lù mẹ́jọ àtẹ̀lù mẹ́sàn àtẹ̀lù mẹ́wàá lọ́nà wúwúwú ẹlẹ́yìí ò tọ́ abẹ̀rẹ̀gbọ̀gbọ̀ ẹlẹ́yìí ò tọ́ àtẹ̀lù sílẹ̀ àbúrò ní àtẹ̀lù aláàbàrà dábìlà ohun bẹ́ẹ̀ tó yóò fún yín lára ìwà ẹ̀rù ló ń ta yín lẹ́rù amúnisìn wí amúnisìn tán. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn.
And there it is, right there. What's going on? Why am I not fully? I should be central to the thing. Let's try that. Hopefully, I can be heard. This is not the start that I was after. I think I'm going to be. If anybody knows a better streaming app, please recommend it. I think I'm getting somewhat fed up with this StreamYard. It's too glitchy. It's too laggy. It's just too slow. So we will certainly be looking to change. It doesn't come for free, by the way, and they take a huge chunk out of me every month. So at least provide the service. So yes, Shokoto Tio Lokun Oda Ketiyan. Can you imagine that? The richness of the depth of the language. Just pause for. I'm not going to translate it, by the way, because it loses its resonance if translated. Shokoto Tio Ni Okun Oda Ketiyan. Can you imagine that? And let me translate it actually. The Nigerian native outfit, Buba and Shokoto, up and down. Of course, you have a little rope that holds the trouser bit up. So what that saying actually says is that an up and down a Buba and Shokoto, the Shokoto, if it doesn't have a rope to tie it to your waist, then it becomes a struggle. That's the nearest that can go in as far as the translation. But like I said, it loses its resonance when you try to translate Yoruba into English. But Shokoto Tio Lokun Oda Ketiyan, can you imagine that? Just the richness of the depth. Actually, I wasn't even going to play this, but there was something someone sent me along those lines. I just play it. You see, this is the thing. I like to download a lot of these things, but that's another reason why I've been looking to abandon StreamYard. Actually, it's so limiting. The studio space, there's only so much you can put in there. It restricts you to clips no longer than 8 minutes, and all of this. It's just not. It's not serving the purpose that I need it to serve. But no, Shokoto Tio Lokun Oda Ketiyan. If this thing can open up quickly, then I'll probably there's something I want to play you, but all right, let's just move on. We can't be held to hostage by that. Yeah, well, I'm elastic. Shokoto native. Your kilo so so yes. So good day to you. Good to be your company and all that. Good day to you. Good to be your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading, crescendoing even into yet another session. That friendly neighborhood, or you are laughing man, one man went to mow. So one man went to mow the Eagle lands. The Eagle lands as he frequently lands. I can't say always anymore because I've been somewhat skittish now. It was always my resolve actually never to miss a beat, but I've been missing quite a few beats. Which is quite unlike the platform, and it's all attributed to the work that I'm having. I told you that I've got builders in my house doing everything stripped back and then pulled back up again, all of that stuff.
So all of that have held me hostage in so many ways. I've had to so that explains the somewhat skittish, because we are constricted to the conservatory, and I usually stream out of the conservatory. So whilst the front room is being renovated, we're constricted somewhat. You say, why don't you go on holiday? That might well have been the idea, but so we're constricted somewhat to the conservatory, which is quite a burden, So is that what they call first world problems? I'm not quite sure, but no, I'm just waiting for something to upload. Actually, that's why I'm putting it. But I've actually handles. So good day to you. Good to be your company. And know that the protocol remains the same. Click on the like button. Just at my invitation, go ahead and do it. So click on the like button. If you've not already done them, fulfill that righteousness. Click on the like button. Not already subscribed, then correct that in that motion as well. If the subscription button is showing red on your screen, then you've not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness. Help the Oyala Afi man out by clicking on the subscription button. We need numbers to go up. We've got sufficient enough viewership, by the way, for the numbers to be going up. But we've got quite a disturbing amount of spiteful viewership. This is I think we must stand alone in that peculiarity. People watch us religiously, but out of spite. Can you imagine that? Anyway, I'm not going to say what I'm about to say because it might give the game away. But yes, they watch us religiously, but too many of them out of spite. The obedience, especially, of course, the raw meat eaters from the back of beyond. So the raw meat eaters from it's not even how I should start. I shouldn't really start on that tone. We have to make friends and influence people and all that. But no, good day to you. Good to be your company. And all that protocol remains the same. Click on the like button if you would. Please subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio. I'll send it again so that it's immediate to hand. So the hyperlink says StreamYard. If you want to be part of the conversation, click on that hyperlink. I'm not quite able to get it into Twitter just yet because I've been using a different system for quite a few months now. So I'll go back to my old system. The screen broke and I bought the screen back, but I just not put it back on it. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Follow the example that are set there, super chats towards the stream, anticipating 5 minimum super chats in the course of the session, and your kicks it off, you join in. So I was waiting for this to load actually. That's why I've been talking for so long. So I was saying, Shokoto Teo Lokun, that was what the song said. Whoever she was, and then I was trying to translate that into English, and the Yoruba language that I've often said is too nuanced to be translated into any other language. You have to learn the Yoruba language in order to understand, because the Yoruba language is spoken in inferred meanings. It's a very sophisticated, very ancient language. And the tonality and the texture, it's not even the words, it's the tonality and the texture and the situationality of it. All of that comes into the communication of it. So it's too rich in depth for anybody to try to translate it into any other language. It just loses its essence. And to all that, I wanted to show you this. So watch this.
I, as an Igbo guy, there is this one Yoruba proverb that I love so much. The reason why I love Yoruba language is that Yoruba language is poetic. I studied English and literature at the University of Ibadan, and out of three branches of literature, which is poetry, drama, and prose, poetry is the deepest among them. So even Yoruba people don't understand the language finish. Yes, there are some level of Yoruba language we speak to a Yoruba man, he will say he don't know it. Understand? So there is this Yoruba proverb that is very, very deep in meaning. He says, Ogon Woshi no walaye. Kolo majemba wa makakambe lórúkọ Jésù. Ọlọ́dẹ mógún. Aláyò mọ́gbọ̀n. Tínú mi ní ṣe okú àdọ́ta tó kù. So àṣé tínú mi ní ṣe olórí àwọn òṣì ni. Now, wọ́n tún wá ní aláyò náà tó mú ọgbọ̀n. Ẹni tó jí láàárọ̀ kùtùkùtù tí gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ rẹ̀ lọ bí iṣẹ́. Tí ò lọ bí iṣẹ́. Tó bá yóò ní ń ta. Òṣì ni ó kẹ́yìn ayé rẹ̀. Ọlọ́dẹ tó wá lọ. Èrò náà fẹ́ fọ́lọ́dẹ. Tó bá pe ẹni tó pa gbogbo rẹ̀. Ẹni tó ló lọ inú owó ní òtí mówó tí ó fi ra ẹran tó sì wàhálà látòwúrú tó pé ejò lè sàn jẹ́ ń bẹ̀. Àrùjọ̀nú lè pa sínú gbó. Ọwọ́ apàgbẹ̀ wá dé. Olówó tó lówó lọ yóò àtọ́ ọbọ̀ nínú owó ní òtí mówó tí ó fi ra ẹran. Ẹ̀yin ọlọ́dẹ. Ẹ̀dáríjì mi omi òbú yín o, èdè ìlú yín ni mò ń sọ o, Ìgbò ni mi omi ṣe Yorùbá o. Ṣùgbọ́n èdè ìlú yín mo láìkẹ́ torí pé èdè Yorùbá ó jinlẹ̀ gan-an ló jẹ́ láìkẹ́. Then, tínú mi ní ṣe, àmọ́ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, àmọ́ ṣe fún àpẹẹrẹ Sámsónì nínú Bíbélì. Àwọn òbí rẹ̀ ní má fẹ́ obìnrin àjèjì, má fẹ́ obìnrin àjèjì, má fẹ́ obìnrin àjèjì.
Oh, all right, it goes on. Pardon me. It goes on for a couple more minutes, but I just wanted to. He's an Igbo guy, by the way, but even his or your tonality is deeper than mine. It is Yoruba. I told you that it's an Igbo guy, but if you listen to the accentuation, is Yoruba. It carries more authenticity in terms of tonality than the way I speak it, and I am a Yoruba guy. You know, and your accentuation is deeper and richer than mine, and I am an Oyo man, and he is an Igbo guy. But what he was saying to you essentially is it's just the depth of the language is what he was speaking to. I have to go and listen to that again. Actually, there's a lot to pick up of that. Dilly-dally no more. Let's go straight into it. Let's kick it off with this one, actually. So we kick it off with the headline piece, which is a very dark man. Hopefully this plays, actually. Hopefully this doesn't lag with that StreamYard nonsense. So now, very dark man. I've never liked this guy. I think everybody knows that. I've never liked this guy, but it's increasingly becoming a decimal within the Nigerian space and not one to be ignored. Some people say it's a do-gooder. I see him as a cloud chaser. Whatever prison you're looking at him from is certainly commanding the space. So here is the storyline of VeryDarkMan, who traveled the expanse of Africa, landed in Côte d'Ivoire, and found. Let me actually, I don't even have to explain it. Let him tell you in his own words.
So today's my birthday, but I don't care about it. And please, I don't want to see happy birthday under this post. I just want your attention. Please, thank you. That's number one. Number two, to ABIKE Dabiri, the chairman of Nigerians in Diaspora. After this post, I am giving you exactly 1 week. Exactly 1 week to find solution to this. Exactly one week. If after 1 week, these girls are hungry.
So already it's got my back off. So this is to all intents and purposes an unemployed guy who has told us in the past that he dabbles in homosexuality, and he's now giving ABIKE Dabiri, one of the preeminent names within the Nigerian space, the one that has sent to rescue Nigerians in distress. He is now giving her an ultimatum, the unemployed, ultimating the employed.
I'll give you the biggest problem you have ever seen in your life. I'll bring the biggest wahala, the biggest problem that the Nigerian Diaspora Commission have ever seen. I'll give you 1 week. ABIKE Dabiri, 1 week. Nigerians, let me show you something. Take a good look at this video.
And by the way, this guy ultimately makes a fool out of himself, by the way, but we'll get to that. You see, this is the thing. They say information is key and knowledge is power. Information is key and knowledge is power, and knowledge also, information is also power as well. So information is key and knowledge is power. So for all of the blowharding that this guy is going to blow hard in the course of this clip that I'm about to show you now, in the course for all of those blowharding, it lands on a flat, it lands on a damn squib. You know, the totality of it ends flat. But let's watch on.
Sit down. Zamu keku gida. Apa ini na jamu keku gida. Apa ini?
Since I left Ivory Coast, the cry of these children have been messing with my head. I don't even sleep properly again. It's now I understand what they mean by trauma. I can't function properly. Now, those girls you are seeing on that video, those children, they were trafficked to Ivory Coast for those kids. They are below 13 years old. Now, I will explain why they are crying. They are crying because the day that I went there, it was the previous day that they brought them to that NGO. That was when they were rescued. Now, during the period that they were trafficked, nobody spoke anything they could understand. So when I came to the orphanage, I'm going to be playing another part of this video, right? Where they will speak. When I came to the orphanage, the reason that brought me there is when they alerted me that there's a Nigerian girl, 11 years old, who is HIV positive. They brought her there for trafficking, they slept with the girl, and they infected that 11 years old girl. So I said, okay, let me go see the girl. When I got there, they said, oh, the girl had left. But there are some other Nigerian girls. So they brought those girls, which I will play their video now. So these particular girls, they brought them too. Immediately I spoke Hausa. For the first time since they were trafficked, I don't know how many days they were in the hands of their traffickers before they were rescued. For the first time, they heard somebody that could speak what they understood. Immediately they busted into tears. And they said, I will not go anywhere again. I'm going to be playing some videos now, so you people will just watch. Thank you.
How old are you? Please be audible. I'm 15 years old. Where are you from? What brought you here in Ivory Coast?
Person that bring me here to come and do work. She don't tell me that it's a shower work.
She brought you here to come and do work. Which work did she tell you? Did she tell your parents or she told only you? So you escaped with her? Okay. So you are from Cross River and your parents live in Cross River?
Yes.
All right. How are you? The audible, don't cry. Don't worry, you go home, don't cry. Eh? Don't cry. Where are you from?
I'm from
Ibadan State. Oyo State. Yeah, from Ibadan. Okay, how old are you? You are 15 years old. What brought you to Cote d'Ivoire?
I was going for school with my friend before. They go for jump. If there was someone carrots go back to house, I enter in car. I just drink just water. I sleep my friend both. It doesn't matter. But God knows why they did this wash. I couldn't ask for this. They will say I want to carry food for you. I'm not saying anybody talk. I couldn't look for help. All of that, I see many guests for the sit down. I see me help me go to Nigeria.
All right. Sorry to pause it at that point. That girl is not from any Ibadan state or any whatever state in the southwest. If you listen to her pidgin English, that's not the pidgin English of a Yoruba person. So she's either southeast, whatever, but that, or even north central, maybe Benue, but it's certainly not Yoruba. If you listen to the way she tackles the pidgin language, is nothing like a Yoruba accentuation.
I'm not saying anybody talk. I couldn't look for help. All of that, I see many guests for the sit down. I see me help me go to Nigeria. Listen, I see my eyes come up for this school. I say where my papa never do, my any family never go for this school. Waiting at the last one, I can't for this place. All my family they look me for Nigeria. It's a cost myself for you. I just myself for get poor. I see many guests. I can't see one woman. I say I my madam. I would work for 25,000. I would pay for 13,000 every day with a cash contract for me. Make I work up there. I work 7 boys from one set for
So you did for Nigeria. You did come from school.
Yes.
Then the woman come say she won't carry you.
What kind of go
She won't help you, drop you for your house so that you don't trek again. So you can't drink something, you can't sleep. Next thing you find yourself for Cote d'Ivoire for one ghetto. She can't carry condom, give you made the work. Oh, sorry, no problem. We'll check for your family for Nigeria. What will be your name again? When? Wasiu Fatiat. You, your name again? Alice Ode. You, your name again? Favor Bright. All right, you now. Huh?
Speak louder.
Tosin Khalifatai. Taye Fatai. Tosin. Which state?
Nigeria.
Which state in Nigeria? Ore. So what brought you to this place? They tell your daddy say you won't come back baby for Ivory Coast. So your daddy knows say you dey come here and your daddy give you say you come here come back baby. But as you come here they come dey maltreat you. But you don't do ashala, but they maltreat you. So you don't leave your madam now and you won't go back. Okay, no problem. Now, these people, this ones, according to this orphanage home, they just brought them here. Yesterday. And as you can see,
the 7th day
of March, 27th day of March, yesterday, today is 28. Now, as you can see, these are proper underage girls. I don't think any of these girls, although they don't know their age, but I don't think any of these girls, I don't think any of them here is up to 15. 15 is too much. 13.
None of them are up to 10 years.
13. Maybe 10 each. Now,
But in the north, though, from what we know of the north, these girls should already be grandmothers. What is it? Who is that senator that went to buy a wife from Egypt? Yerima, yes, Senator Yerima. So this will be grandmothers, according to Senator Yerima, even at that age.
When I came in, because I speak Hausa, immediately I stood up, started crying. Because here, everybody speaks French. I don't think people here speak Hausa, so they cannot even communicate. Now, they don't even know what they brought them here
That's another thing. I try to ask. So, they get you now? They get that. And how they get them?
Come to the front.
I like that.
Eh? The kitchen? No, Benjiki the global. Ma, kitchen will put the Niger, go the Nigeria. Okay, the Niger. Okay. So that was a message. So, Punji, that's what okay. Punji, that was okay. That was Punji. So, Okay, so apparently, initially they said they are from Niger, but apparently, no, they are saying, no, wait. Let me ask them, they said they are from Niger, but some people from Niger have come and they found out that they are actually from Kano. So it seems like they've taken them to Niger before to go and beg. So from Niger now, they were moved here. So they think that they are from Niger, but they are originally from Kano, where they were moved to go to Niger to go and beg. So these are actually Nigerian killers at the end of the day. So this message, I'll try to relate it to the right authorities in Nigeria using my platform. And I hope they listen, because if they don't listen, we'll have to do it the hard way, to be honest, because we cannot leave them here and overlook these kids. A lot of people have come here before, they said nothing have come, but so far so good. Nothing has changed. Yes, nothing has changed, so far so good. So empty promises, even the person taking care of them also said a lot of people have come here to make a lot of empty promises. So we hope that this will not be empty promise from me. So I will have to try and make sure I go straight to the authorities with goodwill. If they don't hear goodwill, the government are there to work for us. We will have to use by force. And that's the problem we need to cause for them to come and take these kids out of here. Thank you very much. So, okay, so President will not show his face, but President is letting me know that this is like 0.3% or 2% of the entire problem that is happening here in Cote d'Ivoire, because there is a lot of shanties where a lot of Nigerians are, where they are using them for trafficking here in Cote d'Ivoire. So hopefully we'll do what we can do. Thank you.
This is what I've been battling with since I left Ivory Coast. Everything I saw there is messing up my mind. Everything I saw there. ABIKE Dabiri, I'm giving you 1 week to bring back our girls. 1 week. 1 week. All right.
All right. Let me stop it on this image right there. You see him bounce his head, but then when he looks up, there's so much of a wide smile there. Let me. I want to land it on this image just to tell you that all might not be as the same. So he emotes in a way that the necessary emotion that aligns with what is presenting, he emotes all that, but at the end, he just tells stuff. He bows his head, and then when the head raises up, you could distinctly see a wry smile there. So I want the image to stay on that right smile, because, like I said, never all it seems to be with this friend from Edo State. Let me see. I want it to be on that smile. Where is it? All right. I'll let it continue to play on. I'll mute it right there. So I'll let it continue to play on, and then we land on that smile. So, and there it is right there. So that the look on his face right there it's a total odds with what is trying to present in terms of the emoting. So we leave it on that image. So now this thing is compartmentalized into different sections, into different segments. So it's compartmentalized. So a good 80% of what this guy, the presentation at least, a good 80% of what he's doing is totally a round of applause for all that. So a good 80% is laudable and plausible and all the audibles. So a good 80% of what he's doing is the right thing, which you should be commended for. So there's that. But as ever, he's not doing it. Well, maybe he's doing it out of the goodness of his heart or not, but he's exactly doing it to resonate continually, to continue to keep his space within that social media space of Nigeria. So there's a symbiosis there, but the storyline that is presenting is not one that anybody can begrudge. Anybody with a heart will feel as he feels and probably act as he's acting. But he's now giving ABIKE Dabiri Arewa 1 week to respond. So he gives ABIKE Dabiri Arewa 1 week to respond. But ABIKE Dabiri Arewa, she doesn't even need 1 week. She only took 10 minutes. She took 1 hour and she responded. So here is ABIKE Dabiri Arewa. Now, Dabiri reacts as VeryDarkMan gives her 1 week to rescue children allegedly trafficked to Ivory Coast. So here it is. So here it is. ABIKE Dabiri Arewa, chairperson of the Nigerian Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, has described call by VeryDarkMan to rescue children allegedly trafficked to Ivory Coast as misinformed and ignorant. So ignorant, a recurring decimal in terms of criticism that goes towards VeryDarkMan's direction. Our correspondent reports that VeryDarkMan, real name Martins Vincent Otse, shared a heartbreaking video of how young girls were taken from Nigeria to Ivory Coast. So I rewarded that so as not to trigger YouTube. VeryDarkMan, also called VDM, had traveled to China a few weeks earlier and shared the purpose of his visit. He explained that he intended to visit areas where Nigerians are facing hardship to offer assistance. Highlighting one of his accomplishments outside Nigeria, the prominent social media personality shared a heart-wrenching video of young girls suffering in Ivory Coast. VDM issued, hold on. Speaking in an emotion-laden voice, he called out ABIKE Dabiri Arewa. VDM issued a 1 week ultimatum to repatriate the girls to Nigeria, warning that failure to act will result in him becoming her biggest problem. According to him, many of the girls were very young. I'm not going to say their age. In the video, he spoke to them in Hausa as they cried uncontrollably. Speaking about the young children, the activist noted that since leaving Ivory Coast, the cries of the girls have haunted him. He revealed that he has been unable to sleep properly ever since. He warned fans not to wish him a happy birthday in the post-comment section. The self-styled activist, known for previously exposing errant individuals in Nigeria, shared another video featuring girls between the ages of 15 and 18. They recounted how they had been deceived with promises of jobs abroad, only to be trafficked and forced into doing things with men. Okay, so this is where I wanted to land on. So he's giving ABIKE Dabiri Arewa that ultimatum, by the way. 1 week notice or I'll make your life hell is essential. It was even a threat more than anything else. And she responds. She did not have responded, but she responds. And this is where this guy always gets it wrong. Reacting, ABIKE Dabiri expressed optimism that the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons will handle the matter appropriately. She wrote on a verified X former Twitter page, totally wrong, misinformed and ignorant call. Have you heard of NAPTIP Nigeria? It is the agency responsible solely for trafficking. NIDCOM. Sorry, apologies for the acronyms. The NAPTIP Nigeria, that will be the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, and the NIDCOM is the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission. So they use a lot of acronyms in Nigeria. Are totally wrong, misinformed, and ignorant call. Have you heard of NAPTIP Nigeria? It's the agency responsible solely for trafficking. NIDCOM has collaborated with them as much as we can. And for your information, using my own personal resources, not government, I am sure NAPTIP will treat appropriately. I advise you to tag them. So for all of the threats that this guy threatens, then ABIKE Dabiri Arewa, our agency not responsible for what he's threatening to make our life a misery for. So that is a very dark man. Remember, he was the one, of course, that tried to 419 100 million naira. That told us that his account was hacked and the money was stolen. And then when people were not buying that, he said it was a joke. So we have to set him against the backdrop of who and what we know him for. So that's ABIKE Dabiri Arewa back and forth with VeryDarkMan. So that is ABIKE Dabiri Arewa back and forth with VeryDarkMan. So that's that. Let's go on from that to other stuff. And by the way, the link in the comment section, anybody that wants a conversation hop on, I always say that. And let me send the link again, immediate to hand. So that's the link in the comment section right there. So let's hop on from that to this. Actually, no. Let me not go to that one yet, because there's a video clip that precedes that one, that brings that one in. Let me bring you this one instead. A.K.A mobilizes NLC members to take over Labour Party offices nationwide. So if there's a number, essentially, Julius Abure. So there it is. They fight for the multi-billion-dollar entity that's the Labour Party. So A.K.A, he's always been wanting he wants his share of that cake, essentially. The president of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Joe Ajero, on Tuesday, wrote union leaders to begin the process of mobilizing their members in readiness to invade and take over the 36 offices and national secretariats of the Labour Party in Abuja. Ajero gave the directive in an internal memo made available to correspondents in Abuja. The NLC president's directive comes in the wake of Friday's judgment of the Supreme Court, which vacated earlier judgment of the lower courts. The move was reminiscent of the March 21st. Hold on, let me pause this thing that is making noise today. All right. I wonder how these people embed so many stuff in their just to read an article, we are hearing noise. The president of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Joe Ajero, on Tuesday wrote union leaders to begin the process of mobilizing their members in readiness to invade and take over the 36 offices and national secretariat of the Labour Party in Abuja. Ajero gave the directive in an internal memo made available to correspondents in Abuja. The NLC President's directive comes in the wake of Friday's judgment of the Supreme Court, which vacated earlier judgment of the lower courts. The move was reminiscent of the March 24, 2024 invasion, where aggrieved unionists broke into Labour Party headquarters and other offices, an act that the National Working Committee said was a deliberate action to steal their sensitive documents and money. So, so there it is. I think that's enough of that. So also the never-ending saga that's the Labour Party, the battle for preeminence in that space. So now this now next piece on the screen right here, this was going to be the hub of this section, but I'm not going to address this anymore. I'm going to defer this to tomorrow midday. So this is going to be our 2-hour session for tomorrow. It's quite a very nuanced sort of clip reaction. So we'll be reacting to that tomorrow. So we'll defer that till tomorrow. Let's go on from that today. Peter Side reacts as El Rufai post Peter Side reacts to El Rufai's post on X once against ethnic division. So yes, it's ethnic jingoism has always been the stock in trade of El Rufai anyway. So let's just take just sufficient enough to bring us up to speed with whatever's going on there. At Edo Peter Side, I think this was the guy that was giving us data for the elections, wasn't it? That was giving us permutations that told us Obi would win, rather. At Edo Peter Side, business leader and founder of Stanbic IBTC Bank, has cautioned Nigerians against turning the controversy surrounding the police invitation of Emir Sanusi, Emir Mohammed Sanusi II, into an ethnic issue, following the circulation of widely shared article titled "A Warning to the Yoruba-led Federal Government," written by one Chuks Emeka. Peter Side, reacting to the article, which was shared on X by Nasir El-Rufai, a former Kaduna State governor, said while the piece was thought-provoking and aligned with concerns about the politicization of federal institutions, its ethnic framing was unnecessary and potentially dangerous. I came across this same post by Chuks Emeka via WhatsApp, and I thank Nasir El-Rufai for exposing the thought-provoking piece to a wider audience, assuming that he truly exists. So assuming that it truly exists, which is to say that Chuks Emeka is a pseudonym, and the person behind that pseudonym almost certainly Nasir El-Rufai. I came across this same post below by Chuks Emeka via WhatsApp, and I thank El-Rufai for exposing the thought-provoking piece to a wider audience. Assuming that he truly exists, I want to place it on record that I think Chuks should simply have written as a concerned Nigerian that he happens to be Igbo is irrelevant. Peter Side wrote on his X handle, his post is perceptive and aligns with my own views that Nigerian police and other federal institutions should not allow themselves to be used by politicians to rubbish our traditional institutions. However, Peter Side also warned against using such commentary to inflame ethnic tension. Having said that, the way to show that we are better than those we criticize is to refuse to yield to arguments that seek to pitch one ethnic group against another on account of perceived sins of one man. The original article, published under the name Chuks Emeka on April 6, 2025, harshly criticized what it described as the Yoruba-led federal government's complicity in the police action against Sanusi. The writer condemns the federal government's silence amidst the police, what should the federal government be speaking to? Is El-Rufai above the law that it cannot be invited? So what exactly is the silence? The silence to what? That the federal government should say that the police should not investigate Slamido Sanusi in a murder case when somebody got killed. You know, I mean, what's exactly the original article published under the name Chuks Emeka on April the 6th, 2025, harshly criticized what it described as the Yoruba-led federal government's complicity in the police's action against Sanusi. The writer condemned the federal government's silence amidst the police summoning the reinstated emir over his visit to Kano, accusing the presidency of enabling northern elites who cannot stand the fact that Sanusi returns to the throne with dignity, public support, and historic legacy. I don't know quite what that means. What is happening to Emir Sanusi is not just an attack on a man, it is an attack on intellect, courage, and the idea that a traditional ruler can also be a voice of conscience, Emeka wrote. So forget Emeka, by the way. There's no Emeka. This is the hand of the voice of Esau, the hand of Jacob, or however that goes. This is El-Rufai, ever the mischief maker, writing under an Igbo pseudonym. And it is being carried out under a Yoruba presidency, one that many of us across the country supported out of hope for national healing, restructuring, and competence. So that is you see that statement right there. That's the El-Rufai accentuation. So no self-respecting Igbo man would ever write that. An Igbo man could write the first half that it is being carried out under a Yoruba presidency, but no self-respecting Igbo man would say one that many of us across the country supported out of hope for national healing, restructuring, and competence. That's not the accentuation of Chuks Emeka. That's the accentuation of Nasir El-Rufai. El-Rufai, who amplified the post on his X account, has recently positioned himself as a critic of the Tinubu-led government and working to build a coalition to challenge the ruling party ahead of the 2027 general election. His promotion of Emeka's article has further drawn attention to the rising political and ethnic tensions surrounding traditional leadership in Kano. So there's that. So I think that's sufficient enough for us to understand what's going on there. From that to this, over 16,000 doctors have left Nigeria in 7 years, says Health Minister. So that's really quite a hemorrhaging, isn't it? That's quite a chunk. Ali Pate, the coordinating minister of Health and Social Welfare, says over 16,000 Nigerian doctors. Just look at the time period over the last 5-7 years. So they are graduating and boarding a plane. That's essentially what's going on there. Ali Pate, the coordinating minister for Health and Social Welfare, says over 16,000 Nigerian doctors have left the country in the last 5 to 7 years in search of greener pastures abroad. According to Correspondent, the minister spoke in Abuja on Tuesday at the 7th annual capacity building workshop of the Association of Medical Councils of Africa. Inaugurated health, so I think we get the gist of so no need to belabor that, but let's belabor this instead. So this one, I saw this one, I struck me somewhat. So let's see what this offers. Next wave, digitizing downfall payments could unlock a $375 million opportunity in Lagos. I think if there's anything that needs digitizing, is the downfall something. They never have change, and they're either tying you together or just keeping your change. Like millions of Lagosians, Samson endures the frustrating daily struggle of commuting in one of the six cities. I think I need some water. Let me get some water. Oh, all right. Let's take that from the top again. No, thank you. Let me just say no to that. New Wave digitizing downfall payment could unlock a $375 million opportunity in Lagos. So let's see. Like millions of Lagosians, something endures the frustrating daily struggle of commuting in one of the city's 75,000 rickety yellow buses known as downfalls. But unlike other Lagosians, he decided to tackle one part of the problem, digitizing payments in Nigeria's informal transport sector after a dispute with the bus conductor over change. So that had to be the motivation. And globally, removing cash from public transport has led to significant benefits, notably reduced dwell time and improved data collection. In Lagos, the government's decision to make the government-backed blue buses accept cashless payments improved the commuting experience of many Lagosians. Several Lagosians told me that they prefer BRTs not only because they are more comfortable, but also because paying with cowrie contactless cards is a superior experience to paying with cash. Capturing even a fraction of the downfall transactions digitally could improve how negotiations commute, giving the government more visibility into transportation, which would lead to better planning and accelerate Nigeria's transportation to cashless economy. All right. So there's that. So they're looking to digitize the downfall payment. I'm not quite sure how that will work. And would that then link into the already existing cowrie system that they have? So there's that. So from that to this, FCT declares free health insurance cesarean section for pregnant women. So there it is right there. It's just the country is civilizing right before our very eyes, and these are the affordability of things like this. Of course, is all linking back to the removal of fuel subsidies and all of that. So there's that. So there is that. What's this one? Oh yes, let me bring you this one. So Fubara has signed his last signature as the governor of Rivers State. Are you hearing me? Fubara, Temilaya Fubara, they even call him Sir. He has signed his last signature as the governor of Rivers State. They're going to impeach him just as soon as the 6 months is over. And here is the plan right here. IBEG hosts suspended Rivers lawmakers in the UK. So it's taking them all to London to nice them up and give them final instructions. Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Vincent Otse, hosted suspended Rivers Assembly lawmakers in the United Kingdom on Monday. The minister's senior special assistant on public communications and social media, Larry Olayinka, in a post on X.com on Tuesday, said the lawmakers who are in the UK for legislative capacity building. So this is the new tag now for jollification for a wolf. The new terminology for a wolf is legislative capacity building. Can you imagine that? Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Vincent Otse, hosted suspended Rivers Assembly lawmakers in the United Kingdom on Monday. The minister's senior special assistant on public communications and social media, Larry Olayinka, in a post on X.com on Tuesday, said the lawmakers who are in the UK for legislative capacity building were hosted to a dinner by the minister. He wrote, yesterday, the FCT Minister Yemson Wike hosted River State House of Assembly members who are in the United Kingdom for legislative capacity building to a dinner. So this looks like a Chinese or a Japanese restaurant, just from that, that central something that they spin around. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Yemson Wike, whilst hosting the suspended Rivers lawmakers in the United Kingdom on Monday. So that's a photo by Larry Olayinka. Wike left Nigeria on Sunday night after visiting his political friends and associates in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. Correspondent reported on Sunday that the suspended Rivers lawmaker, led by the Speaker Martins Ameawule, departed Nigeria for a tour of the United Kingdom. Ameawule was said to have declared open. Ameawule was said to have declared open the 10th Rivers Assembly legislative tour of the United Kingdom on Friday. He claimed that the legislative tour would allow the House to learn new things outside the shores of Nigeria, which will improve the capacity of members for the task ahead. So there it is right there. Rivers Assembly members in the United Kingdom are doing training. Training. They will, all of Rivers State's money is going to Harrods to be spent on nonsensities for their side chicks. Rivers State House of Assembly members in the United Kingdom, blah blah. All right. So that's that. I think it comes with the clips actually. Let's see if we can just have a look at the clips. All right. So let's. So there they are. So there they are putting River State money to good use. I can see. Look at that. Eze goes to school. Look at bottles of wine all over the place. So that's a wicked and just sealing the fate of Similaye Fubara. So that's that. Let's go on from that. Okay, we've done that. We've done this. Have we done this? We've done El Rufai and his mischief making. All right, we've done Joe Ajero. Right, yes. Okay, so yes, this is the one that I deferred. And I deferred this one only because really I want to prefix it with a video clip. So I want to prefix this one with a video clip. So we pick it up from here. It's your friend, not mine, Ali Ndume.
Well, you have said it all. I don't think I have anything more to add than to say the figures are there. Somebody, the figures are there. You can look at the figures. I sent you one. I sent you figures. It's not that I'm just making accusations. And it's not that I'm saying, well, the president has no right to do that kind of thing. But there's a constitutional provision. Section 14.3 of the Constitution is very, very clear. When you look at it vis-a-vis the appointments made so far, and they are political appointments, if appointments that are professional, so to say, like you can't appoint somebody who is not a soldier to become the chief of army staff, or you can't appoint somebody that is not a police to be the IG of police. And you can't appoint such persons once they don't get to, they are not qualified. But then, when you come to look at political appointments, the Constitution is very clear. And it's because to avoid such infractions that the Constitution Section 14.3 clearly states that appointments, especially political appointments, should reflect the federal character. And that is not the case here. And all I'm saying is to call the attention of Mr. President to such infractions so that it can be corrected. Otherwise, these things can boomerang at a certain period of time. It's not. And I know, as you rightly said, people look at me as somebody that is critical of the government. I have the right to do that in the first place. And in fact, that's why I'm in the National Assembly in the first place. collectively, we are supposed to oversight the acts of Mr. President and point out some of these irregularities.
Absolutely.
That is what we swore to do. It's not personal. I think I have better personal relationship with most of these people that are talking about Tinubu. And I can say in the North, if you count, not up to 5 people that have close relationship with Mr. President, Ndume is one of them. But that does not stop me from speaking the truth and have obligation to do that, especially when all of us know that at the end of it all, each one of us will stand before God, and God will ask him to account for what he is responsible for. You understand? And that's why I'm saying this. And besides, we are all in this government. What will we tell our people? When you have these figures out, it's already viral, it's already in circulation. But you know what? From now, after this interview, those attack dogs or MAGA dogs will start attacking Dume, not the message. And that's why we always get it right. It is not about Ndume or me being a senator. As a Nigerian, I have the right to voice out all these things. Not only that, I have the right to even protest. I have the right. That is guaranteed by the Constitution. But from tomorrow, those so-called Tinubu boys or people will start attacking Ndume. Oh, he's a frustrated person.
But I mean, the facts are there, though, aren't they?
Yeah, the facts are there. These are the facts. I brought it here so that you can see it. I send it to you. These are facts. And I'm not the one that created it. These are facts extracted from what is going on there.
All right. So the enemy within Ndume, purportedly allegedly a member of the APC, it was quite a long and an extended. You know, I told you I'll be having an afternoon session tomorrow. I could well do Ali Ndume rather than the Ruben Abati one, but certainly I'll be having an afternoon session just to catch up with a lot of this news are streaming through. But that's Ali Ndume. He said a lot of things. He brought a lot of figures. He was telling us then how the government continues to borrow all this heavy, all this heavy amount of monies, billions and billions of dollars, under vague and spurious attribution, and the money disappears into the ethers, into the black hole that is the Nigerian never-ending, insatiable gluttony for dollars. So he says they borrow money under spurious headlines, and the money just disappears. So he said that, and he also spoke then to appointing the Yoruba people all over the place. So you see that Yoruba appointment, by the way, it's a lie, of course. I think the more intelligent people, they already know that it's a lie. And I've got data to prove that it is a lie. I think somebody actually sent me a list actually that mirrors the appointments of Tinubu, and is nothing to do with all this Yorubanization, but that's been latched onto and Ndume now trying to amplify it. So here is the presidency clapping back. How did 2 of your kingsmen clinch NNPC's top roles? Presidency fires Ndume over Tinubu's lopsided appointment. So the attack dog, as he was anticipating, they come after him immediately. The presidency has slammed Borno South Senator Ali Ndume over claims that President Bola Tinubu's appointments are lopsided and do not follow the Constitution. Correspondents reported that Ndume said unless the president corrected his skewed appointment, it would boomerang. It will boomerang. So people will call it boomerang, but it's boomerang, isn't it? He stressed that he criticized Tinubu because it was his constitutional duty. In response, the special advisor to the presidency on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, in a post on X on Tuesday, said Ndume forgot to speak about 2 of his kingsmen who recently clinched top roles in the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPC). So there it is. Tinubu actually appoints more northerners than he does southerners. But within the south, he appoints more southwesterners than he does other. He doesn't appoint southeasterners mainly. Ononuga asserted that Undume is allergic to facts and addicted to theatrics. Tinubu's aide also stated that Undume's habit of firing half-baked criticism only to be contradicted by facts proves he is more interested in headline chasing divisive narratives than offering constructive criticism. Ononuga noted that President Tinubu is deeply committed to fostering a government that embraces all Nigerians, irrespective of their ethnic or regional affiliations, adding that Ndume should elevate public discourse and avoid misinformation and baseless criticism. He wrote, Senator Ali Ndume's latest outburst on TV about so-called lopsided appointments by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu reeks of hypocrisy and selective perception. While the Borno senator grandstanded as a moral authority on equity, he forgot to tell his interviewer that two of his kinsmen featured in recent NNPC Limited top appointments. The chairman, appointed by President Bola Tinubu, is from Ndume's senatorial district. If Tinubu and his surrogates' choice are so tribal, how did two of Ndume's kingsmen clinch NNPC top roles? As a politician, Ndume has proven time and time again that he is allergic to facts and addicted to theatrics. His habit of firing half-baked criticism only to be contradicted by facts proves he is more interested in headlines chasing, rabble-rousing, stoking divisive narratives than offering constructive criticism. President Tinubu is deeply committed to fostering a government that embraces all Nigerians, irrespective of their ethnic or regional affiliations. He aims to harness our country's, the nation's diverse strength to achieve a common goal, building a prosperous Nigeria. The president's appointments are and will continue to be based on merit, integrity, geographical spread, and a demonstrable capacity to serve the Nigerian people, not Ndume's cherry-picked tribal arithmetic. We urge Ndume to elevate public discourse and avoid misinformation and baseless criticism. This is a disservice to the nation and the behavior least expected of a Nigerian senator. But that will never catch up with the narrative that Ndume is spreading, of course, because that obedient opposition space, their facts are vast. They have no interest in anything to do with facts. So it's just the noise. It's mudslinging, noise, and tribal jingoism and all of that. That's their only interest. They have no interest in anything to do with facts or substance. Okay. So that's that. Let's now go to let me send the link again, actually. If you want the conversation, you have to hop on. All right, let me send the link. So let's go to the clips that we do have. Let's kick it off with this one. This guy now warning you that Europe is not perhaps all you imagine it to be, or they are abroad. The Japa syndrome, the Japa mentality, it might not be the best course of action. Let's pick it up from here.
Guys, life is a in Europe. Life is not what you think it is in Europe. And your brothers and sisters that are here now will not tell you that because they are really ashamed. I lived 14 years in Tanzania. 14 years. Life is better. There's so much opportunity in Ghana, Nigeria, Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya. All my brothers and sisters there, trust me, if you work hard, you graft hard, your life is much better. You want to know what's happening here in Europe when you come here? I'll give you my breakdown, okay? My flat, my tiny flat, 1,400 euros a month. My energy bill, 250 euros a month. My gas bill, 100 euros a month. my car insurance, 45 euros, my mobile phone, 50 euros, my TV, 40 euros, my local government tax, 160 euros a month. My list goes on. At the end of the month, I spent 3,000 euros only bills. So if you earn your 400 euros in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, Congo, you're way better off and you have fucking freedom and a beautiful country. I want to quit in Europe. The only good thing here is my kids' education. That's it. So please stop asking me for jobs and from Africa. Life is not what you think it is.
And that is right there. You know, that guy makes a lot of sense. Life is not, you know, what are the pros and cons of being in Europe? In Europe, you die a slow death. There's this girl that I actually follow. I've been following her for years actually. Her name is Soma Aku. She used to live. She's a content creator. A lot of you would know her anyway. She used to live in Ireland, and then she just suddenly she lived a very, very comfortable life in Ireland. By the way, she's a top nurse and a top content creator as well. So she didn't have starve of funds. And she has everything she needs to live comfortably in Ireland. But then she suddenly made the decision to go back to Nigeria. And then when she made that decision to go back to Nigeria, within 3-4 weeks, all the ailments that she had been taking countless medications for, they just disappeared to a point that it took her weeks to remember that she wasn't even taking her medications anymore. The food is better, the air is cleaner, the community is more embracing, and the sense of joy, the engagement, because life is meant to be a joyous journey, but life in the abroad is a soulless life. Soulless, S-O-U-L-less. So it's a soulless life. Yes, we will live within the cocoons of whatever. It's almost, we live in boxes, don't we, really? No matter how big your house is, especially in Europe, it's still a box. Because Europe is a tiny little space. And if you live in a more centralized space, then your life is more confined. You know, it's not for human beings living abroad, really. Human beings of the African stock, it's not for them. And I think that's what that man is saying. So what do you get? You get security. You can walk freely, drive freely, do anything. Nobody can. I don't think I've ever had an interaction with the police ever. I have no recollection. You know, I don't. You know, so everything works here. That's the one thing. So the electricity is constant. You know what is coming. But what you do in this westernized spaces is that you pay bills and then you die. You know, and there is no joy in between, and that is exactly what they're saying. So that's that. So that's that. Let me play you this clip. This next clip. This is a nod in the direction of Rational Mind, who was trying to highlight this particular concern. This new now addiction that has seized hold of the Nigerian space. So watch this. And there it is right there. So that's the new phenomenon. Betting now is the last throw of the dice of the Nigerian person. So Chowore is back on the street, by the way. I'm not even sure what he's protesting about this time around, but the protestations, of course, all of Omoyele Showore's protest, put them just under one banner. It's headline grabbing, cloud chasing, and wanting to feature in the news cycle. It's a contention for relevance rather than a protestation against anything. So there's been no high octane anything that's happened in the country that needed people to roll out on the streets to be protesting. So to call for this now protest yet again, I'm not sure how many people turned up, but it's really protesting to keep its political presence still within the headlines is essentially a clout chasing exercise. But the elements that he has actually gathered around him is what struck me. So the elements that Sowore has gathered around himself for this protest are to remove the Jadeyoju, who is the standard go-to is Man Friday. But the other elements, the actual foot soldiers of the protest, they look as though they should be in some sort of institution. Rather, I want to show you rather the sort of persons that Sowore has rolled out on the street to demand for good governance. Watch this. And there it is right there. I hope you paid attention to those guys. They look like criminal elements themselves. But Sowore is asking that we should take it back. But this now next clip that I'm about to play you is asking exactly what is inviting to be taken back. Watch this.
Okay, fine. We want to protest, right? Like, honestly, like, let's ask ourselves, like, what do we want to protest for? On a serious note, take it back. What do you want to take back? What do you really want to take back, right? Let's ask ourselves, what is the stuff that we really want to take back as Nigerians? We should stop deceiving ourselves with all this fake leadership in the name of, I want a better Nigeria, and you're not following the right process for you to have a better Nigeria. You want to take it back, right? Let us all go back to our states. Let's protest from the state level. Let's take back our local government. Let's protest, yes. Let's take back our local government. Let us all come out from the state level and let's take back our local government. Can we do that? Can we follow up through to make sure that our local government are fully independent, financially independent, electoral independent, so that we can have good leaders from the local government who are the representative of the people, the true reflection of the people. When we have that, then we can have people who can look into the status of assembly and checkmate what is going on there, and look into the governance of the state and checkmate what is going on. We should stop deceiving ourselves in the name of, I want to protest for bad economic, the president that, the president this, the president that. What do you want to take back? Let's take back the local government. If we really want to protest, let's take it back. Come on, Sowore, you're better than this. This is nonsense. For all of you who want to distract people for the necessary things, for the important things, think twice. Let's take back the local government.
All right. So infinite sense being spoken by that man right there. So Sowore always gets it wrong. Even the way he titles his thing, take it back. So what exactly are you taking back? You know, so that's the first question. And then he says he's protesting against bad governance. That already is a double negative, you know. So there's just a negative connotation to that, which doesn't inspire positivity. Rather than saying he's protesting against bad governance, he should be protesting for good governance, which I think is the inflection that man is coming from. So protest for good governance rather than against bad governance, because nobody wants bad governance. But what do you want? What you want is good governance. So protest for that, and then itemize then how good governance, how it applies from your own worldview. So all this nonsense, I think that's exactly right, by the way. If you are protesting for good governance, the governance that impacts you to the most is localized. So go to your local government and do your protestations there. and that protest will be more effective and more impactful. You can protest them directly, and the impact, and it will reach them a lot closer, and the impact of that protestation will be felt more directly by you. So if you are protesting that the roads are dirty, then it's not Tinubu that is coming to sweep your roads, it's the local government. If you are protesting that the schooling system is something or the other, if the schools are largely, especially up to the secondary school level, they are likely vested in the state. So no point going to Abuja, go to your state and do the protesting. So this is the thing, protest for good governance rather than against bad governance, because that's just a nonsensical. So let me take you on from there. There's this controversy that wraps around Tope Fashua. So he came out to say that Nigerians can feed, and I've said it here several times as well, and it's been documented as well, that they keep talking about poverty, and he says, look, that the country can feed, people can feed easily on 1,500. It will get you a decent and a nutritious meal. That's exactly what he's saying. So he said that, and a lot of controversy wrapped around that. So let's pick it up then from Tope Fashua, and now having to defend that statement. Watch this.
Understandably, you have a lot to say, a lot to say on this topic. You know, you speak about these gains, but here we are talking about the average citizen, the common man. Yeah. And that's why we refer back to that conversation about the PPP and a meal for $1, because we're taking this conversation back to the majority of Nigerians. Yeah. Now, since we want to use economic terms here, and we want to have let's have, because you said that it was an elevated economic conversation that you had, where you said in Nigeria $1 is still enough for a meal. Well, in the same Nigeria in 2022, the GNI coefficient, which I'm sure you're aware of, the measure of inequality in a country, for those who may not be aware, with 0 being perfect equality and 100 being highly unequal. 2022, before this administration came in, it sat at 35.1. By 2023, the end of 2023, after this administration and its reforms came in, it now plummeted to 48.9%, meaning that we can justify all of these reforms and the petroleum sector is working, whatever. But the truth on the ground is that the disparity between the 10% of Nigerians who are holding on to over almost 40% of the wealth of the country, and the other 50% who only own 20%. Yeah. No. You're saying that this administration has come in with reforms that have created such economic breakthroughs.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Don't misquote me. I didn't say. I said, look, I said there's a medium to long-term plan. So
we can accept that in the midterm, we have plunged people into poverty.
Part of what?
In the short term,
I also mentioned
in Nigeria.
I mentioned the US, for example, which is
in Nigeria.
In every country in the world,
the US does not have the level of inequality that Nigeria does.
I think you should check. The US Gini coefficient is at least 51%.
It is not.
I did my research. I even wrote an article on this. You know, I was going to ask you where your number came from.
World Bank.
I was, World Bank, either World Bank or CIA, let's know. You know, but the point is that Nigeria had always been around 35, and Nigeria was one of the least unequal countries in Africa. The worst country in inequality being South Africa. Even in South Africa, which was standing at about 62%, it has got worse.
But do these countries not have, but they have social security nets. In the United States, you can go to the hospital.
That the government,
you can go to
Dr.
school.
ABATI mentioned.
So can I go to the hospital?
Absolutely.
For free?
Depending on where you live,
treated?
Absolutely. You can in Nigeria.
School?
Health is free. School is
Running
free.
water?
You know, you went to a private school.
Running water?
Reckon. Now, probably not even in Nigeria. You know, we have our challenges anyway. But you know, let's and this takes me back to the issue of 1,500. Remember, please, as against those who have been misquoting and sensationalizing and all, nobody is saying there's no poverty in Nigeria. In fact, luckily for me, I got people sending me videos from Lagos to Maiduguri showing that they actually ate for 1,500 yesterday. If you're earning minimum wage and you're struggling in life, you know, you have to make choices like that. In fact, I personally was somewhere in Lekki yesterday, precisely Black Bell. I saw that someone could eat for 2,500 there.
Black Bell.
2,500, even in Lekki Phase 1. You know, I mean, I didn't know where to go. Someone just took me there because I had another interview.
People can't afford that.
So yes,
now.
People can't afford that. I agree, but I think that empirically speaking, my statement was correct because indeed people. And I said something. I said 8,500 is a lot of money to a lot of Nigerians, and that's because I acknowledge the fact that a lot of people are down on their luck and poor. So saying 8,500 is a lot of money is not a mockery of those who see that as a lot. If you are leaving this place now and you gave the security guy 1,000 naira, he will appreciate you. He will have a meal on that. And that's what I'm saying, that a lot of Nigerians are in that category. And again, remember, I said my raison d'etre, my reason for shooting on this is to say that, listen, the private sector and even the government sector must be put under pressure to understand that this inequality is increasing, okay, as against what it was before. In fact, the most equal country in Africa was Algeria. You go to Algeria, Tunisia, those guys seem to have a system that works for them. Egypt isn't doing as well. The most unequal being South Africa and Namibia, where you see some very high, which compares with the United States of America. But we can't rest on our oars, Rotus. We can't rest on our oars. We know there's a problem already because, again, post-COVID, and when something as cataclysmic as COVID happens, sometimes it takes 10, 20 years for you to come back to. We're hoping that President Trump's experimental governance this time around will not set us back even further and trust another...
So there it is right there. So I just really brought you that because it's an ongoing debate on this platform, isn't it? What is the price of a meal in Nigeria? How much cooks a pot of soup? And I've always insisted, and I think Tokwe said the same thing as well, 5,000 naira will cook you a decent pot of soup that will last you 3 days in Nigeria with the protein even in there. And so things are not as the obedience page will have you alarming too. So now this next clip, this is a response to that riot girl that told us that Lagos is smelling. There's nothing that rankles more than people coming into your own space, you hosting them, and then they talking rubbish about your place or your home. So of course, the place has to clap back, and here is the clap back then to that riot girl that told us that Lagos is smelling. Watch this.
The video I want you to watch. At times, because of the kind of content the video I want you to watch. At times, because of the kind of content I make here, when I go to places, even among my Christian friends on Facebook, when I talk, hey, because in Nigeria, once you do not agree with their political opinions or their political views, you are tribalistic. But they are not tribalistic when they vote for their own kinsman, or when they feel that their own kinsman, who did not conduct election for local government election for the 7 years he was in power, aside the time he was impeached, they are not tribalistic. But the issue of this video is not even about politics, or maybe we can call it politics. Some time ago I made a video where I said that Abia State is the dirtiest state in Nigeria, that Onitsha is the dirtiest city in the world, the most polluted city in the world. And a lot of you came on the video and started saying this and that. Now, why is it that you people have not come on the social media to discuss how Onitsha has 30 times the level of particulates that any city should have, according to WHO standards? Why is nobody talking about that? Now, why is nobody talking about the fact that most of the high-rise buildings in Onitsha do not even have water to talk of? If you are talking about people being dirty, how could you build high-rise buildings and there's no water system? Water does not go up. No borehole, nothing. People have to fetch water from the ground floor up. And then this video broke. This video was uploaded by an Anambra citizen and somebody who lives in Onitsha. Now see the video. It's been on the social media, but it's not going viral because such things will not go viral. But if an Oshiraye says Lagos is smelling, oh, they will carry it on their heads. And I hope you know that several of these people have been caught dropping refuse on public spaces in Lagos. And now, is it a coincidence that many of those who have been caught are from the southeast? Because Southeasterners are not the only ones living in Lagos. Indigenes of Lagos are there. Other Yoruba people who are not indigenes of Lagos are there. Hausas are there. Southerners, Deltans, Urobos, all of these people are there. Those are there. How come that several of the people that have been caught recently dumping things in the waterways, dumping things in the drainage, dumping things everywhere, have been from the southeast? You know, these are things you don't want to answer. These are questions you don't want to answer. When we ask you these questions, you call us tribalistic. You say we hate Igbos, but you want to call out others. You want to call out others. Now, see this video of a street in Anambra that has been blocked, a road that has been blocked by refuse. Now, all the time we call on government. Let me ask you, is government air, the air we breathe in, that will be everywhere in our cities in Nigeria? Can't Nigerians have the decency of knowing that refuse should not be dumped on the road? Now, see this video and know the reason why many of the people, most of the people that have been caught in Lagos are from the southeast. See this video.
Yes, good morning. I am a very concerned citizen of Anambra State. And as you can see, this is Onitsha. And this is Court Road. We've now seen that refuse has completely blocked this road. And this is quite very unfortunate in Anambra State. This is a road that leads to the largest market in the whole of West Africa, main market. This road that we are in now, right now. I'm currently going to the hospital to get my kids, get some taps in the hospital. But as we speak, this road is completely blocked. There is no access road to the hospital, so we have to try to navigate to another route. So we are begging the current governor of Anambra State to do something about this. Sooner or later, the rains will come, and you can imagine what is going to happen if the rain comes. The disease, the sicknesses, I don't know. This is quite very unfortunate. And do you know that the next block beside me houses what do you call it? A motherless baby's home. After that, you have the CPS. This is very, very bad. I pray that the governor of Anambra State, Mr. Soludo Chukuma, professor, would do something about this disgraceful thing. Thank you very much.
And there is it right there. So in the UK where I live, if you put your animal in a place like Onitsha, they will lock you up for a long time. You know, and I probably where you live as well, wherever it is in the world, if you put an animal, if your dog, if you go and put it in a place like Onitsha, they will lock you up for a very long time. It's not even fit for animal habitation. Never mind human habitation on Onitsha, but never mind, Lagos is the place. Lagos is the one that is smelling. Look at this. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Have you noticed that thinking for yourself is now considered elitist? That being educated is suspicious? That checking facts is somehow censorship? Congrats, you're living through the collapse of intellectualism. It didn't happen overnight. This was methodical, and here's how it works. Step 1, rebrand ignorance as common sense. If a fact makes them uncomfortable, it's fake news. If history proves them wrong, it never happened. If a scientist explains something, he's part of the agenda. Step 2, attack expertise. Doctors must be lying for profit. Professors indoctrinating your kids. Journalists, secret agents of the deep state. Step 3, replace knowledge with loyalty. You don't need evidence, just the right echo chamber. You don't need research, just rage. And that's how we got here, where banning books is called freedom, where asking questions gets you labeled, where learning makes you the enemy. Because controlling what people think wasn't enough. They had to destroy how we think.
And there it is right there. I couldn't have put it better myself. So we've been to the southwest, we've been to the southeast. Now let's now go to the north. This is next level funky behavior. Only their bookies could be like this.
Ned Faraway La Shagde, La Harata, Tuna Man Neman Coneda, Viwanam Sham Nemaway. Intigan Town Helia, what Adullah Hamifali, Kosawanam Taman for Meboto, Innan Lahakana Bikul Sen Alim, Alwana Mia Minim Naba, in me mean the Ham Koyans of Yelam, and An Shaman. Tam Koyans of Yelam, and An Manavan. Nina Ham.
Nanti pula you listen. Berapa size apa yang baby buat anda?
You see, I'm not going to even task my brain to attempt to start to make sense of that. So I've long given up on trying to ever make sense of anything coming out of the north or out of the north. You know, so anytime I see things like that, I just say, "Oh, it's their bookie." So they're from a different planet. Our friends from the north, from a different planet. So I think that's sufficient enough of me making noise. I'll play the Kegite music. I'll send the link again, and then we'll see what happens after that.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chifu Latif keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de everybody o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And then it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. Joining us talk now. So it's you and I talk, man. I'm not quite sure, but hopefully you are there. Are you there?
Hey, woman, can you hear me?
Perfectly. Good to have you.
Good, good to hear from you today. Um, what happened? You didn't you don't do this every day anymore. It's like you switch alternative days.
No, I do it every day, but I've not been doing it every day. As yes, I prefer to do it every day actually. So, but
Oh,
sometimes
okay.
I was explaining I'm having renovations done around my house, and it constricts me somewhat in terms of what I'm able to do. But I think the man finishes this week,
Okay.
so by the weekend we should be back to normal. But yeah, no, we do it every day still.
Okay, nice, nice.
Alpha,
Hi
what's
everyone.
going on? Yes, what?
Oh, everything has been good. I think I can start from the very, is it the very dark man, the
Yeah, very dark
popular
man.
show show.
This Edo guy, Saturday
Yeah,
water. Threatening
yeah.
Abike Dabiri, can you imagine that?
You know, you know, I don't really follow that guy, but I hear his stories. Sometimes I see him on social media once in a while doing some good stuff. But however, you know, power when someone is power drunk, it's kind of subtle. It just comes in gradually because the way he made that statement is more like a threat within 24 hours. He said some good things, but giving an ultimatum, to someone in power, who are you? What exactly, who exactly are you? You're just a normal citizen like every other person,
It was right to
you
be
know?
angry and it was right to be angry and upset though, given what he
Agreed.
saw. Yeah, because I was upset too
I was,
actually.
I mean, I was
Especially
upset.
those girls from the north. All of them
Yeah,
really was one actually looked like no older than 11, you know. I have daughters. I have a daughter, you
yeah,
know, so I cannot imagine. So sometimes you weigh
yeah.
these things against yourself, you know.
I, I think one of the things we need to be clear about is Hausa is not only being spoken in Nigeria. They could be from Niger. So, because they are in Cote d'Ivoire, you don't know where they are from. You know, you are not sure where they are from. I mean, those kids, they never stated that they were from certain states in Nigeria. Because if you go to Niger, they speak Hausa. In fact, today I heard in the news that Niger is adopting Hausa as their national official language now, as against French. I think French used to be their official language. So now Hausa is their national language. So there are so many, in fact, predominantly Hausas in Niger. We have the Fulanis, we have the Hausas that live in Niger. I'm just saying that sometimes when you are saying some of these things, emotion gets involved. I wasn't happy seeing those children, but at the same time, when you are trying to call in government for such an appeal, you have to apply wisdom. I think emotion got the better of him. I think that's the only thing I can say. But all in all, I think the government needs to do better. I mean, we have ambassadors in different countries. What are they doing? They just sit in their offices. Some of those things, I mean, in Cote d'Ivoire, there will be an embassy, a Nigerian embassy that is in Cote d'Ivoire there. Those children should not be where they are. And the guy is doing a very good job. But that place of a threat, 24 hours, I think it could be. I mean, I know Abike Dabiri.
Do you think the guy is in circulation too much? You can't every single day. There's always one thing or the other. Very dark man, very dark man. Do you think it's too all over the place too much now? We're seeing too much of it.
Well, I like the man. I like what he's doing. So far, I've not seen any faults in what he's doing, aside from a few things. Maybe the
What
place
about
where
when
he
they
just
try to
got
steal a
involved.
hundred? What about when they try to steal 100 million naira and told us
Oh,
they had?
I think it was like a joke. I don't think it was
No,
real.
it was the backlash. It was
Oh,
after he
so
got it was the backlash that then made him come out to say it was a joke. You know,
oh, okay. That's funny. So I thought it was a joke. I think eventually, but with power comes responsibility. He needs to be careful. There's a thin line between threat and you're giving an order, things like that. I mean, there's a thin line between that. But I think Nigerian government needs to be more responsible. I think the embassies, I'm not sure those embassies. I'm not sure they are active. Because it's very disappointing having small kids, less than 10 years old, being smuggled through the border. Who knows what those children would have gone through? Their mental state is highly disappointing. I think the government of Nigeria needs to do better, and they need to know where exactly are they from, which state are they from.
No, I think those Hausa sounding ones. I think they are from Kano. That's what he concluded. He said
Oh,
they are
okay,
from Kano.
okay. I think the government needs to move swiftly and get those children in.
It's quite
Uh,
heartbreaking though when you look at
it's
this.
painful, honestly.
Yeah.
And these things happen.
The oldest
Um,
amongst them was 15. I mean, imagine that.
they go through
Look,
Niger. Yeah,
yes.
I mean, I can tell you within the north, these things happen a lot. Trafficking these small children, going through Niger. I think the government needs to do better. They need to act better. Sometimes you hear things like this. What you did not do, you should act swiftly. It shouldn't take 24 hours, really. Once you hear these things on social media, within the next few hours, actions should be taken and get those children in. It's just very disappointing. It's painful. But Nigeria, with what they are, everyone sits in the office. They
It
take
still
positive
speaks to
position.
how porous our borders are, that you could actually take a whole bunch of girls just casually out of the country and nobody challenges you or anything.
Woman, you need to see all those Niger. It's like they are like communities. You will see a community, half is Niger or Chad, half is Nigeria. Some of those places, they just walk through. There's no control. In some of those northern spaces, there's no major border. I mean, you see in Ogun State, you see a border somewhere. Lagos between Benin Republic, you see the border, even though it's not fantastic, but it's there, right? But if you go to the north, sometimes it's just porous, it's just open. You don't even know which is which. You're already in Niger before you know it. Then before you now see actual border, because it's a wide area, you only see the constructed roadside, you now see some kind of barricade. They all move in and out of there. So, and Niger is very porous. They just move those children as they wish. It's unfortunate. It's painful. Yeah, I think the government needs to do better. Now, for Alain Dume, this Alain Dume, he's an interesting man. He likes to scatter ground when he needs to do it. I know he's aiming for something. I have a feeling that he might
Do
move
you
away
think
from it.
Oh, I was just going to ask you that.
Yes,
Do you think
yes.
it's going to be the SDP crew?
Yeah, he is playing that game, and although we all know what he's saying is half truth, but there's truth in it, but it's not exactly complete. Because the recent appointments in NMPC, I think two of them came from his block, from his area. In fact, specifically is the area local government area where he comes from. I think is it the chairman and one of the directors come from his area, from the northeast. So he knows what he's doing. He's playing a game because right now Alain Dume is not favored within the APC circle. He's not as popular, even though he worked for Akpabio to bring Akpabio in. Because at some point, when you are too, the problem with the Senate is they work like a court. When you are too vocal and you're speaking your mind all the time, there's a limitation to that. So I think they kind of he's there, but yet he's not within the core caucus of APC. So he's trying to play his game to go to the right party because he can't move right now, But I think Tinubu also has to make adjustments. The president has to make adjustments. A lot of things are tilting towards.
Do you think that's actually right? Because somebody actually did a breakdown, and in terms of although you can't weigh him against Buhari because Buhari was just an ethnic man, In terms of weighing it against the last administration, there's somewhat of a balance in his appointments.
It's almost like the same thing. It's almost like the same thing, the way Tinubu is going right now. I mean, check it out. All the key positions, all, are being occupied by South. Key positions, they are all being occupied by South. So,
what do you mean by key positions? Though?
Okay,
What positions?
let's look at it. I mean, from the finance angle, everything is in the South. Ministry of Works, the top one, South. Which one again? Now, NNPC, well, is Yoruba, but is it Kogi or Kwara? So they are looking at these things, and
Renan Mokri actually did a breakdown on it. So this is under Buhari. So defense was north, and defense is still north. So if you look at it, I'm not going to go through all of it, but if you look at it, there's actually a balance in terms of the north-south divide in terms of how Tinubu as is making his appointments.
Okay, but you know, with this, you need to now break it down further. This is just the defense. The people in uniform.
This is this is defense. This is AGF, which is the Attorney General of the Federation. AMCON, Air Force Army, CDS, DIA, DMI, DSS, TFCC, Navy, etc., NDLA. That's for the short.
So this list is limited. I think maybe it's still working on it. I mean, by the time you include everything, CBN, by the time you include finance.
If you say, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
If you include everything, right, you'll see that it's not really skewed to any geopolitical zone. But I think the problem with Nigeria is a lot of people have this mindset of, some spaces are the juicy spaces, some spaces are not juicy. That's the problem we have. And why do they have that mindset? Because they have that mindset, everything about them is wired towards corruption. So it's more like, if you're in this space, you have a lot of resources to steal. And that's the problem that we have. And that's why at every point, everybody's really looking at, you need to bring somebody from my place. Because I ask people, bringing someone from your place, what benefit does it do to you?
Yeah.
Right. So, and when people argue, this person is a this person is a that, and for me, I think the major thing that people don't really understand about Tinubu's government, it's been able to divide it, right? Kind of like sector. He's been able to divide it per sector. And I think what he's trying to do in terms of the economy, I think it kind of like favor most of the people he knows. And the people talk about, Yoruba, they talk about, and people don't really understand that even those people that Tinubu have around you, they say they are Lagos boy. Yeah, they live in Lagos. It's not really that they are from Lagos, right? Take, for instance, now the Minister of Finance is from Ogun State, right? And if you look at every of all those other people, I can tell you that if you look at those that are from Lagos, they might not really be one or two from Lagos itself. Just like every other person, every elite wants to live in either Abuja or Lagos. And by virtue of you living in that place, doesn't really make you from that place.
Yeah.
And people tend to like, this person here is a Lagos boy. Every elite in Nigeria is either a Lagos boy, a Port Harcourt boy, or an Abuja boy. Because if you're an elite in Nigeria, it's either you have something to do in Lagos, or probably you have something to do in Abuja, or something to do in Port Harcourt, because those are the spaces that everybody wants to at least have something in. So, but that doesn't really make you, a Port Harcourt boy or a Lagos boy, right? So for me, I think people just need to leave that mindset of, say, until this has to like be from my person. And that thing, in most cases, it tends to not allow presidents to do the needful. And because for me, I would rather want to put people I trust, because if they fail, they take people that can, they will definitely take responsibility for the failure.
Mm-hmm.
So rather than people focusing on, give it to them and let them fail and criticize them. Because the moment you want to say, because this person has to be from this place, then it limits the best. You really getting the best to really handle some of all those things. The North that is shouting today, Mele Kyari has been there for years, right? And people were complaining, Mele Kyari has been there. And NNPC itself, when was the last time that a Southern actually handled that place? And the problem I hate is, you see this hypocrisy. They are now when it's election, they say Kwara is not a Yoruba state, right? It's not central, right? But the moment someone from that space is being given something, that's when you remember, it's a Yoruba thing, right? If they give somebody from Kogi West, prior to election, they say, oh no, Kogi West is not part of Southwest, right? But that's also a geopolitical zone. If you give a Yoruba something in Kogi, that's a geopolitical zone, a senatorial district on its own.
Yeah.
That also has rights to things.
So here's the thing, and I get your point, for us, that would be our assumption. We want the best food to be there, and we don't really care about where they come from. But to politician, the way Ndume is talking, he doesn't want to speak with his full chest. What he's saying,
You see,
really,
let me tell
is
you the
the
problem of
juicy
Ndume.
position. Yeah.
People don't know Ndume. Do you know that one of Ndume's daughter is in NNPC?
Of course, I heard that. Yeah.
He has two of his. He has another. Ndume has another daughter
and the CBN. Yes.
Ndume has another
CBN,
in-law.
yes.
Another, not just daughter. Ndume also has an in-law in CBN. And these are people that have been cutting a lot of deals. They've been cutting a lot of deals. So the moment you see, and I like what is actually happening in NNPC. If it's possible, bring outsiders to head NNPC. Don't make it more of an NNPC person, because you want to make NNPC public. You want to take it public. And I don't even take, for instance, that if you make an NNPC public today, I'm not sure any sound person can actually buy from NNPC. You can't even buy shares in NNPC. And that's why I think it's good that Tinubu is really bringing people from outside that can at least clean the books, audit NNPC thoroughly, not all these their shady audits that they've done. Do the right audits. Let's do normal asset valuation of NNPC. Let's know exactly what NNPC has. Let's know the debt burden of NNPC. Let's know if NNPC is viable to take to the public. So those are things, those are conversations I think people should have. Because politicians always want to take advantage of you and kind of like, oh, no, this person is not my person. Ndume himself, sometimes, he talks and blah, 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 blah. And I ask myself, Ndume's senatorial district, the number one problem of Ndume's senatorial district today is security. Why is Ndume more bothered about the person that takes the position in this place rather than focusing on things that would definitely benefit these people, which is ensuring that his senatorial district is secure? What stops Ndume from going back to Borno and looking for ways to help the governor of Borno? The governor of Borno came out today and he was basically complaining.
Yeah, he said they are being overrun by Boko Haram again.
Yes. So if Ndume is part of that state, what I expect Ndume to do is to look for a way to work collaboratively with that governor to ensure that they have what they have. Now, it's now Northeast versus Northwest. The governor is kind of like saying, oh, they've taken some of the fighter jets to Northwest. But the thing is, you can't keep everything in Northeast because there's also a problem in Northwest. So politicians would rather focus on things that benefit them and score cheap political gains rather than focusing on things. Because for me, any northerner now, I think if any northerner that is focusing on things that doesn't really make sense, I look at them and I'm like, yeah, is that the real thing that you're supposed to be focusing on? Focus on security in the north. Focus on how to really build trust among your people for them to share intelligence with the security agencies. The military is really overstretched in Nigeria now. They work, okay, if it's not Lakaturawa, it's some guys in Zamfara. Now it's Benue, it's Plateau, it's probably some guys in Maduguri, you know, and it's even coming down to the south now. I think it was not Enugu that they said some Fulani men were doing some sort of things in Enugu. It happened in Ondo. Almost half of Nigeria economy goes into security. And those are conversations that people need to have. If you look at Nigerian budgets, almost half of that budget goes into security. And we are spending so much into security, and we are not even, you know, I can't even blame the military because they are overstressed.
So you say they're overstretched, but are they pointing their resources in the right direction?
No, woman. You see, it's always easy for us to sit down here and.
But why are they not using? Why are they not using things like? And by the way, you still have the floor talk now, but there are only 3 of us, so we can just start talk. Why are they not using things like drone technology and
do you
all
think
of
they
these
don't
things?
use? Do you think they don't use drones?
Then how come these people are still embedded in our forest?
The problem is, you see, it's always easy for you to use drone, and when you can quickly segment the terrorists to a particular zone, right? And all you just do is, okay, you've identified their zone, you've done the mapping, you know, you kind of like do the data analysis, and you're able to have precision into where they are, and you bomb. But the problem is, these guys are mixing with people.
Yeah, it's more like a guerrilla war. So
it's difficult.
With the people. Yeah.
The moment, do you know that every time army try to boy, they've bombed the innocent people. So I think at the point they had to like stop some of all those things. So it's a whole lot, and I pity some of those guys, right? Because even to join the military in Nigeria now is even difficult. So those are things that I think some of these northerners need to focus on. Talk to their people; they know them.
And one of the issue with northern politicians is they think only about themselves alone. They think of only what benefits them. And that's what you see about Undume. The truth is he knows what he's doing. He knows the game he's playing. He's playing a game towards the election. All these things he's saying. If he was the favored, if he was in the cabal, he's out of the team now. If he's still with the team, he won't be saying this. So Undume knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. You just keep watching. If things begins to go south in different states and people are moving away from the APC, he will.
Okay, what's the genesis of Undume's problem? He said, they didn't give him access to Tinubu.
That's his first problem, yeah.
Some people were shielding Tinubu from him. Those are things that sometimes I ask.
Did they not suspend him a few months ago for telling lies? For telling lies.
He does that a lot just to create that hype, make himself relevant, make him the focal point, a focal point of discussion. He likes to do that. Even when he came back, they just ignored him. Since he came back from his suspension, they've ignored him. I mean, the same committee, same. They've not given him any major committee. They've just totally ignored him. He's feeling the pain. He has to come on air and just make something up. He has to say something.
And this is not even his first time. During Saraki, do you remember Ndume versus Saraki then?
Yes, of course.
It was the same thing. They had to remove him from this. I think it was Senate leader at that point. They had to remove him.
Yeah. He does that all the time. Anyways, let me move to I don't know, one man at Edo State, the governor. I know at some point they said the guy will not perform, he doesn't speak English. It looks like people that don't speak English are the people they should be electing now. Honestly, I mean, a friend was talking to me. I mean, he's from I've forgotten the area. Is it Ogbuaisi or something like that? So in Edo State, was talking about how the governor has performed since he was elected. I think he was recently elected. I think building flyover that is 30% complete. He said it's in Rema Park or something like that. Although Sapele Road, Abokina, people that are in they do say we understand some of these things. And I was listening to a station from the opposition, which is I think one of the opposition is AIT or something. They were literally praising the guy just for a few days. Why I was impressed was on that Uromi saga. The way he handled it, he went straight to meet the governor of Kano State. He had a discussion with the governor of Kano State. He came out, spoke with the people in Hausa, just to douse tension, because that issue would have escalated to something else. The way he managed it, the Edo State governor, I think so far, maybe we should be choosing people that don't speak English. The guy has done really well. If people in Edo State are really praising him now, I think he's doing a good job. It now looks like the former governor didn't really do much. Maybe he's completing the project of the former governor, maybe, but it looks like the guy is hands-on, really. Yeah, one man. Is there any other topic?
Yeah, sorry. Take us to Rivers State and Wike taking the Rivers lawmakers to London for a week of rest and relaxation. So that tells us then that Fubara is done, doesn't it?
I've said it on this platform. I said that guy is gone. People are expecting him to return. Maybe he will, but from every calculation, I'm not sure they are ready to reconcile. The question will be, who will reconcile these two? No one. Is it Pandev? Pandev are already they are already divided and sold out to either of the two. Is it Niger Delta, the elders? They are all sold out to different people. So nobody can really bring these two people together to resolve this issue and the house. So I think this guy is as good as gone. If he comes back, they will impeach him. I don't know what they went to do there, but I don't understand why must it be London, really? These people went to have a strategic meeting in London. But
I think it's Wike just trying to show that he has control of them. I'm not sure. Is it even worth the effort to try and defend Fubara? Fubara is not the will of the people of River State. Fubara was handpicked by Wike. So which is to tell you then that it's just a wicked stooge who tried to break the chain around his ankles, and the slave master does not want to let him go yet. So I don't think that Fubara is not worth the effort to defend now. He doesn't offer anything. They will just get rid of him, and the speaker will become the new governor of Edo State.
I mean, that's their strategy. They will impeach both the deputy and the governor. Unfortunately, the deputy will have to go for it, because whatever they will do, they will most likely want to choose someone from the Waterine area. That's the Ijo area. So they won't want to put an Ikwere person there. So most likely, both of them, both the governor and the deputy governor, would leave. I foresee that's what will happen. Unfortunately, that's what it is. Fubara is being supported by the opposition party in that state right now. Every one of them that opposed him, they are now his friends. So that's how it works.
Yeah, his biggest champion seems to be Rotimi Amechi now.
Yeah. I mean, the people that were opposed to him are his best friends now. But unfortunately, I don't know how he will survive it. If he survives this, that means something out of the blues has to happen for him to survive what is going on, because the onslaught against him is so many. You have the administrator there, you have Wike there in Abuja, and Wike controls that party to date. He controls the party. He might not even get the ticket. Maybe he'll go to Labour Party. I don't know what he will do. But I don't see him coming back, honestly. The calculations, the odds are against him. The way the calculation is right now, nothing is working to his favor. He has only three House of Rep member. One man, I think I will yield the floor to Larry.
All right. I wonder if Larry is ready. It's going to be quiet. Larry, Bowney.
One man.
Okay,
Good news,
what?
sir. How are you, sir?
Yeah, I do, you know.
Don't worry. Well,
And
everybody will be fine last.
hey, you see, this is the, you say that, but all of you know, they were doing Commonwealth strategizing to address the Trump matter somewhere in London, and the main conversation when they were all looking to, including the British, they were all looking to the Nigerians. So that there's a lot happening. The country is pulling together. The economy is bouncing back. The infrastructure. You should have seen David Mahi on Arise TV 1 hour project after project. After a while, they couldn't come at him anymore because there's just an abundance of a lot going on. So everybody will be all right.
Yeah.
I agree. Yes.
Yeah. No, a lot of things are actually happening in Nigeria now. A lot of things are really, really happening in Nigeria. You know, I think we've actually got to that point.
Sorry, Larry, I don't want to break your story, but I'm not sure if you've been following it, but I've been monitoring a lot this Lagos Calabar superhighway, and a lot of people are putting up content on it. They're doing that in at such an impressive pace. You know, a lot is happening. You know.
No, that's that particular. I've been following that project too. There's one particular guy on YouTube. I think he does a lot of content on that Lagos Calabar Express, and it's a whole lot of things because it's really going to drive real estate within that space, right? Look at that real estate, from Lagos down straight to Calabar. I think I'm not even sure in recent time if we've really had a project as big as that. Having a project as big as that, I think it's something that is huge.
I don't think they've ever had it in Africa. I think it's the first in Africa.
If we can actually have it, that's really going to be huge. And at the end of the day, they do the train, and I think it's something that is really great. There is a lot of conspiracy theories. There is a lot of things. Oh, blah 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 blah. The normal thing. But when people sit down and really analyze things like that, those are projects that you hardly see people embark on. And for me, I want to see that project. I want to see it to its completion. And I can tell you that project is really going to help a lot within that space. It's even going to help in decongesting the ports in Lagos. Because if it takes you, why did you want to keep your container in Lagos if you are very sure that you could quickly get your container to the east or to south? Why do you need to keep your containers there? You want to quickly get it out. It's a whole lot of things. For me, I think it's a great thing, and there are lots of things that are really happening in Nigeria. The problem with Nigeria is the media, right? The media would rather not focus on those good things. They would rather want to focus on the negative things because the negative things are things that sell. And that's it. They bring headlines, they do all sorts of things, because that's negative news sell better in Nigeria than the positive news. But I think we've really gotten to that. But if not for this Trump thing, I think Nigeria is beginning to get itself back. I think it's just going to be a little bit with this tariff thing and the global.
How do you think that is going to impact on Nigeria? This Trump?
No, it's going to impact. It's going to impact on Nigeria, but I don't really see it really deep because crude is not. I think crude is kind of like exempted for now. Except normal export.
I don't think we export anything significantly.
No, we
to
do.
America.
We do.
Sorry, Larry Woman. Sorry. I think we do export some things. There are some things that they have now banned. I saw a list coming from Nigeria. They've banned some items.
Is it food items type?
Food
things?
items, yes. Things
Yeah,
like
yeah.
fish and some of those things that we export into the United States. There's a lot of exports coming from
There's a lot.
Nigeria into United
I
States.
think there's a
And
number to it. I think around
yes,
$648 million.
million dollars. I think,
But
and it's
they are mainly
growing.
food related, though, aren't they?
Mainly,
Yeah, no,
yeah,
it's not
mainly.
just food. There are still some other things that leave Nigeria for America, right?
Sorry,
So
I mean the ones that were banned, really. They
yeah,
are
yeah, 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 yeah,
majorly food items. I think
yeah. So
Nigeria has increased the exports. They are I mean by item, aside from crude, things that they are exporting outside of Nigeria, they are kind of increasing it. I think
yeah,
some of the farmers have you know they've started converting things to end products, and they are training on some of these things. People might not know there are some government training that are going on just for people to be able to comply with export standards, and people are doing these things. And I can tell you things around fish, how to dry it to the extent that you can export it. Yeah,
ginger,
package ginger,
a lot.
yam, things like that. I mean, someone was telling that they go through Ghana. And they've been going through Nigeria for a while now. They will package it in boxes coming from Nigeria, coming from Benue. And they have some middlemen that go into the farms to buy some of those things, repackage it properly, and then send it out. And it's been increasing for a while. But with this Trump thing, it's going to have an effect, though.
No,
But it might not be.
it's gonna have an effect, particularly with our budget implementation.
Yeah, yeah.
Because with this crash of crude price, it's really going to be very, very impactful.
It's
Right?
really
Because
serious. Yeah.
the budget, I think it's kind of like,
The crude crash. I didn't hear that crude crash. I thought it
Oh,
yeah,
was.
it
crude
did.
is,
It did. The
yeah, it
past
did.
few days.
You
It
mean
crashed
you
about
mean
60. Is it
I think
66?
I think around 63 now.
63. Yeah. Is that bad?
Yeah, I think around 63, and it's still going down. Probably might actually settle to somewhere around 55,
And our budget is the benchmark is
70,
around 75,
I
I
think
think.
75, which is
Yeah.
really,
So
really
which
huge.
is the adverse effect of it is
So
going to be pretty huge. Yeah.
it's kind of like going to be pretty huge on horse, right?
Yeah.
So okay, somebody said it has dropped to $60. So look at that, look at $60, and we kind of like
Wow,
benchmark.
60 is a big one.
So we benchmarked our budget at 75. That's like $15 deficit.
Lost.
So
Yeah. So we have to borrow to support that. That's
so
what
some
happened.
of the foreign reserves. So we might need to, bring something out from those foreign reserves that we're keeping, because and it's not just Nigeria. It's kind of like a global thing, particularly those that are depending more on crude. So it's the same thing in Iran. I was reading some things about Iran today, and some other countries too are facing it. So it's going to be a little bit on horse. So, but
Mm.
well, the NNPC guy has a lot to do,
He has a lot to do. I think
because
they have to increase outputs. Yeah.
it's coming as a very critical time. Yeah, probably he needs to talk to the boys in the creek and probably beg them, bribe them, so that let's pump more. If we can actually pump more, at least rivers for now. That's why I really don't imagine at this point now having a problem in rivers. That's really going to be deep for Nigeria. So I think I hope they're able to really manage it
You know,
globally. I hope they're able to really manage this, that we don't go into another recession.
you know what? My challenge is between last week, I think as at Wednesday, it was still 70 thereabouts. This sudden crash all the way to 60 is just drastic.
No, it's a Trump thing now.
Oh, is it a Trump thing? I thought maybe something happened in the Middle East.
No, it's a Trump thing.
No, the market is up. Was it about 2 trillion?
Even the
That they said
market
why?
everywhere
Yeah.
crashed now.
Yes.
Yeah, generally, yeah, the market.
Everywhere is. I don't even want to open anything. Everywhere is just red. Everywhere is red.
If it doesn't pull back this nonsense fairly quickly, it's going to
No,
it's going to make a real mess, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to really make a real mess of the world economy, because countries will be put into recession, And I think what he's trying to do is to kind of like look for a middle ground, and negotiations has to happen. Fine. America has always been that big brother that everybody eats on. Now, I think he wants to change the status quo, right? And I really don't see him going that deep, but I think, there's going to be a lot of negotiation. I think countries are beginning to negotiate. I think Europe is now pushing for a zero to zero tariff. So there are a lot of things, that they need to push on. You look at Nigeria,
Yeah.
for instance. The America is asking for 14%. Nigeria itself, things coming from America, I think Nigeria kind of like charge over 25%. If you are taking things to Nigeria from America, I think they charge around 25 or 26%.
Yeah, but is if you compare the export difference, America is at advantage because we import more from them.
Yeah, that's
So
why I said there has to be, negotiation and
they have to
negotiation.
negotiate. Yeah.
I think countries are beginning. I think for Africa, I think the major thing they need to do, if they understand the logic, they need to come as a bloc and negotiate as a bloc, rather than individual countries trying to look for
Countries.
ways
Yeah.
to negotiate.
I think
If
Africa needs to even come together as one block and just negotiate. I don't know
Yes,
why different countries,
yes, they just need
you
to
know,
negotiate. So because it's going to really impact Nigeria, and that's why when you see people talking and blah 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 blah. Imagine now we now bring down our nepotism and like, oh, just bring somebody because he's my tribe, put him in NNPC at this particular critical point.
that would be
NNPC
terrible.
need the best hands now, to really take us out of this problem, because this problem can either make or mar Tinubu's government. Because if there is a crash, I don't know how the government is really going to survive that crash.
There's an inevitability to recession, though. Yes, even if you try to pull it back now, I think recession is inevitable.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So it's a whole lot. And I think at this point, right, I think Tinubu's economic team, NNPC to CBN to finance minister, they need to sit down now and start strategizing. Because and that's the problem I have with us in Nigeria, right? We tend to not do the right thing at the right time. Countries are now beginning to pull up their economic team, strategizing on what to do, strategizing on short-term solutions, strategizing on mid-term solutions, and some long-term solutions. Right. But the problem I have in Nigeria is rather than them doing all those things, they would rather wait and for now. And that's why, I think Wale Tinubu at this point needs to coordinate that economy, bring everybody together, have that strategy. You don't even need the president to be around.
Wale Edun, you mean?
Wale Edun, I mean, yeah. So you don't even need the president to be around. All he needs to do is to coordinate everybody, bring everybody together, and now start looking at the impact and look at things that you need to do at those points. If worst case scenario, if you need to bring Dangote in the room, if that is going to help in the short term, right? Negotiate with Dangote. So anything that you can actually do at those points, if you need to have some deals with some other African countries, look for what to do. Because those are things, because countries are beginning to have that conversation now. Because it's not, but people are more.
I think ultimately America is going to. You do remember when they were putting all this ban on Russia and they kicked them out of the SWIFT system.
Yeah.
And then people rebelled against that a little bit. And I think alternatives to the SWIFT system is now, is now gaining momentum. So
yeah.
If America overplays its hands,
one man.
They're going to backlash against America. And
there is, the thing is this. No, let's tell ourselves one truth, right? America is at this point now. It's not all about being biased as an American, but I think America is in the game. A lot of people do not really know the impact of what America will until now. Because there are a lot of things, right? Because America has always played that big brother role. And that big brother role means that, they are there, they are here, and at the detriment of American people. So at this point, I think what is going to happen is countries are going to come in then let's negotiate. Don't be that parasite. Let's negotiate on things that is going to be win-win for everybody. And when we have that negotiation, at the end of the day, it's going to still be more of win-win. Because, okay, look at the situation where there are a lot of things that America is doing currently, right? I'm an American. I pay more tax for things that are unnecessary. Take, for instance, now, Voice of America in Nigeria. Just some radio station that speaks Hausa for some guys, right? And I'm in America.
That has been shut down, by the way.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Those are all the frivolous things that they use the taxpayers' money in America to do. Because okay, that one now, right? What exactly does it do for me as an American? Because some guys
that's soft power now. That's soft power.
The media power.
No. America does not need to go put some radio station somewhere to be speaking Hausa for some people. There are a lot of local stations. Do you need to listen to one American station that speaks Hausa for you? No. So there are several other things that America wastes money on. Is it the one that this guy will just come in, walk into America, take $30 billion, go and start throwing some bomb in Russia and at that point, I'm also paying more tax for it. So at this point, I think it's more of, yeah, people might say probably I'm more biased, probably because, I'm kind of like pro-Trump. But the bottom line is just that at this point, everybody needs to come to the table. There's nothing like this big brother thing, and everybody is coming, and at the end of the day, everybody is coming and everybody's just taking from the pie, and American people are suffering for it. You're paying more tax for it, and not because of anything that's really gonna benefit you. You understand what I'm saying? So I think Trump is beginning to, because I want to pay lesser tax. I don't want to pay more tax.
But you know what, Larry? If you look at it critically, America is the big brother because, number one, their currency is being used as the benchmark. If today, the pride of America that America is having, if today people decide to use, say, for example, another currency as a basis of the benchmarking and the basis of international, transaction, the noise America is making today, they won't make it.
Do you know that America prefer a weaker currency?
Really?
Yes, that's what Trump is pushing for. I prefer a weaker currency. I don't really want, okay, look at what China has been doing. China will deliberately weaken their own currency so that they will be able to sell more. Do you think the stronger dollar really pays America? No. It doesn't. America would rather want to focus more on trade. Let's focus more on trade. Buy from me, I buy from you. Let's reduce the trade deficit. Kulata.
So is that Kulata? Okay.
Don't mind them. We know them. We know them.
But he's making a point though. Because the more he tries to do some of these things, people have their money in stock market. I want to say it's not only trading in goods or international trade that makes up what the financial sector is. The stock market is part of the financial sector.
Yes.
Money market is part of the financial sector. We have to, some of these things have their ripple effect.
See, you can't win. See, let's tell ourselves one truth. You can't win in every aspect. But I think what it's doing is really trying to get a good deal for America. The market will still come back to normal. And that, for me, I believe the market will still come back to normal. But we need to get a good deal for America. And you will see that at the end of the day, what will happen? Okay, when it first started, everybody, blah, blah, blah. Now, people are now beginning to, okay.
You said the market will come back. What about the backlash? Will the backlash
will always see. Backlash will always be there. There is no time that there won't be backlash. There is no time that there won't be backlash. But the bottom line is, if they are able to really get a good deal, that's going to be win-win for everybody. I think I prefer that. I prefer that. I think, and they are beginning to...
But there can't be a win-win now. Somebody has to be a loser now. America
No.
wants more money, so somebody has to get less money.
There's never a trade that will give you a win-win.
No.
One is
the thing
losing,
is,
one is...
but it's not going to, at least, the status quo is not going to remain. The status quo is not going to remain. And it's more of like, you said you are my friend, but at the end of the day, you are cheating me. If you are my friend and you are cheating me, at least let me also benefit from you. And that's the major thing.
All right, let me play you this clip. It speaks to that space. And this clip actually is from within the inner caucus of the Trump space.
We all saw the stock market soaring post-election. It reached an all-time high today, 82,000. Optimism everywhere. Just ignore the sky is falling reports in the regime press. Tune out the breathless reporting about market gyrations.
I'm excited about the economy. Look at the stock market. Our rocket ship is getting ready to take off in our economy with President Trump. We were probably overbloated with the stock market here for a while. We went up quite a bit.
You guys want to start with good news? The market's up 25% since you won. You tweeted this out that nobody in the media brings it up, so I said, you know what, I'm going to bring it up tonight.
Forget the stock market for a second here, and I have said on this program for years, it's never been my indicator in terms of the health of the economy.
The market always knows. So the market already started to kind of have this sort of rally, this sort of Trump rally. It's an energy, it's an electricity. We have to be very, very careful about all of this and the notion that we have to react as Americans based on the market being down. So what?
The stock market is the only sign of life, and it's only going up because everyone thinks Trump is going to win the election. You can't really watch the stock market.
You see the flip-flop.
You see this stock market. Stock market is not the only indicator of growth. It's not just all about the stock market. And I think they've been able to wire our brain where we think it's all about the stock market. What drives the stock market? It's just normal news. That's what drives the stock market. It's normal information. What are we buying in the stock market? Is it not just normal information? That's
no, it's not just that,
No, because that is what drives
market, if you want to determine the value of a company, for example, I mean, you go, what exactly is the value of a stock in itself? Say you want to buy a company.
No, that's so not I'm not really talking about company valuation. I'm talking about what drives the stock market itself in general. Why do you think people quickly want to buy Bitcoin? Because Trump talked about Bitcoin and he kind of like said America is going to put some investment in Bitcoin. What does that do? It makes everybody wants to buy. And when everybody wants to buy, it pushes the price up.
News will not be the only thing that will drive up a stock market.
Yeah.
The intrinsic value of the company itself could drive They could raise capital.
But news is the number one thing
News is the number one thing that drives the whole market itself, right? Oh, why is everybody trying to why do you think the stock market is going down now? Because people believe that they need to keep more liquid. So people are now beginning to sell because they don't know what is coming in.
Larry, you they vex some of us.
No, I know they vex you. That intentionally I won't make you come.
What do you mean what drives stock market? Do you know what is going to happen next quarter? They're going to start laying off. They're going to start actually, it's not like they're going to start laying off. They've already started laying off. So when they start laying off, you have a property, your tenants will not be able to pay your rent. The prices of your houses will start going down. Foreclosure will start. All that shit will start. And what do you think will happen? We're going to have another deep recession. If this shit is not reversed on time, we're going to be in a world of pain. So if you have investment,
we're going to stay on course.
If you have investment, let me land. if you have investment, especially real estate investment, you better be worried, except you can cover except you have enough income saved up to cover as much rental property. I want to assume you'll have taken care of your own personal property, so nobody's going to chase you out of your house. But this matter that this idiot has taken his hand on, I was going to ignore him. But the amount of people losing investment, the layoff that I've seen with my own koro eyes that is coming, that is already starting now. CDC, even here, CDC here, they've started laying off in CDC, Center for Disease Control in Atlanta here. The property is near that, near that area. What's going to happen to it over, just with time, if this shit gets sustained? This is not how, excuse me, this is not how to transform an economy where labor is expensive, where we don't even have the tools, we don't have the tool set. You can't even start manufacturing overnight in America. This is a long-term thing. This guy is taking the dumbest idea to try and solve a problem that should take some strategic thinking to solve. Now we are stuck. He can't, if you're a business now, this guy said, oh, I'm doing tariff. Next thing now, is he going to say, okay, for 3 months? So if I'm a business, how am I supposed to fucking plan? A business, we report quarterly in America, except you're a private company. Every quarter, you have to report. So if this guy is not giving anything long-term, how the fuck do I plan? Then when people start getting out of jobs, pray it doesn't affect you. If it doesn't affect you directly, like I said, you may have properties. You will, of course, you will have stock. Shit is going to happen. And it's because of this dumbness, this foolishness that this guy has kind of put his hand on. This is the dumbest thing anybody can do. And it's all this is self-immolation. This is not how to transform anything. This is not how to negotiate. At the end of the day, you're hasting the transition of dependency. What does America depend on? Money, capital coming into the country. We don't America is the second manufacturing after China. You will never beat China. It's never be as cheap as Vietnam. That is fine. Your economy survives on services and on investment and on intellectual property. America is not going to start manufacturing Mishano and what's it called? It's never going to happen. So why are you putting something that was, you know how much freaking, go and check your 401k. The number, a third of 401ks have been wiped. You know how many 100,000s of that has gone? Now, now just go and try and buy a car. Wait till next month. Try and buy a car. Let's see how much that will cost. This is just the dumbest shit.
Sorry, Kulaka, just on that. I was watching, I'm going to send you this clip, actually. You and Larry, I don't have the number, unfortunately, talk now. This is the Singaporean Prime Minister responding to the situation, that Trump has created. But just on that car thing that you were saying, I was watching some clip earlier that said that essentially the same car that you would have bought is going to cost you 10,000 more just to be at the same
one man. Each car right now is 10,000 next month. The normal Toyota, just Toyota Lason, is now priced at the price of, the price, how much we used to buy BMW 5 Series in the past. That is what a Toyota fucking Camry will cost. Sorry for swearing. Because look, layoffs is happening. I'm not even saying it's going to start. It is already happening now. This is America. Things are planned every 3 months. This is not where there's a long-term plan. We're not in China. Do you think it will not affect you? At the minimum, if you're safe, the price, if you're safe, if renters start defaulting, your property value will go down. It will take time for everything to go back up. You don't make dumb decisions like this for a country that is living on a fragile capitalist system. It's the mentality here is every freaking 3 months. It's unbelievable.
I'm not quite sure how much is putting on Europe, what percentage. But imagine that BMW, still using your example, is going to X whatever percentage. Even if BMW try to insulate some of it to remain competitive, it's still going to go up.
BMW is screwed now. They make the South Carolina factory, not that far from where I live. I mean, they make parts here. They have to take some of those parts into Germany and then send it to other places. So their whole supply chain is has dabarud, because some cars like X6 and I don't know, X5 or something, they make them here in America and take them abroad. But you know, when you make cars, you don't make everything wholly here. There's some parts come here, another part comes from there. So yes, all those things, tariff here, tariff there, tariff there. It is insane. This is not car. I mean, it's not just car alone. It is now every single thing. You don't do stuff like that. It's just not done like, it's not gra like that. Because once the thing goes like, the thing is, once consumer, I'm going to log out now because I mean, one wasn't planning on joining. Once consumer sentiment starts going down, first of all, they'll lay off. Consumer sentiments will go down. When consumer goes down, of course, the stock price is already going down. Stock is leading. Unemployment is lagging. And that unemployment that is lagging is already started, especially for the people that the Doge guy screwed up. So all this bullshit nonsense that these guys are saying, you go see them now. I've been into this country for how many decades now? I've seen 3 recessions. I know how the game goes. One man, I need to go. I was going to drive out, but I'll join back later.
You see, this is when you vote for Mickey Mouse, did you know?
When you vote for an idiot, what do you expect?
No. I'm saying you personally. Did you not write Mickey Mouse?
I couldn't vote for Kamala, and I couldn't vote for this idiotic guy too.
So it's part your fault now. You know,
it's not my fault. My vote will not have changed anything.
Yeah, but your vote is representative of a lot of Mickey Mouse.
One man, I'm very upset too. I'm not even going to lie. I'm very.
No, you know, even we now we're starting. The Prime Minister has addressed it.
You will feel it. Even your own country, Nigeria, will feel it. Okay, look at Nigeria now. But what do we budget? We budgeted at $75 or 70 something. Who knows what we budgeted? Now it's 60, 63. So all this, Tinubu is turning things around. You can as well forget it, because the small money that you guys have piled up now, you need to start using it to defend Naira. You need to borrow to cover your deficit. Tax bill hasn't really, they've not even passed it. Not to talk about maybe tax bill income will make up for deficit. That's not going to happen now. So your precious Nigeria is going to the toilet. We need to think beyond, it's because I love him politically. This is bullshit. Woman, let me not say more than I've said already, because I'm not in a good mood.
All right. On your way out, you might want to have a little listen of this.
We have known for some time that the world is in flux. The familiar signposts are fading, but the contours of a new global system have yet to take shape. So we are in a period of transition, uncertain, unsettled, and increasingly unstable. The recent Liberation Day tariff announcements by the US confirms this stark reality. The era of rules-based globalization and free trade is over. This marks a profound turning point. We are entering a new phase in global affairs, one that is more arbitrary, protectionist, and dangerous. For nearly 80 years since the end of World War II, America was the anchor for the free market economies of the world. It championed free trade and open markets and led efforts to build a multilateral trading system. This WTO system ushered in decades of global growth and stability. It allowed trade to flourish and lifted millions out of poverty. It benefited the world and contributed to America's own economic strength.
You're the backbone of this plan. You're responsible for keeping things running smooth.
And objectively, America continues to enjoy unrivaled economic heft. In fact, the US rebounded more quickly than other advanced economies from the COVID pandemic. It has surged ahead of all its major competitors in the advanced industrial world. But not all Americans feel this way about their economy. There are hollowed out towns in what was once America's thriving industry.
All right, let me stop that there because it's about 20-something minutes. But the upshot of that, that's the Singaporean Prime Minister right there, addressing Parliament that they're about to embark on a belt tightening exercise, and there's going to be constriction within their economy, and people are going to feel the pain. And he started it off with Trump's Independence Day, whatever it is that he did. You know, so there it is. It's a global phenomenon, this thing.
And one man, sorry, Larry, the solution is quite simple, actually. Their leader, China, all China has to do is, come down on its knees and accept Trump's offer, and we all can move on. There's no big deal to it. We all know the main culprit right here, and it's China. As long as China accepts Trump's offer, then everything will be fine. The entire collectors' complaints will be all gone. We all know who's holding everyone back. The EU is ready to acquiesce, at least to industrial goods, they said. But trust me, the EU is weak. It's super weak. They are going to accept whatever the US gives them, especially when China comes on board. So we don't worry about the EU or none of the African countries or Southeast Asia. Japan will come online in no time. We all know that the South Koreans also, they're going to come on board. China is the culprit and China is the problem. Okay? And we know China has been gaming the system for such a long time. And that's why when these newscasters, they were trying to mock Trump that, he levied tariffs on a penguin nation. Because they are dumb. They're trying to be, talk smart, but they're actually dumb. The reason why he has this tariffs on all nations is because we know how China circumvents the system. China is going to go like they do, offshore, like they do in the Caribbean. When people stash the money, like Peter Obi, they steal money in the Caribbean, they take it there. The same thing China does around the world. Most of the product that come about, more than 50% of the product come out of Vietnam, for example, they are Chinese product that are simply relabeled. There's no real production going on in Vietnam to warrant such a high volume of trade. We all know that because we look at the GDP of Vietnam, right? It rose greatly by 50%. Rather, it stayed stagnant, okay? But the export of Vietnam, for example, went up by almost 100%. Where did that come from? It shows that there's no correlation between the GDP and the production in that country. So we know how China goes around the world to circumvent the trade laws all around the world. This Singaporean leader talking about free trade. Yeah, the main country that's benefiting from free trade is China. It's always about China. And they've been able to grow the economy, build a lot of wealth. But for such a long time, let me tell you one man, the reason why people talk, America is great. But let me tell you, and I told you before, you can Google it. Most Americans live on paycheck by paycheck. I'm telling you, and on credit cards. A lot of Americans do. How come about this? See, and people like Colata and the rest say, oh no, are we going to be manufacturing in China and all those things? No, there are other ways to bring out manufacturing in this country, in America, coupled with automation, AI, and some other human capital injection. And we can reformulate manufacturing, redefine it, not the old traditional manufacturing that we know. We need manufacturing. We absolutely do need manufacturing. And by the way, automaking still requires a lot of labor. So let's not pretend that we don't need manufacturing. Imagine if America becomes the #1 country that produces car in this world. The supply chain of car manufacturing will create a lot of jobs, and we can have a lot of economic activities in our country. So yeah, it is true now.
The only thing is, Prince, the Chinese have been with, this is not happening. They made the calculation. This was always coming, by the way, because Trump gave all of the indicators in his first term. So and by the way, he's always been speaking in that direction, even decades and decades back. So it's not coming as an unknown quantity. And
well, I'm glad you know that. Go ahead.
Yes, and Trump is a very much they studied him quite precisely, and I think the Chinese might well be smarter than Trump or the Americans. So they are not going to be cowards. They're certainly not. They are not going to be bullied, and they are richer than you. So I'm not sure.
Well, man, as we speak right now,
America will buckle ultimately.
The Chinese economy is actually internally imploding right now as we speak, and it's been doing that for quite a while, actually.
Well, they better say that the American economy, though. That's the thing.
No, they're not. Who told you that? They're not. It's not like American economy is doing really, greatly. Not that. But the Chinese economy is actually dragging. China's export to the rest of the world. America constitutes about a quarter of China's export, and it's actually more than that. Actually, they record about $500 billion deficit with America, but that's even a lie. It's actually close to $900 billion, almost $1 trillion in true terms of deficit. If you want to couple that with the non-tariff barriers that American automakers experience.
Sorry, Prince. Just on what you just said, I was actually watching a clip by it was from Channel 4, one of the channels here, and the experts were saying that the trade between America and China is not actually more than about 2% of the general net trade of China. So they can cut American news essentially.
Okay.
Not take too big a hit.
Yeah. Woman, please. Of course, you're a highly intelligent man. So sometimes if you hear certain news, no one has to tell you that it's fake news or it's incorrect. Maybe they're making a mistake. How possibly can you be telling me? I mean, even if you're from the street, how can you be telling me that America's trade with China is only 2% of China's trade? Where does that come from? So are you telling me that we are here arguing about 2% trade with China? Are you serious? I mean, you don't have to be told that is absolutely wrong. You don't have to be told. Go anywhere in America, it's made in China, every damn thing. So why are you telling me that it's only 2%? Where does that come from? Who's making that argument? Of course, I don't even have to argue about that. It's totally incorrect. Nobody believes that. Not even the Chinese person believes that. Only 2%? We even do more than 2% with the European nations. Okay, so that's totally wrong. It doesn't make any sense. In reality, it's documented. Officially, is about 25%. It's actually close to 30%. China is right now. And by the way, this Chinese companies is been documented also that their margin on the export really per unit is about 5%. So right now, even with a minimum 10% tariffs on Chinese goods or on all goods, the China is not in a good place. Imagine come tomorrow if they do not acquiesce to Trump's demand that they should drop the 34% reciprocal tariffs. China's average import tariffs would be over 100%, 104%. China has nowhere to go. China is highly dependent on trade. We all know that. They're highly dependent on trade. And right now, the main bane in China right now is that the internal real estate is about to implode. Right now, China to maintain its GDP growth, they need about 2.1% birth rate. China is hovering around 1.1% birth rate. They can't meet the demand of their growth. They can't do it because they don't have it. Young people in China right now can just like here and most Western nations, I guess, mostly in America, I would say, they can afford the normal real estate price. The average real estate in an average Chinese city is quite high compared to the income. So the income ratio between the income ratio and the average home prices in China is actually quite high. And right now, there's a huge correction going on in China. China is not as rosy as people want to paint it. America has a leeway, and they really, overall, we're not doing very good anyway. The stock market is highly inflated. If anything, the stock market is going through correction. Which which is kind of good in a sense because it's somewhat inflated the stock market.
Prince Daddy, can I say something?
Okay, go ahead. Break my flow. Go ahead.
Do you know anything about American economy? Because all this you are just doing swaggering here like your principal. You're not even making any sense. I mean, I didn't really want to come in, but when you start blabbing, not making any single sense in what you're talking about, in less than an hour, 30 minutes, the 104% we start. And we see what happened tomorrow. You just here talking about China like they don't have any effect on what's going on in this country. China is not going to yield. They already stockpiled. They know they know the person they are dealing with, like one man properly said. So they are prepared for it. You and I here, and, because I don't really want to get into this because I don't want to talk about Trump anymore. We elected him, and this is what we got. We have to deal with it. So you are buying everything that he's selling. So let's just see how it's going to happen tomorrow and so on. You're not yet. Stock market is not. It's not an indication.
Okay.
Can I finish?
No, hold on. Essentially, you repeated what I said. So I need you to tell me what part is not making sense. I said that by tomorrow, if Canada.
Everything you said, you are just flattering.
Okay. Tell us which part.
You are not making sense. You are making it like
Sorry, Prestige. So that's Ayo, and then that's Kulata. Sorry, guys. Let me bail out. Adama will bring it home. I'm not quite sure how much longer it has. Maybe others will turn up. But thank you. I'm going to see you tomorrow.
Can we continue?
Yeah, go ahead, man of prestige. Greetings, everyone.
So, Prince Daddy, you are making it sound like China is going to yield. They are not going to yield from what I know about the Chinese. They've been preparing for this for a long time. This is just a self-inflicted wound on this economy. Yeah, does USA have trade imbalance with most of the countries? Like, for example, Nigeria, I mean, it's like, I think 5% to 27% before. So Nigeria was properly benefited, but just make it everything global. There should have been a negotiation, not just all this self-inflicted doesn't warrant where we are right now. And you here justifying everything.
If you want to come in and make your argument, that is fine. You came in and the preamble of your statement was like, what I'm saying doesn't make any sense. And I've asked you to tell me what part did not make sense. You simply
repeated everything. What I said. I don't want to go bullet by bullet. Everything you say,
one or two things doesn't make sense. One or two things that doesn't make sense.
You here talking about how many percentage, how many percentage, we do import from China. And you said it's minimum like 2%. Are you freaking out of your mind?
Well, see, hold on. Hold on. See, when you want to insult people or just want to talk for the talking sake, people sound like you. What you just accusing me of, I wish Larry is there, can tell me who said that. I was actually arguing against. Hold on. Hold on. Who's talking?
Yeah, this is Larry now.
Okay. Did you hear what he said?
Man of prestige.
Yes, I'm here.
Did you join the platform late?
I wasn't really listening because I was working. Yeah, I was watching a replay of Madrid and Arsenal.
Okay, I guess as much because that was what one man said, and he countered that.
So what did Prince Daddy say? I thought he said we only import like about 2%.
No, okay, I said our trade with China is about 25% of China's global trade. And that's the official number, but I'm claiming that it's actually more than 25%. It's close to 30% in actual numbers. Okay, I didn't say 2%. It was one man. Well, I'm glad he actually insulted me rather than one man because.
Okay, I take it back. Then hold on. Like I said, I have my attention divided. No, I take it back.
Hold on. My point is that the way you reacted actually should have been the way I reacted against one man when he said it. I just didn't have the balls to tell one man that because it didn't make any sense when he said 2%. I said, I can't say 2%. Nobody that's in their right mind will say it's 2%. I mean, everybody knows the United States is a huge trading partner of China, so it's not possible it can be 2%.
Okay, sorry for that one. I take that back. So okay, let me say you have truth. Yeah, with some of the things you said, because what the point I'm trying to make is definitely going. I'm not saying it's not going to affect China. Of course, American economy is way bigger than China. But that notwithstanding, you need to know the people you are dealing with. This is just the way the Chinese people run their economy. They're not just going to yield like Japan was kind of leaning towards when it first happened last week. Japan was leaning towards having more cooperation with China, but when they see that that's not going to favor them, now they are trying to talk with the United States. But the Chinese, they are not going to budge. I mean, knowing
Man
their
of
history.
prestige. Man of
Yeah,
prestige.
I'm
What
listening.
I think, what I think, right? It's not like they are not going to budge. They are going to negotiate. Because let's not tell ourselves. Let's tell ourselves one truth. Everybody's going to be affected. If anybody tells you that China is not going to be affected, it's a lie. This is basically going to affect everybody. And I think at the end of the days, everybody's going to come back to the table to negotiate.
Okay, I think the other part that I have issue with what kind of not really correct about what Prince Daddy said about this manufacturing coming back. It's not going to happen like that. Everything is AI right now. Automation has taken place. So how are you going to combine that? They may come back to a minimum level, but the age of manufacturing has gone.
Yeah.
Way gone. There's no.
I'm sorry. You just repeated exactly what I said. Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe you're
you
watching the
just
game
repeated
again.
what Prince Daddy said again.
It's amazing.
I'm
I
very
said
sure you've been watching Arsenal
the
Real
traditional
Madrid.
manufacturing as we know it is not going to come back to America. But nonetheless, manufacturing is going to come back, coupled with automation, AI, and human capital, skilled human capital, for sure. It's perhaps instead of having like 100 workers in a manufacturing plant, we can have about 20 people working there. But nonetheless, the plant will be instituted here in America. The owners are going to pay taxes, and there are going to be some other ripple effects of the plants being here. But would I rather have the plants in China or elsewhere in America? I'd rather have it here in America, because
Okay,
overall
but
the supply
remember,
chain.
the common man in America, the economic effect right now, because what Trump is doing is matter of a long time, a long time ago. But when you say long time, we're talking about it could be 5 years, 6 years, so it's not a short time thing. But what's going to happen to the common people, right
Man
now?
of prestige. If everybody
Yes.
come back to the table to negotiate, there will be some short-term wins.
I hope so. So I'm not here. I'm not here to
because it's not
criticize
going to
Trump
be.
or
It's not going
whatever.
to be the same status
I've
quo.
passed that stage right now. That's not the
Man of
stage I am right
prestige.
now. So
Man of prestige is not going to be the same status quo. If everybody come back because that's what is going to happen. I don't think Trump is really interested in going to the extreme. I think what he wants is negotiation.
Exactly. Of course not. There's no benefit. Let me tell you. Again,
can I say something?
If China comes tomorrow, every other country is going to come to the table. China is the one holding everybody back. And by the way, the EU, they've already acquiesced. They're ready to negotiate. They're just kind of, just trying to be tough, but they're not tough.
Well, EU doesn't have any spine, and EU doesn't have any spine. Well, I mean, they're going to come to the table. There's no doubt about it. But you need to be concerned. People like Canada, and Mexico, which is our highest trading partner. So I don't know what he's doing in that area.
But can I say something? Prince Daddy, this question is to you and Larry. So do you think how President Trump went about it was the right way?
Good question, Adama. That's where I'm coming from.
Okay. So the thing is this. You're a doctor, right? When you see that there's serious bleeding, what do you do?
To do everything possible to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. Right? He wants to stop the bleeding, not because he wants to go to the extreme, right? What he's trying to do is to get everybody to the table. There has to be negotiation.
Okay, Larry, this question is
hold on, Larry.
Adama is not going to overreact, just overdo something in order to stop the bleeding.
You can say it. See, one man of prestige. Let me tell you something. You can talk about, he's overreacting, he's doing this, he's doing that. It's part of the negotiation strategy. Go to the extreme, let everybody come back, you meet in the middle. But if you are this, I'm afraid, China, this and China, that, then you won't even be able to even achieve anything.
This is the problem I have with the way he went about it. at the expense of people who have 401k stocks. Do you know how much they have lost, including me? I mean, you can't say how he's going about it. That is, yes, of course, how he's going about it. In my opinion, even economics are saying that the way he went about it is the wrong way.
Adama, stock will always go down and come back up, right? During COVID, were you expecting COVID to happen?
Yeah, but this is a self-inflicted COVID. This is not natural, Larry.
Wait now. COVID happened. Stock went down. It came back up. And exactly what is happening now, right? I don't think Trump is really interested in, bringing down, pulling everybody to recession. Basically what is going to happen, and I think it's beginning to happen. Some countries are beginning to now, let's negotiate.
Not so fast. Forget about what they're saying. Okay, look at the rambling going on between Elon Musk and the
rambling will always go on. At the end of the day, it is all about negotiation. Because at the end of the day, every country will now need to go back to look at the impact on their own individual economy.
But listen to all the whole tech guys. Elon Musk is a tech guy. He's a Trump supporter. Him and what's his name? Peter Navarro. Look at the nonsense going on between two of them. Calling each other moral and all that.
I'm not even. Those are normal individual. They will settle. They will argue. They will fight. Yeah, I don't even care about those ones. But what I'm telling you is, at the end of the day, every country, forget about this block. Oh, we are supporting this international politics. Every country now will need to go back to their own country, analyze the effect of all those things, and see where to come back to negotiate for their own country.
That is true. Let me tell you, actually, overall, America is not as healthy as we think it is. Let me tell you. And I'm surprised. It's kind of interesting. People like Kolata, when Tinubu implemented his policies, the subsidy removal and the duality in the currency that he got rid of, I actually supported Tinubu. And the interesting thing is that what I said about Tinubu during that period, it's on record. And just like I said, look, Tinubu's implementation of these policies, they're not going to happen overnight. I said it on One Man Show that it's going to take at least one term, preferably 6 years in 2 terms, for us to realize the benefit of what Tinubu is doing. But the same thing applies here. I don't know why people want the solution to be overnight. People crying about the 401k and stocks. It happens. Stocks go up and they come down. That's just the reality.
Tell that to people that's supposed to retire in 2 or 3 years. Okay, tell that people, not yourself.
But
not even that. Those that are retired, that are on a fixed income and has a 401k. Can you imagine how much they've lost, including businesses? Prince Daddy, what I'm saying is that we are the one that is going to end up paying for all those things. Prices are going to go up. How many business can wait till this wave go through and survive? And at the same time, let me remind you, America is one of the people. China is one of the biggest import that brings things here to America. So America needs China. They are number one when it comes to after China is Mexico. So the way you're saying it, like China needs America, the country, both of them do need each other, but America has a lot.
I do agree with you. I totally agree with you.
Something?
Sure, but I'm not dismissing. The point is that I'm not dismissing China at all. I just said it. If China constitutes 25% or more of our imports, that is huge on the American economy and consumers. Of course, we should expect prices to go up if the situation is not resolved or as soon as possible. Understand that, but do not think at all. By the way, this lofty idea of thinking that China is so insulated, they're very forecasted and they plan for the future. It's all BS. I know that because China, just like I said earlier, China is crumbling and imploding as we speak right now. The Chinese economy cannot sustain it. See.
So are you saying, hold on, Prince Daddy, are you saying they're going to budge in within 2 hours? It's 2 more hours to go.
Can I chip
So,
in? Something.
okay, hold on. So, listen to this. You know, if true, if the 50% is added to the tariffs, we're looking at 104% per Chinese import. Essentially, we can say that the import or the trade between China and America has stopped, has halted. Does that make any sense? That means there will not be any real trade between China and America because every good that comes into America will be more than 100% the price in the market. Who's going to afford that?
I guess
I mean,
my
only
main
very small.
concern is that by the time they negotiate, and I know they're going to come to a negotiation, but the damage may have been deep into the American economy or vice versa. You know, that's just my concern.
Can we
See,
allow?
let me tell because of the dollar, we can you see the dollar is the one that's been saving us for such a long time. And I've told you actually, in reality, the naira should get stronger because the dollar is going to get weaker. And in reality, the dollar for the past couple of years in Biden's administration has actually depreciated in terms of real value by almost 40%. It is the concavity of the dollar that makes it appear to be strong. The dollar is not as strong as it appears to be, and we know that if you shop in America and live in America, you can know that the dollar is not stretching that far anymore. Okay, the dollar is actually much weaker. What Trump is trying to do is to rebalance the strength of the dollar overall. And let me tell you a shocker if you don't know. The reality actually at the end of the day, if they settle this trade war between China and China and the US, is actually to make it official for China to become number one and actually take that position. Because in reality, the United States cannot sustain the number one position anymore. And there's no need fighting for it. There is no need fighting for it. So the quicker the better that we have somebody like Trump to situate America and give us a more softer landing and things will be much better. If things continue the way they are right now, America is just going to implode, boom, and China will be number one, and America is going to suffer for such a damn long time. I'm telling you, China can be number one, no problem. But America needs to rebalance itself.
Okay, thank you. Patowski, you wanted to say something. Kulaka,
Yeah.
welcome to the show. Go ahead, Patowski.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, you see, I want to call our attention to what Larry said. Trump, to me, studied the situation and knows what is on ground. Americans have been ripped off over time, and he doesn't want to call them to negotiation table. He wants to force them to the negotiation table. When you call them to negotiation table, they are coming at a higher point of negotiation. But if you force them, that means they are down already. Then you have that edge, and you can cut a deal. You can get the best for your country. If that's the price that Americans have to pay to reposition their country, why not? We have been doing that in Nigeria. Nigeria is paying huge price for policies and everything. So it is not out of place. Countries every day they come up with tariffs, and then suddenly American came up with his own, and everybody is making noise. Why? Indians, China, even Nigeria. There was a time recently that Buhari increased certain tariff on alcohol. Now taxes on alcohol has been increased and stuff like that in Nigeria. If you are bringing wine, you are bringing some French wine and all this stuff to Nigeria, the prices, the tariffs are gone up. But
sorry,
nobody
am I audible?
Yes.
Yes,
okay,
yes, we can
continue,
hear you.
Pato. Yeah, I thought
nobody's
something was broken.
So if America decide to do it, fine. But the point is that the world must see things for what they are. This is an opportunity for us to know that America is not strong after all. This is another way to know that we don't really need America that much after all. With all the drama and everything, we can do well after all. This is an opportunity for other countries to galvanize themselves together and be able to do things such that the policy of one country will not just affect the whole world. The risk is too high. The global risk is too high for them to just hinge everything around America. So let the world spread its risk. Let people cut deals across themselves. If they can come up, we can come up with parallel currency, exchange systems, that are robust, even if it's not as robust as what we currently have. Let's have something. In Africa, let's create a hub and let's create platforms for exchange movements and stores of goods and individuals and everything. Let's major blocks learn to collaborate. If, for example, in Africa we collaborate among ourselves, there are just very few things we need from the rest of the world, and let's make do with that. The risk is too high. The risk is too high, and that's why American policies can affect everybody. They can apart from economic policies, they can just suddenly come together and say, oh, we want to topple this government. We want to look at what happened with Libya. Look at what the effect of Libya on us. Look at what is happening in the Middle East, in some part of the Middle East, and things like that. So the world needs to allow things to happen. If Trump is the guy that God is going to use to bring down the whole thing, bring down the whole house, that's no problem. Let the rest of the world begin to position themselves. The world is not going to end because Trump came up with policy or whatever. Intelligent people are just going to get together and say, look, we need to recalibrate. To me, that is it. Anybody that wants to negotiate with him, let them negotiate. But people must be negotiating with America and with other countries. You must just be negotiating among ourselves. And that's what's already happening. Canada is talking to Europe. I mean, African countries need to call for African Union meetings, begin to think. That, to me, that's the thing. That's the thing. Thank you.
Patrick, before you go, do you realize what you just said? You just prayed for the demise of America.
Yeah, because let me tell you, if Trump is that
you
guy,
realize that's what you just did.
That's what I'm arguing for. Because I mean, the world dependence of America is too high, and that's why.
So what about us Americans? What happens to our own livelihood?
Then you call your president, and you have internal structures and systems where you tame your leaders. If you don't have internal structure and systems that allow you to train your leaders, your society is in trouble, because you might end up having a dictator and you can't tame him, right? So that's the system. If it is the best democracy in the world, there must be a system of checks where you can tame your leader if your leader is going or doing something that is harming your system. But I mean, Nigeria suffered policies of bad leadership, and we suffered it alone, and we go to other countries to suffer. Americans, when things are bad, they can leave America and be going to other countries to go and house you. That will no problem. They will welcome
I think you don't like us, so I'm not going to talk again.
So I mean, this is the guy that you chose, fine, but you look at what he's doing. You don't have a way of controlling him. Okay.
Padowski.
Yeah.
Say whatever you want to say, right? Trump is doing what he thinks is right for America. Now, you might
let the rest of the world, let their leaders also do what is good.
Yeah. He's not even stopping anybody from, from putting deals among themselves.
So much noise about it.
Yeah, it's not really. Trump is not stopping anybody. He's not stopping you from cutting deals among yourself. Trump is just saying that he wants to cut a deal for America now.
Yeah.
So okay, Larry, I've calmed down my temper now. You said short-term gains. Please, what are the short-term gains that will happen?
What are the short-term gains that will happen?
Yeah.
You go and ask Trump that. Because at the end of the day, wait, bro. At the end of the day, if he's able to get everybody to the negotiation table, right? He's not just going to go to the negotiation table with the fact that, we're not. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's play a hypothetical scenario.
Okay.
He talks to Japan. So he says, Japan, you guys are charging us tariff. There's no Ford in Japan. Okay, Japan now says, okay, I dropped my tariff. So do you now think Japanese will start...
and I buy more from you?
No, so that's what I'm going to. Do you now think Japanese will now start buying Ford? Or buying Chrysler?
Bro.
No, answer my question now. Do you think Japanese will now start buying Ford or Chrysler? Are you going to force it down their throat?
If you need to force it, you force it.
No, you cannot force them to buy what is first of all, the cars are shit. Second of all, your currency is expensive.
And I don't buy from you. I would rather buy my thing at home.
And you guys forget that the world is carrying America's debt. So the people, America that has been blasting deficits for so long, relying on the world to kind of like pay for their deficits. What do you think will happen if you try and devalue the dollar? They will dump your currency.
Bro. Let me tell
it's
you
like
something.
Trump doesn't understand the way America operates.
Trump doesn't understand. Trump doesn't understand. Trump is not a fool.
He's a fool.
No,
Trump is actually a fool.
No, he is. He's not that smart. I don't know why,
fool.
Larry, you keep thinking Trump is a smart businessman. No, he's not. This is a man that found. Listen, Larry, hold on. Larry.
I actually agree that Trump is not smart. I agree Trump is not smart. He's actually a genius. He's actually a genius.
No, he's not a genius. This is a man that filed bankruptcy on his own company. How many times? How many times? And cannot even declare his tax paper. He still claims he's an audit. What is he hiding?
Yeah. See, this is the thing. Rather, it's greater for somebody to be down and they are able to get themselves back up. That's much greater than never having experienced failure. So you guys can mock him all day for being.
Okay, let's go back to Japan buying Ford motors. How will Japan buy Ford? I want to understand.
How will Japan buy Ford?
Just like they bought Nissan. Just like they, I mean.
So what are the things that drive
Nissan is Japanese, my guy.
Nissan is Japanese now.
Well, I mean,
what are the things driving?
What is the difference? Hold on. What is the difference? Hold on, 1 second.
Price.
Hold on, you get something smart. What is the difference if Toyota?
So it's not even a Ford thing. What stops Japan from buying Tesla?
Exactly. If you buy a Honda or Tesla, it's not a car company.
Answer this question. Can Tesla compete with local Japanese cars, or can Tesla compete with BYD and all those things? You can't force these things to happen. If your product, first of all, are not competitive price-wise, and not that good quality-wise, then nobody's going to buy. You cannot force it.
Not is true. That's a bad analysis.
What is bad analysis?
Hold on.
Americans are not even buying their own shit.
Let me talk.
And
usually, when you buy in the auto industry, if you're buying another automaker, it's usually because they're stealing. Okay, it's usually because they're stealing. So you can't make an argument that because who's going to buy a stealing automaker? No, you buy.
Prince Daddy. What does anything stop Japan from moving more business to America?
No.
Well, Japanese, they already have manufacturing. They already have assembly plants in America.
If they want to sell more in America, move your more business to America.
They will keep having assembly plants in America, and they will use the supply chain that favors them. You cannot manufacture the parts in America because it's expensive.
Forget about that. It's part of the deal. Because
it's not part of any. You cannot get that short term. This is not going to happen short term. I said on the short term, what do you think will happen?
If you want to sell to America, right? If you want to sell to America, you want America to still keep buying. Nothing stops you from moving some of your business down here.
Do you know why America can thrive? Because of
America in the first place.
America does not thrive on manufacturing because America, the manufacturing doesn't make business sense. There's a reason American businessmen took their own hands to take the manufacturing abroad so they can make more profit. They've gotten richer. And if America was more favorable for them to manufacture, they will manufacture in America.
Let me break a news to you. Actually, let me break a news to you. The actual benefit of manufacture, for example, in China as opposed to America, in terms of the unit cost, is not more than 20%. It's around 15 to 20% per unit. Of course, depending on the industry.
Do you know 20%?
Really huge. Where are you getting your data from?
Do you know
where you getting data from?
Let me explain to you. The reason why manufacturing. The reason why manufacturing is so expensive here in America, so to speak, it has to do more with the benefits and some other costs.
No, so do you want to have workers without benefits? Pato, give me 1 second. Prince Daddy, do you know what's funny? To case point, if you want to be competitive with all those countries, then you need to welcome illegal immigrants for cheap labor. Then you can't have it both ways. You can't pay benefit and still be competitive. It doesn't work.
I know in the 1950s.
Well, exactly. So people like they like to talk about China. When China treat their workers as slaves.
Can I say something, please?
20%. Sorry, let
I
me
need
answer that. 20%.
I need to say something to Larry.
Of these companies, how much, what percentage of margin do you think they have? How many companies are making 20% margin? Manufacturing.
Can I say something in this area?
By 20%.
No. Hold on. If you're talking about me, what I'm trying to explain to you, Patoski, is that look, the real cost of manufacturing a unit product in America as opposed to China, the differential is not about 20%. And that margin
that is not true now.
That's not true.
That margin
That's
can
actually
actually
not
be,
true.
Come on now.
Even at that, 20%
that margin can actually be reduced, actually, because we're not talking about pure.
Can I say something, please?
We're not talking about the cost of manufacture, the actual cost that is the input that goes into manufacturing that product. If you're talking about that, it's not as big as wide as we think. It's not. It's the additional cost for running the business, the operation, and the taxes and whatnot that makes the manufacturing really expensive here in the West. So we can redefine manufacturing.
Can I say something?
Really competitive and sell at affordable prices to the consumers. So I don't buy that BS about we can't manufacture. That's for the birds.
Can I say something before I mute myself? Man of Prestige, you're going to speak. Then after that is an open section, whatever you guys want to discuss. Thank you.
Okay, so my question is to I think at least two or three Trump Adama supporters. They are here right now. So my question is, what is Trump's vision for America, for the remaking of America? Is it just tariff? We know he's somebody that that loved the war tariff right from 6 years ago or whatever. He's always the tariff guy. Is it the remaking of America? The age of industrial revolution has expired, regardless of what anybody said here. I mean, things are going through automation right now, AI, robot and everything, and everything is, So even I thought he bring all those manufacturers here, there's going to be about 1 or 2 people to man them. It's not going to go to what it used to be before. I don't know why we are here arguing blindly, knowing that something is not going to happen. You can't remake America. We're not going to, the age of industrial revolution. That's not happening. Not in this age we are right now. Some of us are lying to ourselves.
You keep making a mute point. Nobody's debating you or arguing that manufacturing the way it used to be is what it's going to be if it comes back to America. Nobody's making that point.
What you anticipate that is going to happen, not even close.
Because you're not creative in your thinking and you don't have foresight. If you do, you'll not be so stuck.
Have foresight. You and I, we're Americans. We're gonna stay and see what happens. Okay, you and your foresight people, we're gonna see what happens. How this country is gonna rebound in that way.
The reality is that, hold on. The reality is that let me tell you, the beauty of America is that sometimes you embark on something that you don't even know the end. But the notion that we should put our hands up and surrender is what I don't buy. Let's try it out.
Really
if it doesn't work,
I'm not saying everything he's doing is totally wrong. I mean, there should be check and balance, trying to balance, our trade imbalance to a certain degree. It's just the methodology that that is being implied, that is so nerving, that is breaking the whole country apart at the moment. And the result will come in about a year or so during the midterm exam.
Man of Prestige, would you have preferred a situation where Trump said, okay, everybody come back to the table, let's come and negotiate, and then you give us what we want and you take what we give you? Do you think that's the strategy that will work?
Yes or no? I mean, we know the people, our highest adversary when it comes to trade, China.
Okay, and concentrate on China. And you think you can just call China and you be on your news, China, please come. And then
Larry, why are you acting like we don't have bilateral or multilateral trade deals?
Forget about that thing. China has been cutting corners for several years.
It's not about cutting corners. There's some. Let me make one point. Let me make one quick point.
Yeah.
Do you remember before Steve Jobs, before he died, there was one interview that they interviewed him that he clarified the misconception about China that everybody thinks they take manufacturing to China because of cheap labor. He said that's a misconception. Look for that video. He said that's a misconception. The reason they go to China is not for cheap labor, it's for technical know-how. That era.
I call BS on that. I call big time BS on that.
I can bet my life that you're not as qualified to make that kind of statement as Steve Jobs.
And Steve Jobs is not God.
You and your Trump.
When he becomes God and he has two heads, then you can tell me that.
As Steve Jobs.
Fellas, come on
so
now.
let me land my point. So it's not just about cheapness of the labor. So it's about
know-how.
The technical know-how. When you now combine that with the fact that it's cheaper, they're better than you.
About another thing, not technical
they're
know-how.
better than you, and they're cheaper
I mean,
than you.
who talks like that?
You think you'll be able to reverse that trend?
We can talk about talk about technical know-how.
Exactly. Who's going to buy that? Who's going to buy that? It's for the birds. Nobody's going to buy that.
What do you mean who's going to buy that? It's not about just running your mouth. This is the
okay. Colata, tell. Hold on.
This is the guy that puts his money where his mouth is.
Know-how.
Tell us the technical advantage that China has that we don't.
That is manufacturing today. That is just the period.
A country that has just been focusing on reverse engineering. Tell us that technical know-how.
Thank you very much. A country that's stolen over $1 trillion of IP.
You guys are just yapping.
A country that's stolen more than $1 trillion in IP from the West. You're telling me they have a damn technical know-how?
You're talking about technical know-how.
And Steve Jobs can put his money where his mouth is.
Please tell us. Please tell us.
Guys, please.
Basically, I'm not telling you anything more than what Steve Jobs already told you.
You can talk about another thing. Technical know-how.
Technical know-how. Yes, China does have it. More than you in manufacturing.
No, cheap technical know-how.
You think they've just been making all these BYD cars just from
which technical know-how?
You guys are not.
Can we have one voice, please? One voice,
please. That started from China.
What are you talking about? Jesus Christ!
One solid one that you know.
Just one.
Please do. And before that,
research right now.
Okay, right now, fine. But 20 years ago, when
China is way more advanced than America is.
20 years ago, when Steve,
China is ahead in AI than America.
I agree. I agree. Hold on now.
Why will I be arguing this kind of
I agree with your assertion. Hold on.
You need to go research.
I agree with your assertion right now, but over 25 years ago, over 25 years ago, over 25 years ago, when Steve Jobs made that statement, supposedly, are you telling me?
It wasn't over.
How long ago was it? 20 years ago?
It was in the when did he die? It was before he died, 2010 or one of those times. That was when he made it, not 25 years.
Okay, so about 15 years ago,
if one man is there, Google
China is superior than
Steve Jobs.
See, but I have common sense. I don't care what you think about me. I do have damn common sense.
You don't manufacture. You're not the CEO of Apple. You never reach that height. You may never.
Okay, are you telling me that Apple's technology comes from China? Is that what you're saying? Because I didn't know that. That's news to me.
Manufacturing comes from China. He's talking about the manufacturing skills, not the innovation. And even in innovation right now, China is now innovating. If you don't know, you better know.
What they do excellently right now. Nobody's debating that. But the notion that the technical know-how it comes from China.
Have you been to China? Do you know what they're doing?
Yeah, yeah. I've freaking been to China. I have been. I guess you didn't know that. I've been to China.
Where in China?
Does that help your argument?
Where?
Beijing and Shanghai.
Where? What year? Now compare what you see there to what you have in America.
Well, we're not making that argument. Now, you're not the one to tell me about China's development and how they've done it.
Because it appears that you want to play ignorant because about China. Like you don't know that they're innovative.
I'm not playing ignorant. I'm just saying the notion that all of a sudden, almost 20 years ago, China was this epitome. Was the epitome?
San Francisco, the factory BYD.
So what big deal?
Is bigger than.
We're talking about a country that stole all. There's no single one unique technology or innovation
that they stole, but the fact that where they are today, they are ahead in many areas.
Okay, why don't you tell us one technology that China was the inventor,
6G.
that the
China
creator?
Is far ahead in 6G. China topped America in
6G.
5G.
Yeah, did they not build on freaking 5G? Is that a unique technology?
They
Is that
dusted
a unique
America
technology?
in 5G. My friends were the people that wrote some of the standards of 5G, and I'm telling you
Okay.
what happened. I have two classmates that worked on the standard 5G and 6G standard, and they told me China is ahead of them. What are you telling me?
Well, okay. Let's not shift the argument. I'm not arguing if they're ahead or not. You know, just like
You guys were
they
apparently saying that China is nowhere.
No, nobody said that. That's your own point. All we're saying is that you make it appear like 20 years ago, China was this superior technological
From
advanced
a
country
standpoint, that put some context to it. Can you manufacture more than China? Can you?
Because the mass manufacture doesn't mean that they have the best.
You cannot do that mass manufacturing better than China.
Well, that I can accept. I can accept that argument.
And so what's the
that
argument?
I can accept. No, that was not your argument for initial. That was not your initial argument. Germany is a superior.
Don't look at China as just a cheap labor. Look at them as a competent cheap labor.
Look at the volume of manufacturing in China, right? What quantum of that manufacturing goes more with tech?
With tech?
Yes. Majority, if you look at the quantum of manufacturing in China, majority of that manufacturing still goes with this labor thing.
That's not true. Actually, that is not true.
That's true.
I disagree.
Because the manufacturing in China is not like major manufacturing in China. It's more of those small chunks.
I can say it apart from defense, like we're building wall, all this war stuff. Defense security. I don't think any country exists in the world now that has high-tech manufacturing for general products as much as China does. And I'm willing to put money on it.
Bro, if you look at the quantum of manufacturing in China, most of them are just those small chunks that becomes a whole. It's not like one thing. Yes.
No. China can do advanced manufacturing.
Most of the I'm not saying they can't do it.
They do it actually, and they're one of the biggest in the world.
I am not saying they don't do it, but if you look at the volume of manufacturing in China today, it's small chunks that becomes a whole.
What do you mean by that?
What do I mean by that? Go to their factories. Are there those small factories that becomes a whole?
No, I just told you a BYD factory is bigger than San Francisco.
Oh my!
Just the BYD factory. Bigger than
that's why I said
city.
Put the whole manufacturing in China into a single bucket and look at the chunks that takes care of that BYD and the
chunks. Especially the small. And you are overinflating China. So that's the problem.
That's exactly.
If I'm overinflating China, how come you buy every single thing from China? I'm sure whatever you're putting on now.
Nobody's arguing about that because of cheap labor.
So
I don't know what kind of.
That's because it's kind of like it's kind of like leaving that space of the labor part, right? And kind
it's
of
like China is no longer that labor manufacturing. China has a lot of automated manufacturing.
Bro,
a boatload of automated manufacturing.
The quantum of manufacturing in China is not the automation; it's the labor aspect.
Says who?
Yes.
Well, listen, hold on. I think Kalacha, you're not listening to what Larry's saying. China does super advanced manufacturing, but his argument is that in the overall context of the manufacturing, small scale manufacturing still dominate the entire Chinese economy, and that sounds to be true.
I mean, because they're 1.5 billion population.
Everywhere is automated.
Because they're 1.5 billion population. If you look at the ratio,
people that deal with
probably. But when you look at the capacity of manufacturing from China, the capacity of manufacturing in China, not just manufacturing, tech manufacturing, the capacity is huge. Is huge.
I think what I was going to say in reference to what you are discussing, I mean, in the bottom line, I think Trump should have been more strategic, on this tariff. Maybe concentrate a little bit more on China than making it so much global, because in maybe saying 8 months or 9 months from now, the people that's going to pay for what's happening before the it's going to be the middle class.
You know the funny thing, the Europeans are equally as guilty as China. That's the funny thing about it. I hope you know that the Europeans are equally as guilty as China.
So why don't you have a trade agreement?
The European doesn't have any spine. You know that. So I mean, US can handle Europeans.
Okay,
I mean, you and I know that.
can I ask you guys something? Please, can you guys talk about something
Who is snoring?
else?
Someone is snoring. No.
No,
Please
I'm not
talk.
sorry, Mokong. Sorry, I didn't know I was.
Can we talk about Feni Kayode being a pastor now?
I'm singing
Yes,
a song
please.
under my
Can we
breath.
talk about Feni Kayode being a pastor?
Whatever.
anything
Yes,
wrong with that?
we've had
Your
enough of
brothers
that.
has become a pastor now.
Is he wrong?
What did you say, Larry?
Is he wrong?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just
So me, I'm not a
breaking the
Christian, no,
news.
but
If you
all I
haven't
know is
heard.
that anybody can be anything, right?
Okay.
Is it wrong for him to be a pastor?
I'm not saying anything. I'm not arguing about that, Larry.
If
I'm
you
just
don't know
breaking news,
his
okay?
relationship with God. Probably the relationship has improved.
So you're gonna go to church. I want him to put a hand on you and save you, right?
Okay, so
Okay.
so if God uses him, because I'm not a Christian, right? But I know Christians believe that there is no one God cannot use.
That is absolutely correct. That's absolutely correct. And if you look in the Bible, those that God has used.
I don't know more about your religion, but what I know is that
Prestige. So, what is your point? What are you trying to tell us? That he became.
What is my point?
And so what? Then what?
That man is. Okay, let me not say something now. Let me not make too much noise about
you
him.
have no
We all
point,
know
my
what
friend.
we all know what kind of person he is.
What's the point you're trying to make here? I'm trying to get. What's your point about? And he became a pastor, and so what?
Sorry, Prince Daddy. For the past 11 years, China has established itself as the world's largest market for industrial robots. For the past 11 years, for over a decade. But you guys can continue with Fani Kayode.
They said okay, never mind. But man of Prestige, come on now.
BT.
My friend, what's up?
Are you a Christian? I know you're not a Christian, so
One man of Prestige.
Yeah.
What's the difference between Fani Kayode and Odumeje?
And Odumeje? Well, I'm not going to go to Odumeje church. Definitely not me.
So, but people go there.
Just to make the point, Steve Jobs died about 15 years ago.
Okay, what's your point?
So what's the point? I just gave you counterpoint that they've been leader in industrial robots for over a decade. They're not saying Steve Jobs died like a decade ago.
I have a quick question.
I was just trying to make a connection or a correlation between when he said what he said and what China is.
When he said what he said, you can even see that the information I'm giving now correlates.
No, it doesn't correlate. But my point here is that
because for over a decade, they've been doing high-tech stuff better than anybody in the world.
I would never argue against you or with you when it comes to China's.
I'm just stating the facts here.
No. You made a catalytic point, a general point, like that China is so superior and the rest of the damn world is behind.
They are superior in manufacturing.
They stole all the damn technology. They stole all the damn technology. Okay.
You have to start from somewhere.
Please, can you guys wait? BT said he has a question. BT, go ahead with your question.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. So just a good question with the because I saw the BYD's thing in Nigeria, their presentation, and with the feature of BYD, what do you think happens to the big three in America? I mean, the big GMC, Ford. What do you think happen? What is the future of American auto manufacturing in the next, let's say, 10 years? That's the question. What happens to Ford? Can they be competitive? And I'm just trying to, figure it
out. BT. There's no doubt. I was telling somebody, but there's no doubt when it comes to manufacturing, auto manufacturing. Just like the lumber industry in Canada, the lumber industry in America is almost non-existent when it compared to Canada, and they built a lot of tacit knowledge and know-how in Canada. When it comes to China, there's no doubt China is doing very well, much better than the American automakers. The American automakers, they become lazy and complacent. They don't have real technology. And apart from Chevy trying a little bit, in terms of EV vehicle, Tesla is taking over the market, and Hyundai, a foreign automaker, now is really in the second place. So if you want to, the state of American automaker is not good at all. I mean, and really, they can fall way behind China in the short term to come. Unless they actually go to plan on investing in R&D and know which niche or competitive advantage they can exhibit in the workplace, I can agree with you that it's not going to be that long.
So about 10 years from now, because you remember Obama had to build them out in 2009.
Wait, BT, are you saying that BYD is already ahead? So
No.
we're not talking about the past.
I'm not discussing that. I'm saying going forward, at some point, if everybody starts to embrace that, they're not making enough moves with the big three for them to even be competitive on the globe. Forget the American market, the global stage.
What is BYD's competitive advantage? Or what makes them so great?
They control the whole of Europe. The demand. Look at the demand for BYD in Europe is insane.
I understand, but what is that technological advantage, or what is that? What about it? Simply making cars is fine, and you can dominate the market if you do dumping. Rather, you should be telling me what percentage of BYD does the Chinese CCP owns. Hold on, that the CCP owns.
From a technological standpoint, those have you seen the what's it called, the way those cars, from a feature to feature, they now beat Tesla. The thing with the BYD is not the fact that they're beating people from a technological standpoint, because they have all these cars that drive over water, that when they're going over bumps, you will not see any bump. They won't feel a bump. Then one of their sports cars, one of their latest sports cars, can actually literally lift itself and fly on the road. So it's not the fact that their technology are ahead. It is the time it took them. Literally, they had a burst of super innovation in a matter of 2 years.
Everything you mentioned right there already exists. There's no one single innovation.
Hold on. There are many innovations that they're doing. Just go follow.
We've had flying cars. We had flying cars for over 20 years ago. We've had cars
in a matter of 2 years.
We've had cars that drive on water. There's no single thing that you mentioned so far.
Drive on water from a commercial standpoint. You may have one.
You are correct about that. You are right about that.
This is not a prototype.
But I understand. But the know-how it didn't come from there. There's nothing unique about what you just said.
Big Daddy, hold on. Let me tell you something. Sorry, Kulata. I will say something in Yoruba. Big Daddy, please, Daddy. I will interpret it. Maybe you don't understand. There's a Yoruba that says, "Anytime banku mo mefa, Tony kankan baun, se bare lowa." Another one says that ento ko ebe ogorun, to lo nko ebe igba, to ba je isu ogorun, a je ogorun iro. They say that these people are doing innovations in technology and everything. Say, "Oh, we have it. Don't worry. With time will tell."
No.
Which of the two countries have really excelled in that area? You understand?
Yeah.
That's maybe why it is able to say we had it for long. You had it for long. What did you do with it?
So,
Patoske, and I said, I'm not arguing with you.
No,
China has already surpassed us in a lot of ways. There's no doubt about that. I'm not arguing against that.
Going to BT's question, nobody is saying China has not really done good for themselves. Nobody is saying BYD as a company has not really done good for themselves. So BT is kind of like saying, okay, probably in the next 10 years, worst case scenario, there will be nothing like Ford, or probably there will be nothing like all those big guys again. But I can tell you that it's no. The only thing that BYD can do for those companies is to challenge them to invest more in R&D. And that's just it. And it's always good when you have another competitor challenging you to do more things.
Oh, let me ask one question.
BYD will take over those companies.
Okay, for people that came to this country,
R&D is not peculiar.
Larry, hold on. Let me make a quick point just to show that. People that came to this country in the late 1999s or the early 2000s, remember the way American cars, the way they used to be, like plastic, kicky plastic. Like you only see them in rental car companies, right? And all these Japanese, especially Korean cars have come, they've innovated. Can you tell Kia and all that stuff? Can you tell me those American guys have not had enough chance to innovate more than those foreign companies that are now manufacturing in that are now that are now assembling in Nigeria?
Colata, I just told you how lazy they've been and how
nobody's disputing the fact that they've been lazy.
Yeah, they've been given a chance to innovate. Is what I'm trying to say. They're never going to do it.
Colata, no, nobody is saying they've not been lazy, but something will challenge you to want to change your way of working. No. Okay, now, in like 3-4 years ago, nobody was really carrying this AI thing, like, oh, AI, right? And now everybody is trying, every company, every organization is looking for one way or the other to integrate AI into whatever they do. And that's the reality on ground. And the same thing is happening to those companies too. So they need to invest more in their ways of working. They need to invest more in innovative ways of doing their things.
But they are not doing it is the point.
No. You see this issue of they are not doing it. Do you think if you are probably a CEO of Ford, right, he's not really seeing that challenge? They are seeing it. So the best thing they need to do.
They tried one. No, they have one actually. They have a Ford truck with an EV truck. It was supposed. But it's that the battery life that they have something coming up, but are competitive enough. That's the issue.
BT.
Yeah.
Whatever the case is, they see that that's a competitor right there. And everything they will also be doing now is to look for how that competitor will not send them packing. So that's why for me personally, I really like that, right? Because it's really going to push them. They've been lazy all through. And now,
remember when
government has always been, they've always been having that government that will come in, build them out.
Do you remember when Barack Obama actually built them out? But they gave them
that's why they've been lazy, right? It's always
that emission thing.
They know somebody will just come and build them out.
You see now, BYD just released a battery platform that drives a full charge in 5 minutes.
Dang.
So
if they allow BYD to come to America, Tesla will not sell anymore.
Okay. So
hold on, BT. Let me say real quick. Let me tell you about the American automakers. The main say at the end of the day, the goal for any business is to sell cars. And American automakers, they've been able to sell the cars for so many years. Why? Because in like Ford Motor Company and GMC, they all have their financing arm, whereby they're able to make crappy cars and give to the consumers or sell to the consumer at a 0% interest rate. For that reason, they've done it for such a long time, selling cars without no problem because of their financing mechanism. And that's why they lack innovation for such a very long time, because they were selling. So that was the main problem. And by the way, not only American automakers get built at, all the damn Chinese automakers, that technology, it's all government, not all of them. In terms of percentage, a high percentage is government subsidized. So let's not pretend that,
Prince, wait.
What is wrong in that?
Wait. I agree with you. Hold on. I agree with you. Kia.
Nothing wrong with that.
No. Kia got government money, but they improved. They got the government.
No. Kia is bankrupt. Kia is now Hyundai. Kia went bankrupt. There was no more. It was Hyundai that built them out.
Okay, here's my point with the big three. I'm asking, in the next 10 years, where do you see that? If BYD ever comes to America, where do you see the big three in the next 10 years? That's the question.
They will vanish. At this rate, there will be no more. And I agree with you. At this rate, there will be no more, because there's nothing unique about those three automakers. They're hopeless. They have nothing to offer. They are not in the running for anything. Only Chevy is trying a little bit.
I think I agree with Prince Daddy. Look at the American industry right now. Tesla, in all category, is an EV, they lead in all categories. The day of ICE
Not
automobile is
anymore.
numbered.
By prestige,
Because,
those Chinese cars have overtook Tesla by a mile.
yeah, I saw a lot of Chinese
I thought
cars,
it
right?
was
Yeah, but they're not coming here anytime soon.
wait.
I mean,
I thought it was about an 80 minutes charge, Kulata. In the 5 minutes.
The latest one, I tell you, say China, they innovate at the speed of light nowadays. The latest
The
one is
one in
5
Nigeria
minutes.
was 80 minutes. That was one like a
And
week ago
Nigeria,
now.
here now, they just released this one. I'm talking about maybe last week or 2 weeks ago.
Kulata, do you know there's a phone they sell in Nigeria? I forgot the name of that company. Do you see the kind of car they are doing in China? I forgot the name of that Chinese company. They do phone.
China now has all these luxury cars that are
Yeah.
like Rolls Royce, and they were driving those cars with speed bumps.
Okay.
All those Range Rover was shaking. It was shaking anyhow. The
China
Chinese own was
innovation has
just
gone to a
this
different level.
China, they gave you, I give you BYD, I give you Tesla. As a Nigerian, which one will you take?
BYD.
I'll take BYD.
I'll take BYD. Based on what I've seen, Larry, I'll take BYD over Tesla.
BYD.
Okay, please, Larry, can I ask you?
It's because you've not driven the two of them.
I'll take BYD over Tesla.
Okay, please, can I ask
Okay,
a
but
question?
Larry, let me answer.
No, I will take Tesla.
Let me answer the question.
Okay,
let
you
me
can
answer. Sorry.
Hey, it's on
Larry,
BYD, man. Honestly,
let me tell you, nobody will give you BYD or Tesla. If you have to buy BYD or buy Tesla, as a Nigerian, which one will you buy? I will buy BYD.
And that's you now.
Nigerians will buy BYD.
See, bros.
That's just the thing.
Bros, average
But
Nigerian.
we are not. Patoski, we are not in Nigeria. We're talking about the car you're going to drive here or in Canada. I don't know where you are.
I just want to ask a question. Is Nigeria in the list of the people included for this tariff? And what is it that we import to?
14%. Nigeria Musene.
10% are own now.
No, 14 Patoski.
Adama is not just Nigeria
14?
included. There's an island that doesn't have human beings, only has penguins. Trump included that island for tariff.
Yellow.
They're going to go negotiate with penguins.
No. See. I'm glad you brought that point up. See, this is a part of it. I always want to mock.
It's not penguins.
I always want to. No, hold on. Let me land my point. There are penguins in there, but just like I explained to Larry earlier, is it a country? Is it a territory? That's not the point. You always want to listen. The reason why is because China cannot circumvent the trade tariffs by go to these countries with low tariffs in order to ship from there to America. There's a reason why they did that.
Island? Really?
What does it matter?
Island or penguin?
Is it a trading? Is it a territory? Is it a country? What does it matter if it's Penguin Island or Lion Island?
There are people there, and
there are penguins there.
Okay, well, please yourself.
Are you going to negotiate with penguins? Is that where we are
please
now?
Yourself.
That means you
please
don't
yourself.
understand how that works.
Next thing, Trump will start negotiating with wheels.
But guys, hold on. How come SA is paying almost 60%?
No,
now because of Elon Musk now.
Well, no, one power àwọn òyìnbó ń bẹ̀ ni.
Wọ́n pa àwọn òyìnbó ni. Torí wọ́n pa àwọn òyìnbó, wọ́n gbalẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ òyìnbó ni wọ́n pa òyìnbó. They didn't kill them. They got land from them.
Did you guys hear from JD Vance today? He said they want all those Chinese bought land back in America. They want all those lands back. I'm going to let go. They've bought a lot of land in America, man. 250 acres of land. The Chinese.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, okay. They have in maybe Tennessee 240,000 acres of land in one state only.
Including Florida.
In Canada, yeah, they bought almost all of Vancouver.
Man,
you will see they just buy Vancouver, buy the house.
So by the time just Google Chinese land in America. In fact, they bought almost half of the country.
I know they bought a lot in Tennessee.
Arable land,
Do they have land more than Bill Gates?
More with the Gates.
You know what they do? They do more of this on that G thing. They don't go straight. They will use one person, do under G and everything. At the end of the day, it still falls back to
And
China.
if 247,000 of land in one state in America, where is the money coming
America
from?
should just give up at some point.
That means
honestly.
America, no be America,
Well,
own
lie.
America again, no.
Let me
ask you guys a
We just
question.
say now, get America, no be America, own America.
Let me find that map for you guys, okay? I'll find that map for you guys so you can see it. You will see
Okay.
where they work in America. Yeah.
The question I have, do you guys hear about the killing that was done in the north? 60 Christians that were killed. Did anybody know about that?
The one in Plateau, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I think the Plateau governor was on channels today.
When did that happen?
I think like 2 days ago.
Wow.
I think the major problem in that space is, particularly in Bokos, is more of natural resources.
But I want to bring your attention to something. Sorry to cut you. You see, when I thought I was discussing with a colleague today, and upon reflecting on it, I think Nigerians might have to apologize to President Jonathan on this insecurity issue. I discovered that our brothers in the north, whenever there are issues that are really against them or they feel they are not in the scheme of things, they play politics with security. And it's very sad. I know there's insecurity all over the country, but I want to think they are beginning to do that because of the position this government is taking. Because they are feeling excluded. And it's very sad that they are doing that. The security situation was, and Jonathan was saying
insecurity subsided a little bit. I thought it subsided, but it has.
Election is coming now.
They play politics with security. I was talking with a guy that worked in the north, a financial analyst, a treasurer here. He was telling me that they don't care, that they don't care. They play security with people's life. They play politics with people's life. They don't care.
Sorry, Pato.
It's very sad.
Sorry. Can you put? I put a link in the private chat. Can you put it so that they can see? I put the link in the.
Even like say you know like China the way I do because
No. So you know what's going on now.
No,
Canada, pro China
now. We don't buy finish U.S. land, not actually.
No, is it only U.S. land?
Now Canada with the wire U.S. land.
Can you bring that link up, Adana? Can you bring it up?
Let me see where that.
Is she there?
How do you share?
I'm using my phone, so hold on.
Oh,
I'm using my phone.
Okay. But you guys can. It's about 277,000 acres of land.
But it's less than 1% of foreign-owned land. So why are you crucifying them?
Now Canada Canada owns 15.35 million acres.
I said what the VP said. It wasn't like they want to buy. They want those lands back. I'm like, wait a minute. You are fighting SA for trying to get the land back from white people, but in America, fighting Chinese that bought the land. It's just kind of hypocritical. I'm like, what's going on? They stole it. They bought it. I mean, the white people stole it in South Africa, but Chinese bought that in America, but you still want it back. So, that was what I was referring to.
What did Canada do? I know what is Canada do?
Canada owns.
They have the highest.
They own 15.35 million acres of American land.
What part of America is it? Mostly north or south or across?
I don't even know. It's going to be one of those Dakotas or whatever.
Yeah, nobody cares about North Dakota now.
I don't know, but I'm just suspecting. I don't know, but I mean, the acreage is huge.
It's across the United States.
Oh, wow. No,
China not even near anywhere.
What did they happen to America now?
No, nothing is happening to America now. What is happening to America?
What's the explain your question?
No, because people are buying land in America.
Chinese are owning your place. They are taking up everything.
Are they not in Canada?
That people are protesting.
No,
People
I
are
don't
feeling
understand
somehow
what you
now.
mean by buying land. The land they buy, like Canadians, is for manufacturing, farming, and all manner of things. It's a normal thing. America has very vast land area, so you come there, you buy land, you do your business. So what is wrong in that? And their constitution said, any day they want, they will give you back your money and take their land. So it doesn't really mean anything.
But JD says that they want their land back. That's what
They can get it now.
They just pay
Unlike
them now.
Russia, when
Pay them with
Russia
interest.
said, they don't say finish. Most countries, when they said, they don't
The
say
guy no
finish.
one pay. Just
But they are. But that's the. I don't know how to put it. That's how America is, Cha. They're expansionist. It's been a long time they've not done it, Cha. I'm even surprised. They're expansionists.
don't they
take
want
what
Greenland?
they want to take. Huh?
They want Greenland. Don't they want Greenland? They want Greenland now. I mean,
That's their life. When I was taught about their history in the class, one boy said, "Why did they France sell Louisiana to them?" And the teacher that was teaching us then was a Japanese. He said, "They will take it anyway. So you better sell it for that peanut."
It's the same thing that happened in Mexico now. It was like, just take the, we're gonna either sell it or we're gonna kill you. They had no choice in Mexico anyway.
That's the way they behave. That is the American that is
all
the
those
way Americans
Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, they had no choice. Like,
that's the way they're built. Even that Mexico, the Texas, the same thing. They will offer you little money. If you don't take it, they're gonna take it anyway. That's what the man said. He said they will take it. So you don't have a choice rather than to give it to them.
They will give you small money, one peanut, and say, "Okay, see you sold it to like you had a choice in the first place."
As if you have a choice, yeah. They will do it as they behave like Shay. You know when Shay will sack you, they will write that thing used to make me laugh. They will write a resignation letter and tell you to sign.
Habina, at least it's
Oh
good for
my
you now.
goodness. Beautiful resignation letter. They will give it to you. That's the way they lay their staff off.
Guys, Google BYD U9. Look at that car.
That's the new one. It's like an SUV or sedan.
No, it's a supercar.
See, when you want to compare car, because I have a Tesla. When you want to compare car,
be
and
a
I
patriot.
have a
Be American.
Listen,
Stop being a child. Be a patriot. Buy Tesla.
Listen,
I prefer
when
Tesla.
when you want to compare cars, you don't compare cars with the specification they wrote. Because some of the specification might not actually be in good shape by the time you drive it for 6 months. But the only thing I can tell anybody.
But that's reliability now. That's quality.
Now.
If after 6 months the car is crapping out on you.
Kulata with the learn, no. Now then with the learn.
You say you drive on for 6 months.
I said 3
you say
months.
You can't
I didn't
compare.
say 6 months. 3 months. See.
Even 3 months. We suppose no build quality, Abi.
You see, So now that time you go know whether your car good. When it comes to electric car, the only electric car will tell you that have a little challenge to Tesla is Mercedes. Tesla
what?
Moto.
That challenge. Tesla no be moto, no talk am. You don't see Tesla with them drive for 2-3 years. They're crap.
Make I shut up my mind when you reach my turn. I talk.
This one no be about shut up. The reviews they plenty everywhere.
Is that what?
Go and buy your BYD. Let me keep
Tesla is crap quality. Crap.
Forget. I like my Tesla.
It be like say make person they close garbage can after 3 years.
Let me say this.
It is crap.
Can I say something?
Me, I know they use Apple now. I be Samsung
you see,
guy.
Let me say something. You see this thing Kulata is saying, that's actually why I left Democratic Party.
Because of car? You're not serious.
No.
You're not serious.
No. Listen carefully. I can never in my life be blinded by hate or love. For you to sit in a global platform and say that Tesla is a scrap is actually laughable.
It is crap.
Hold on, let me finish.
Yeah, you said your own.
Now? Can I
no,
finish?
you not go finish. You say for me to talk on the global platform, not just me talking on the global platform. Car reviews. There are many car reviews out there that reinforces my point. Those cars are crap after 3 years.
Over Tesla, right?
Car review. Hold on.
I'll pick BYD over 3 years. You can't now saying
Hold on.
Democrat.
And the car review
Tesla is a crap car.
That Tesla is a scrap.
You see this
Honestly?
Kulata,
So the car reviews you've been reading told you that Tesla is a scrap.
Is a crap car after 2-3 years.
No,
you don't want to touch them. The quality, the car start falling apart.
Kolata, buy your
BYD now. If you just bought your Tesla, drive it for 3 years. Tell us if everything is not falling apart.
Forget that thing. BYD has actually BYD.
Let me tell you
that
what
has span of 3 years.
My little niece.
BYD better pass if you look
all
at
the shoko, all the shinko.
If you see that BYD, if you want pack them like this, the thing go just carry ash, just carry ash, it go just sway inside the parking lot.
I have people that drive in my family.
Wait, Tesla started being scrap since Elon Musk they do Doge.
It no be by Elon Musk, no be by Elon Musk.
That guy.
Tesla has been crap since 2 years ago. Waiting Elon Musk. Elon Musk call.
BYD.
Actually, to have me like.
Tesla, honestly speaking, those cars after 3 years. If you shut the door, the thing go do like
Pangolo. Kolata, go and leave.
This is where the man carries
you have a BYD at the moment.
You know, if you slam Benz door, you hear that comforting. That
Benz, BYD.
But if that Tesla, now like Pangolo, like say,
bro, don't buy Benz. Don't leave your Benz.
You know, I have Larry, hold on. I have people in my family that drive Tesla, and they're okay. So I've never heard of people about Tesla.
Well, after you spend that kind of money, it will be okay now. Will you say it's not okay?
No,
I mean they don't.
You see this man?
Will you say it's not okay?
Will not say it's not okay using now. Your BYD. BYD.
Allow them to bring BYD into the country. I'll buy BYD.
They can't allow it. You know why now?
We know which BYD for America. Carry your BYD go Nigeria.
You go to Nigeria,
for which road?
Drive your BYD for Nigeria.
I swear to God, I know they even lie. BYD go better for Nigeria because if they glide, if they glide over,
Larry, hold on. They did a Tesla
scrap.
Hold on,
Tesla is crap now.
Larry, hold on. There was a test drive of BYD from Lagos to Benin. It's on YouTube. Somebody did like a test drive of the new BYD, and it was smooth drive. The guy even did that. He did just one charge. It went back to and fro with one single charge for like 30 minutes or so. So based on what I've seen the clips on YouTube, so it was a pretty good smooth drive.
And they have cheap range and they have expensive range. If you see the quality of the interior of the expensive range,
of interior, no be
oh boy,
no, Larry,
you don't go buy Tesla again if you see that.
I beg you,
have you driven Tesla before?
I've driven Tesla now. I've driven Tesla many times.
Oh,
Pangolo.
So are you saying that
in short, sir?
Are you saying that
in no way what they drive here is?
Let me ask him now.
Nobody.
Can I say something?
Are you being objective about this? No.
Are you being objective?
I'm being objective.
To be frank, Tesla doesn't have a very good interior. I mean, there's no luxury inside.
It's very basic.
I mean, the interior is quite basic with that big old stuff, you know. I mean, Tesla is reliable, but I'm not a fan of Tesla, you know, by no means.
Buy your BYD. Man of President, you want to go and buy BYD too?
Well, I can bring it here, you know. I'm not going to buy I'm not going to use that car. You know, if you want to drive a car that's going to last in Nigerian economy, buy G-Wagon is the only car that can last in Nigeria, or Toyota, you know. Highland, all those big old
Prestige, the
cars.
latest, the luxury BYDs in Nigerian roads, and all those potholes. Where car go enter, those car go use they glide, they fly over potholes like this.
Who the
fly over
moderate?
Okay.
Madam AI is an open
Go
section.
and return it.
Madam AI, if you want to speak, you can interject.
I don't know. That's not going to last in Nigeria. If you want a car, if you can afford it, get G-Wagon in Nigeria.
After G-Wagon, get BYD.
Why you they open that when I never talk?
Okay, go ahead, Madam AI. You can go ahead and have your this thing, please.
I bet wait till now they discuss.
Now BYD versus Tesla.
No, that's not a topic.
I don't think you have been objective, Colata.
No, I'm being objective, guys. Please, honestly speaking, go to YouTube.
Wait a minute. Let's tell Mr. AI what we're talking about. We are talking about Trump tariff, about the global economy. Can you comment on that, please?
Again?
No, let
But
Madam
I think I have said
Nigeria.
this here before.
We've said enough about Trump.
He wants to collapse the
New brand,
Unite.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you all talked about it before.
Yeah, he wants to collapse it so that America will surge. That's all.
Can you guys change the topic if you don't mind?
That is easiest way to tell a layman.
Let's Madam AI talk more on security in Nigeria. I think is he man of prestige or Patos?
Well, I mean the security in Nigeria. Okay, I just look at it. Why can somebody answer me? Why would the Fulani or the herdsmen allowed to carry gun? You know that people can't carry gun.
No.
If a Yoruba man carry a gun, they will call him a thief. If a Edo man carry gun, they will call him cultist. If a man carry gun, they will call him a terrorist. So why only the Fulanis are allowed to carry gun? Can anybody answer me that?
The question you should be asking, the question you should be asking is, person wey talk say he be hunter. Is he hunting from Port Harcourt to Uromi inside a truck filled with kernels? I'm surprised that nobody has come to this platform to tell the real story of what happened in Edo State.
What happened? I wasn't following it.
Everybody is talking about is how they killed them.
Can you say what happened? Are they Hausa or Fulani? What exactly happened?
I don't really care who they are. But the important thing is that the vigilante was giving tip. Okay? And when the first vigilante stopped those guys, they refused to stop. When a vigilante group, you know that a town has vigilante from junction to junction, and the vigilante group flagged you down. If you don't stop and begin to increase your speed, it is suspicious. So that was how they alerted the one in Nugum. It wasn't the ones that spied them that were actually the ones that saw what was happening. So it was the one in Uromi that used a tipper to block them. The person that said he survived, the story he told, what kind of story is that? How many people were in the truck, in the trailer? All the people that are in the trailer, they're going to the north. Is there any Bini person there? Is there any stranger there? These are questions nobody is answering. Nobody refused to answer it because in Nigeria, they don't want to answer such questions because it's the Northerners.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I don't think it's not that people are not asking those questions. I think people are just carried by how those people were killed.
And those that and those that were killed in Enugu, in Benue.
No.
Hold on, let me finish.
That is, you see all these, what about? No, hold
on. Listen.
Mm-hmm.
People has been killed gruesomely
Okay.
by the so-called Fulani herdsmen, now
Okay.
hunters.
Okay.
Over the years, gruesome murdering. I
Okay.
don't know if you have people in Nigeria who can send you gory pictures.
Madam, may I?
Hold on.
Yeah, I will.
Let
Talk.
me finish.
I will counter what
We are talking about how they were killed. Nigerians are aware of it. Nigerians have seen the video. Channel TV used to show us those days, the ones in Benue. Not to talk about Enugu. Is it A.K.A, Cross River? Those people are human beings. They were gruesomely murdered. So who is speaking for them? That after several years of gruesomely murdering people from the south, and one gruesome murder, we play on my emotions? Come on now, it doesn't work that way now.
Okay, let me know when you are ready for me to come.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Yeah, so number one, let me try and correct something. Everybody knows in Nigeria that Fulani, they've been perpetrating a lot of things. And that is not really peculiar to the South. Right? It happens also in the North. Now, number two, those people are not even Fulanis. They are Hausas. Oh, probably, they stopped them, they didn't stop. I don't know that. Right? And how they were killed. If you watch that video, that was the first time for me personally, seeing people being killed, being burnt like they are burning refuse. I've not seen that in my life before. Where someone was even, when you're burning something, it's not burning well, you had to, a guy was wearing white, he had to pick somebody and put him inside that fire so that it would burn very well.
Adjusting him in the fire.
Yes.
Did you guys you guys were able to watch that?
Yes, I watched it.
It's on X now.
What sort of, excuse me, and what
See.
sort of emotions are you trying to play?
No, this is not.
Hold on. You've not seen these people in Benue. Hold on. Let me finish.
The problem I have.
am not gonna play this emotion.
You said I should talk, but you are not allowing me to talk. The problem I have is this: what about? Nobody is saying, oh, probably killings in this place is justifiable. But what we can say, right? What we can say, and it's not really established that, okay, probably these people have attacked somebody somewhere and they are trying to escape. This is just based on the fact that, these guys, they have some Rikeri guns and, they are Fulanis and we suspect them that probably they've done this and let's bring them down and start burning them. If it were to be like probably, these people, probably they committed a crime somewhere and they are running and we kind of like catch them here. Yeah, that's different. That's different. And let's just be candid with ourselves. What happened to those people can actually happen to someone else that is not even a Fulani person. Probably you look like them, right? And you're being caught probably with all those hunter guns, and somebody just, you look like Fulani, you look like an Hausa person, and let's burn them. This is what they do. Because it's not really been confirmed that probably they committed a crime somewhere, they're trying to run, and we caught them and we tried to like do this. No, that's not it. And nobody is like saying, I've seen these people argue, a lot of people argue, what about the one that was done in this place? No, that's not a justification to kill people. Because probably some Fulani guys, yes, those Fulani guys, if you catch people, they've committed a crime, do whatever you want to do.
When you are done, I will speak.
But not this issue of, people are being run by emotion. Yes, emotions will come in. It's not just emotion, because you have seen another individual, another human being burnt alive. A lot of us have not even seen that in our life. And seeing people crying, and you know, it's I don't know how, whatever we want to say to justify it. For me, when I see people justify it, I lay back. I'm like, do you justify these things like this? And basically, from what actually happened was, fine. You can say whatsoever you want to say. It's a day to, it's like a day or 2 days to Ramadan, this thing, and they want to go back home. They are going back home. So you can say what
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. You can say what you want to say.
Madam,
First of
can I say
all,
something a minute? I'm about to leave, please, if you don't mind. Just make a comment, then I leave. Thank you. Larry, I think I heard what you said, and I'm not a proponent of jungle justice. I've not seen the video or whatever, and I don't want to see it, to be honestly, because where people are talking about it, people that have seen it. But the problem I have is that this atrocity has been, perpetuating all different part of the country. But why did he garner, this maximum attention, even from the presidency, when there has been all this atrocity happening in the
Okay,
south, in the
let me
west,
tell you.
all
Let me
part of
tell you.
Nigeria? But
Let me
why
tell
would they
you why.
have a different case? Is it something Is it
let me tell you
politics?
why.
That's the issue I have. Thank
You
you.
know why? This is the first time a lot of people are seeing people being burnt alive. This is the first time a lot of people are seeing people.
Are you serious?
Yes, a lot of people. This is the first time a lot of people are seeing people real, when to a point that one was not even.
Okay,
Wait,
I'm done. I just listen. I don't believe that.
one was not even
let me
burning
say what I
properly.
want to
Somebody
say.
had to pull him into that fire. You can see people crying.
Let me say something, and I will triple and double down on it. You see, before I come to this conclusion, I am somebody who has been following what is happening in Nigeria. I am never ignorant of my environment, never, and I will never be. It's a common thing to them to do to humans. People from the north actually burn humans alive. They don't see it as anything. More especially if you are not from there. And they get you. What's this girl's name? For people who said they have never seen somebody burnt that way, you didn't see the video of that girl in University of Education, Sokoto. Was it 5 years ago?
Deborah.
And you didn't see it?
And when Deborah issue happened, right?
Larry, can I ask one question? Brief question. These people that got spied, are they guilty of anything?
No.
Thank you.
Okay. Kulata, you have to go and read the testimony of the one that says he survived. And when you read his testimony, please open your heart when you are reading it. And you see it, after reading it, digest it and see it if it is a testimony of somebody who is telling a story of innocence. I don't want to go into that. But let me say this. This should be my conclusion before I start talking. So let me conclude before I start talking, because I know most people will interject me. If people in the South continue reacting like this, that shenanigan will stop.
Wow.
Because I don't really know why they're invading the South.
Wow.
For more than how many years now? It's been like, when was the governor of the one we call?
Madam May, let me just say something.
Oh, let me finish
now. No. You just said something now. You said people in the South, if they continue reacting like this, which means that anybody they suspect, right, that's a northerner,
right?
So that's the best way that you think.
Yeah.
You think, oh,
right. Right.
No.
Hold on.
It's funny. So you think if the people in the South, wait,
hold on.
because you are kind of like justifying things
Hold
now.
on.
If
Hold
people
on,
in the South start killing, you see anybody that they suspect anybody to probably look like an Hausa person.
Yes.
And they burn that person. So
Yes.
do you think people in the North will just look and they will not burn everybody in the
No, Zita, you cannot say this.
Hold
You're
on.
asking for chaos.
Hold on.
How can you say that?
Hold on.
So why are you so everybody burn anybody now? Beg.
That's so wrong. That's so wrong.
I beg, burn everybody now. So do you think the guys, the Southerners in Kano will not be burned? So everybody should burn. You burn anybody, I burn anybody.
Yeah, it's not even that you cannot be burning innocent people and even guilty people. It's not up to you to make them justice, except it's self-defense.
Listen to me. I can assure you, the burning will stop.
Okay,
and
so so let's just say a bunch of Christian. I'm going to say this: a bunch of Christian Northerners from Nasarawa were inside Dangote truck. They somehow entered the Edo state or Ekiti state or something, and then people say, look at those Fulani, and then they buy them. So that is justified.
Actually, let me ask you people a question. Is it that you people have not heard that they've been doing that in the North?
Okay, so if they're doing it, doesn't mean you have to now do that to
so why
innocent
didn't
people?
you stop? Why didn't your solution?
Even this thing that you said they do in the North.
Let me ask you people a question.
So do they just because some people look like Igbo or some people look like
you
Yoruba
people have made your case.
and they suspect them for something, they burn them like that?
Can I make my case? Because I was an eyewitness to 2021 violence between the South and the North. So I know what I'm talking about. Maybe Nigerians has forgotten what happened in 2021. But I will not forget because I don't forget easily. I never do anyway. So most Nigerians were not an eyewitness to what happened in the North in 2021.
What happened in the North in 2021?
Whatever happened is no justification to go and buy an innocent person. It will never be.
In 2021, that 2021 that you're talking about. So in 2021, they were just looking for any Southerner, anybody can start burning every Southerner.
When I get emotion, Shebina me be the witch for this platform.
No, be say now you be the witch, but some things where you they talk for this one where you they talk, Can
I speak now? I said, and I repeat, and I am doubling down and tripling down on it. If you continue like this, it will stop. And then I think that is because of that 2021 incident that the North has not gone haywire with this Uromi. Because that 2021 was hot. It was to finish. And since then, my Igbo brothers in the North, I think since then they have had peace.
What happened in 2021?
I repeat myself again.
No, I don't know what happened in 2021.
Go and find out. Because
2021 is 365 days now. Just give us a synopsis. Okay. Just brief.
In 2021, there was a fracas in the North between the Igbos and the Northerners. The killing started. The indiscriminate killing started as usual. Ojo Carlo was the person that called it. He called for it. So they started the slaughter too. Aba, Owerri, Anambra, Enugu. They were at a point, they started telling them that those people that were killing is just a majority that were selling sugarcane and their fruits and vegetables. So Bakassi boys started coming to River State because that's where the oil companies are. Peter Odili has to command Burikamp to go and block Bakassi boys because they were coming into River State to meet them. At the end of that war, they found that they used trailer to load cuffs of River State indigents, those burnt and those dismembered, to Eze. I've said this severally in this platform. Eze, Lobo, the Amairo, something of Opopo Kingdom. That was where they dropped the cost for. Why? Most of them were Kwaibomais too. When they were slaughtering the Igbos in the north in 2021, those people gathered themselves together and they were shouting that they are not Yamini. They set most of them ablaze. I speak with authority on this. And I think that call Ozio Zokalu made in 2021, everybody is saying, hey, they will soon react, they will soon react. That call Ozio Zokalu, I heard the police officer that was screaming that he's going to bring down rain and water in the north because of those killings. I heard he has been arrested. And I look left, I look right, I don't know where to lay hands on the quietness. But I know that since 2021, that thing has never happened again. Ozio Zokalu was the governor of Abia State then. He called for appraisal, and it happened massively. So what am I saying in essence? They have started the invasion. They now left the killing because before it used to be in the north. When anything happened, they would slaughter them in the north. Now, that thing has come down. They are now coming to the south. By the way, what is all these things you people are talking about? So these killings all over the south is okay?
No, but see, Madam Zita,
So, no,
I don't understand. See,
no, I'm not asking you a question. I'm just speaking. Please don't answer my question.
okay, I'm not answering your question, no, because you are kind of like pushing this thing as if it's an agenda.
Hold on now, please. I didn't ask you to answer. Let me speak, please.
Yeah, you can speak, but when you say some things, when you push some agenda that can cause issues, we'll push back.
English student, please help me. That's what they call such questions. It doesn't need an answer. And since, if I make my rough calculation for the past 4 years, I'm just making a rough calculation. I don't want to say for the past 10 years. Excuse me, these killings has been happening in the south. There have never been a mistaken killing according to you people that don't even know what happened in Europe. Don't know who
Zita, can't you just take a break to think like these people may be innocent?
No.
Why would you want to mime an innocent person?
They are not innocent.
No, you cannot say that. I'm not. You just can't sit down in abroad and say people are not innocent.
They are not innocent. Can you pinpoint? Can you pinpoint one crime?
Look, Kulata. After 1 year now, don't come back here to call me a witch.
This is not witchy anything. You cannot say someone is.
Are you so sure?
You cannot say someone is guilty. Actually, there's so many issues in what you are saying.
They are not innocent.
You want to become the judge and the executor of people's lives.
Just because come out and tell us how innocent they are now.
Just because other people do bad things, then you now become the judge and executor. No, the world doesn't work that way.
I said they are not innocent.
No, they're innocent until you can prove they're guilty.
Until you can prove to us that they are not innocent.
And even if you prove, it's not up to you to execute to do anything to them.
They are not innocent. How are you so sure that they are not innocent?
Hold on. They have a survivor.
Okay, and the survivor told you that they were caught, after they actually committed the crime.
They have a survivor. The survivor has given his testimony. That testimony does not prove innocence.
So okay, what did the survivor say? Did he say that he is responsible for ending people's lives?
Oh my goodness.
No, there's no oh my goodness there. Don't feign oh my goodness. You said they're no
So
innocent, and I said, did the survivor? Did you
when
catch the
so
survivor? Did
you
he
cannot
confess?
when you
Did he
listen to
confess to
some
crime?
hold on. When you listen to somebody's story, you cannot weigh a story and find a story that is watery.
Do you have a counter story?
Hold on, Larry. I am not the one to prove their innocence. They should prove their innocence. The
Okay,
survivors.
how would they prove their innocence?
Hold
The
on.
people that are dead?
But they have survivors now. The one that used their body to disappear. But let me say this on this platform because I've said it before. You see that shit. I'm talking to those two that survived. You see that shit they do without their body. Next time they try it, that their body will not.
What's his body key? What is that? What body key? Jazz?
That their body will
Is it juju?
fail, and they will meet the same thing the others meet. As I've said it, I have said it, and I'm still saying it. He survived.
I can't even believe you're
time,
saying this.
he
But
tried
like,
that nonsense again. He will not survive.
how can you? It's just wrong on so many levels. I can't even begin to describe how wrong you sound. First things first, you are not the judge. You are not the executor. You are not trying to defend yourself. These people, you don't know them. These people, you didn't catch them in any act. These people, even if they give a confession and it's 100% straight, it's not up to you to execute whatever action. It's just wrong. And first things first, you're after Fulani. They may not even be Fulani.
They
and
are
even if they're Fulani,
they are Hausas.
And even if they're Fulani, doesn't mean you go and start miming
By
every
the
Fulani
way,
you see.
By the way, do you people believe Fulani is a tribe in Nigeria?
They're a tribe in Nigeria now. What do you mean?
Thank you. And for almost 10 years now, the Southerners has been calling them as a tribe. That they are the ones constituting mayhem in their land. And for once have they denounced it and disassociate themselves from those people. Instead, they tie themselves to those people and claim big chest. You people are jokers. But let me say this again. You see that one that is kept with Mbodike. You see that shenanigan.
What is Mbodike? You can't say something again that we don't know now.
That Mbodike no go save him.
Polata, she even the one that survived. If it were to be her, probably that one too will have been dead now. That's what she was actually saying. For that one to be able to escape.
Oh, okay, that's what she's saying.
Yeah, that's what she's saying.
Imagine the trauma that guy will have. Like you're just
trauma of a killer.
You're just going home. You're just going home, and then they did all that stuff. I don't even know how he managed to even talk.
Trauma of a killer.
How is he a killer?
Who did you see that he killed?
Oh my goodness! So killers too, they get trauma.
How is he a killer?
I remember I carry a sentimental emotion. They go about.
Polata, you see, that's what I'm even happy that Edo State governor is so sensitive to be able to address the whole situation, and I'm happy that it didn't even happen in the Southeast. Because all these are people that will be like, no, nothing will happen. Continue buying them. Continue doing this. Continue doing that.
If there's reprisal attack, then that's going to come to something else. For 10 years,
they have been buying you people, and you have kept quiet. You didn't retaliate. So what? Did you solve the problem?
No. I don't know.
Question.
They are not buying.
For 10 years, they've been buying people in the South, and you people have not retaliated in any way.
How?
Did that solve the problem?
So they just pick people on the street and people that they've not even caught doing anything. They fight them and you think I will sit down here and say, oh, that's the right thing to do?
You people said is the best. Has this solved the problem?
So what you are saying now, would that even solve any problem?
I am not saying anything. I said the problem has to be solved.
How is it going to be solved?
But this is not how to solve the problem.
Hold on now. Hold on. the problem got to solve one way or the other. I've given my own solution to the
That
problem.
your solution.
To solve it.
That your solution.
Your solution is a more of a problem than a solution.
Yes.
Make I finish. I have given my own solution to the problem on how to solve the problem. And you people are still based on the old solution that have never solved the problem.
But this is not the solution. What you described is mayhem.
Anyway, the good thing is that my voice.
Madam Zita, you don't talk what you think, say, for your side.
Listen, let me tell you, I am not in support of jungle justice.
Oh no,
but you see
that's too late. That's too late.
Justice. And you're saying jungle justice is just the basic way to end.
I am not in support of jungle justice.
Okay, that's the normal saying. Everybody.
Hold on, let me finish now. Una no go agree make I talk. Haba. I am not in support of jungle justice, but if people have been giving my people jungle justice, and I believe that jungle justice against them too, we stop the jungle justice thing. Let it happen.
Wow.
That's my stand.
Okay.
And anywhere in the world you call me, I will still say the same thing.
This is not even a case of self-defense. Like, assuming those people that stopped were trying to buy the what do you call them
Vigilante.
again? The vigilantes. Then you now say, okay, it's self-defense, but you just pick some people up and then you make excuses, and then just
and those people they pick up in the south and do justice on. Those ones are not human beings.
They're human beings now, but doesn't mean you now go and take innocent people or people that may be innocent.
So okay, Madam Zita. Madam
Zita. You've not been doing anything. Did you stop it?
Madam Zita.
I ask you a simple question.
This one you are saying, wait, this one you are saying. So now, if one Igbo boy or one Yoruba boy, just buy somebody probably in the north. So because of that, so the northerners will just say, oh, every other Yoruba person, just pick them, buy them. So as
that means you are very naive in the history of Nigeria and the stories in Nigeria. It has been happening. So why are you asking me that question?
Stories?
It's been happening in the north. So why are you asking me the question?
It's not happening in the north. If it's happening in the north, nobody will stay in the north.
Look at you.
Nobody will stay in the north. They don't just pick anybody on the road and just buy the person like that. Nobody will stay in the north. If that is what everybody is doing, nobody will ever stay anywhere.
Yeah.
People do business in the north. They don't pick people on the road and just buy them.
As long as you say this, I end my case. As long as you say that kind of a thing is not happening in the north.
It's not. It's nowhere in the north that they just see you on the road because you don't look like a northerner. They just buy you.
Oh, God.
Simba, talk if you want to talk. I beg.
Okay. Well, the question I want to ask, in as much as also me, I don't support jungle justice, but why is this silence about the killings being done by the Fulanis all over the country? Why is this silence about it? Why is this fear?
That's what will solve the problem.
Why is this fear about the Fulani?
That's why it has lasted for 10 years.
Why do we concede to them?
It's not silence. Maybe it's more of apathy.
Because it's like we have given up, and whatever they do, we have seen it has been known. We've been a norm. We hear every day taking lands of people, they are killing people, and it's all over the country. And there's no reaction, nothing. We just see it's like a normal thing. Where is that one coming from? We have seen them taking lands of people, they settle there, and they are taking lands of people all over the place. And then we see it has been a normal thing. Both the people and the government, they were silent about it. I don't know. These Uromi ones, I don't support people picking people along the road and start killing them. But at the same time, why is the silence? Why? That is the question. Why the silence?
So
in Benue State, you see areas that they have displaced the indigenes and they have settled there, and the Nigerian government is looking at them. Everything seems to be normal. Why do we concede to them? We are all first-class citizens of that country. Why should some people have this sense of belonging as if they are the owner of the country? You see, then some of them won't come on this platform. The last time Ribadu came here, he was just talking gibberish, saying
Simba.
that okay, it just
Simba.
I don't know.
Therefore, retaliate for not now. Make they
Simba.
see check it for
Simba.
south.
Simba.
Nonsense.
You see the problem I have is this. That knot that you're talking about, they even feel
I'm
it
not
more.
talking, you know, mark my word, Larry. I never said not.
Wait, no, that this not is the basics of this conversation.
No. I'm not. I don't generalize.
Yes,
we know the group of people.
Let's start from
we
the
know
basics.
that their way of life is to just be killing people and be taking their land.
Let's start from the basics
Hausas
of
don't
this.
behave like that. It's only
the people that were pied. The people that were pied in Uromia are Hausa people, right? Now, those Fulani banditry and all those things that you're saying, let's look at what is happening in the north and what is happening in the south. In terms of impact, who feels the impact more? Is it the north or the south in Nigeria today? Simba, that's a question for you.
What did you say?
In terms of people that were pied by Fulani in Nigeria today, north and south, who feels the impact? Banditry, Fulani, whatsoever, north and south.
Is the north? It has more impact there than the south. So
yes. So and you think the north is kind of like supporting the Fulani, kind of like supporting the Fulani.
So
so what is actually making them
what they are thinking?
You said what is actually making them to do what?
To continue?
You are asking.
What is making them criminals? You always see.
Let me ask you this, Larry.
Okay,
let me
ask me.
What kind of talk be this?
If you know the history of these people, this thing that they are doing in Nigeria is more in Nigeria than any other country, but it's only in Nigeria. You know that they are doing the same thing in Burkina Faso. They are doing the same thing in Mali, even in Senegal.
No, let's talk about Nigeria. Leave all those.
Okay, the one in Nigeria, we knew how these people captures lands and install themselves, even right from history. It's not something that just started now. And that is the continuation of what they are still doing up to now.
Simba, wait first.
Now, let me now.
Hold on. Some people are doing something. They have not denounced it. They have not come out to disengage, disassociate themselves from it. They have not even cautioned those people. And you sit down here to assume that they're not supporting them. Really?
Larry, let me tell you. I don't have your contact. I will have sent one video being circulated. Just wait. There is a video between some Fulani guys and Shehu Sani.
Simba, I watched the video.
You watch it. You know, it's an obvious thing.
No, see, let me tell you something. Nobody is saying.
So, are you saying that they are not doing what you are saying, or what is your point?
What I'm saying is, okay, are you supporting what Madam Mayor said?
I'm not supporting that. But
pick anybody that looks like Northerner in the south. Fight them.
Let me tell you, Larry. The silence about their nefarious activities is what is causing this. When people are helpless,
what do you talk about?
You go to their village, you kill people, you ravage their farm,
Simba,
and nothing happen. How do you want them to react?
Let me ask you something. You said the silence. Do you think the Hausas have not been talking?
We are not hearing their voice.
Who told you are there? These are people that are being killed every day.
So why is it so difficult? What is the population of the Fulani?
What are you saying by they are not talking? People have been crying. They are losing their family. They are losing their loved ones. Go to Taraba, they are dying. Go to Zamfara, they are dying. There are several other spaces in North. Go to Katsina, they are dying. So it's not like they are not talking. Fine, people can have that against the Fulani. If you say, oh, probably the Fulanis in the north are not talking, yes, I understand. But at that is not even a justification for all what this Madam Mayor is saying here. Oh, they should continue buy anybody that looks like Northerner, buy them in the south. So you think the Northerner will also look at your people there?
Nothing justifies what Zita said tonight. Nothing.
So if you buy those ones, you see the Northerners, any Northerner you see in the south, buy them, and you think they will just follow suit.
Larry. What normally
Simba,
what is
anything,
the root
you
cause
see
of
all these
jungle? When you see
justifications,
jungle justice, hold on, Larry. Now,
see,
when you see jungle justice in any society, is because people have been pushed to the wall.
Bro, forget about being pushed to the wall. Being pushed to the wall doesn't give you that audacity to just see anybody that doesn't look like you and buy that person. Forget about this. What about? She's pushing what she's pushing. I'm telling you, if every tribe in Nigeria start that thing, Nigeria will not last for 10 days. Because even your own people that are home, you don't even know. Probably somebody sees that they don't look like them. They just buy them like that.
It's going to turn to another Rwanda.
So what are we saying?
It's just wrong.
All because we want to make our point look real. Abba. So you think that now you just see somebody that doesn't look like you. Oh, this person, in short self, this person, the way this person is looking, it doesn't look like a Yoruba person.
Okay, let us leave that one. Okay, why do you think that this thing continue and we seem
forget
to
about that thing continue or no continue? Let the security deal with that. What we are saying is, what Madam Sita said is not the right way to go about it.
I agree with you. It's not the right way. But if we don't nip it on the board now,
okay, how are you going to nip it? You nip it by killing other people.
Let me tell you, you still see more of this jungle justice.
See,
Larry,
yeah?
Let me say my pitch just a minute. Actually, what Madam Zita said about killing, I don't really like it. But what is the solution? These people that they are buying, these people that they are taking their farmland, government has never come and compensated them. And you cannot just be doing everything like that for the last time. No, let me finish. It has been happening for a long time. It has been happening for a long time. State police do not give. Security does not.
That is government now.
So many. I know it's the government, but
government should take responsibility of securing the people now.
You cannot tell the people in Benue, Plateau, Nasarawa, and the rest that have seen insecurity in the last 10 years.
See,
sometimes you cannot blame the government alone.
When you defend, look at the difference here. Look at the difference here. When there is an attack and you defend yourself, that's self-defense.
I understand. I totally understand. I'm not calling for
self-defense. That is different from you see somebody on the road, you buy that person.
Yeah, I know. I understand. That is a jungle justice. And if you start doing like that in the South, we don't know what the North will also start doing.
Not like you don't know. They will do the same thing now. Is it not the same God that runs in their veins too?
Yeah, and that might be the beginning of a civil war if IKEA is not.
So what are you saying? If everybody do like Nigeria can survive for 5 days?
No, of course, 5 days is just too long. What I'm trying to say is that first, is either the government have to increase the number of security personnel.
Government should do.
Or let us have state police. If
government should do their job.
So many people are unemployed.
If people are not safe in Nigeria, then government is not doing their job. It is the duty of the government. In as much as what makes America different. What makes America different is because
Larry, let's look at it this way. When you say government is not doing their job, they say when we attack the state governor will tell you, no, I don't have the power. No. Because Robbie, this thing has been. Listen, let's talk one by one. Let's talk one. We have been talking. Let's talk one by one. This thing has been happening now for more than a decade. And then we are still, we do not find any solution to the problem. It's high time the government of the day, and I think I will blame President Tinubu for this one. Because you cannot just fold your hand. These are things that have been happening for a long time. If you need more boots on the ground, recruit more Nigerians. There are so many Nigerians that are unemployed. Recruit them more if you don't want to give us state police. Recruit more people and push them to the bush. I'll clear the bush for farmland. And why should they just come in here? This is 2025. Why are they still taking cows all around the street, all around the road, all in the? I don't understand. Why can't they just ranch it? Why all this problem? Or let's just leave it to the northern part and leave the south alone. You cannot farm and somebody will just come with their big cows and eat whatever you have planted and also buy some people. It's unfair, really.
Remy,
it's not good. Yeah.
When there is a problem, people can defend themselves. Right? People can defend themselves. That's different. I'm not against probably somebody comes to you. Before that person kill you, you kill that person. That's self-defense. And if government is not doing what they are supposed to do, in America, I have access to my own rifle. I have access to my own. If you give me access to rifle, government will do little. I will do more. If everybody in Nigeria, if they know that, if government knows that they can't secure Nigeria, they should just allow everybody, hold your own rifle, I hold my rifle. Everything will, the whole security problem in Nigeria, if everybody has their own rifle, everything, the whole security problem in Nigeria will die down. But in as much as you have a space where everybody
Harry, how can you say everybody should have, and then that would provide security?
Bro, even that thing would, if you
security.
See, let me
what
not,
kind
let
of
me not
solution
deceive
are you?
If see, forget about that thing. If everybody have access to rifle, I'm telling you, if government will do less, because you know that thing you are bringing, I also have it. Before you buy me, I buy you. That one is different. That thing, you see that everybody will come straight. So what do you think? Why do you think, oh, okay, vigilante, you give vigilante double barrel, and some guy is coming with one fucking ammunition. So that guy come with that fucking ammunition and let me show that person what I have. That person will, even before that person comes to my house, is even afraid because he doesn't know what I have. You think that is, if you are in a situation where government does not want people to own that, then that government has to do that job of securing the people. Why are we talking like this?
I'm laughing to. I was just imagining Nigerians having guns. We all having guns.
Yes, let's see. Prince
Sorry, Larry. I think it's high time Nigeria, state by state, should start restricting people moving around, because all of these things that you're in Nigeria, you can move from the north to the south. Yes, so, it's high time.
Remy, I do not
problem in a more. If government is not helping you, then as a state government, you must stop people from coming to your state and fomenting trouble.
Okay, Remy, it sounds like you've now accepted my position on that.
What is your position? I'm not talking about America today.
No. I'm talking about controlling the flow of people moving around to different states. I said it before.
Because if you cannot help it, what can you do? Somebody cannot just come from Kano.
You guys are talking too much, Story. It's a simple solution. Ban open grazing and enforce the law. Simple. If you see anybody with a cow, seize the cow, arrest the person. You just need law enforcement to enforce it.
You're talking about people that have this different ideology than you do. People that have been groomed or trained that they own the country, that they're free to herd their cattle anywhere. If you're talking about to people that are entitled, Kolata, what do you think? I mean,
but if we have law enforcement, I mean real law enforcement, if they start arresting them, like you don't have permits to be here, you don't have this, they arrest you.
Kolata, every government has been playing politics with this thing.
Nobody's enforcing it.
It's all about politics, and that's why for me, right, be it anywhere you are, it is the duty of the government to ensure that you are secured. It is not your duty. If government wants to give your security to you, secure yourself. Give me access to rifle. But if you are not giving me access to rifle, It is the duty of the government. Number one duty of the government is to secure the citizens of the state.
Yeah, but Larry, let's not give people guns because of unintended
That is what I said. That is why
unintended consequences. Yeah.
Kulata. That is why government needs to do their job so that people can sleep with their two eyes.
I'm just looking. Okay, if we ban open grazing and you have state police or you have normal police, and you see all these people, you seize it, and if they fight back, you buy them.
Have you listened to what Bala Mohammed said about this matter that we are talking about?
No, I've not.
He said that is their right.
But is that not politics too?
Just wait.
But Bala Mohammed is not even Fulani. Bala Mohammed is a.
He said by his mother. His mother is a Fulani. He said it openly.
Oh, his father is Jalawa or whatever.
He said he is linked to Fulani, that his mother is a Fulani woman. So he is saying that, when you have group of people in a society, they have this sense of entitlement, as if they have handed over that country to them. Is their birthright? Is that thing that is actually encouraging these people? And we are phantom to whatever they believe. We respect them. We give them that opportunity.
All of you.
Well, because because just like I said, Simba, they, that thinking or ideology didn't just come from anywhere. You know that, right? It came from top down. And quite frankly, they believe
very arrogant.
They believe that they actually have monopoly on violence, actually, and I think the rest of the tribes did acquiesce to that thinking, because they can be ruthless and it just in an instance, but the rest of the tribes can match them. Can't match them when it comes to that violence, that propensity for violence. So they feel entitled. They feel that they are superior in that regard. So it's a tough deal. It's a tough deal.
Prince Daddy, what do you mean that the rest cannot match them for violence? At the end of the day, isn't it to carry gun and then to pull the trigger?
Okay, see that rest, you can see that from Larry's vehement opposition to Madame Zita, even though I didn't hear her earlier.
No, that Madame Zita, that's not, honestly.
No, isn't that if he did that? Because I promise you, Kolata, if it happened in the north, they would do exactly what Madame Zita was talking about. I can guarantee you that. So now, who has monopoly on violence? We don't. They do.
That is what
even
Madam...
when it has been happening in the north, they do jungle justice a lot.
Exactly.
So people like Larry, they will not come here and be condemning it the way it's condemning.
See.
We are not saying it's right, but
forget about this. Forget about because they did it there. You come and do your That is not even the way. Just leave that. That is not just even the way, because if that thing that you're saying, they did jungle justice, carry anybody that doesn't look like you, buy them. Do you think you can even stay abroad? Because your family.
But Larry, the same thing I've been having for more than a decade. They will say they send the police, the security there. They won't fish them out. There's no punishment. There's no punitive action against those people that are doing this thing. We cannot continue to look.
If the government is not doing their job,
relax a little bit. Relax. If you continue to say if the security are not doing their job, what do you expect the ordinary people to do? They have to defend themselves too. And when they defend themselves, it's going to be
yes, you see, you are mixing things up, Remy.
No, I'm not mixing it up. Try to
defending themselves. There's a difference between defending. Don't mix this thing up.
You are not listening to me. When these people are buying them, these people will also say Fulani people will also say they are defending themselves and defending their cows. So the farmers too, they can also say they are defending themselves by buying the Fulani too. So when the security are not doing their job, the people are left with nothing to defend themselves, and they will also tell, they are eating my farm. The farmland is my.
Okay. I'm the farmers then. I'm the farmers, or I'm the forest guards.
If that is going to help you,
I'm there.
Yes. So that is what we should do. We should hand them. So they can fight.
So why you okay? Is that not what I said? If you can't, if government cannot
I
take care
know
of
you
it,
said something like that, but at
yes,
the
if
same
government
time,
cannot
we are
take care
also
of it,
trying
give
to.
them arms. It's going to be fire for fire, and everybody will sit down.
That was supposed to be,
Well,
because it's getting out of hand. To be frank.
So, but Larry, no, okay. What is the difference between what you are saying and what Madam Zita said?
What Madam Zita said.
Hold on. If you arm people with guns,
no, that is not what Madam Zita said. Madam Zita was justifying what happened in Uromi. Right? And Madam Zita said, if we can continue like that, which means that anybody that does not look like you on the road, you can just pick them out and buy them. That was what Madam Zita said. But that is not about defending yourself. So if you see anybody that doesn't look like you, then you could just pick that person. Not even know when you are sure that this person has committed the crime, but probably because you suspect that this person, some Fulani guys, so this person looks like a Fulani person, buy that person.
Okay, so she was talking more about profile killing.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
yeah, exactly. She was talking about profiling
and killing people, and she feels that that's going to solve things. So if that is the case, then anybody that doesn't do, everybody will just be paying everybody everywhere. And you think Nigeria will exist? Nobody is justifying. If government, as far as I'm concerned, it is the duty of the government to secure the citizens of Nigeria. If they need to buy more arms, they should go and buy it. If they need to buy more fire jet, buy anything they want to buy and secure that country. And if they know they can't secure it, let people secure it by themselves.
See, I know they have what they call rapid response in Lagos. Okay, my point here is that, see, these are governors here. They don't do nothing for nothing, man. By now, I think they should have, in order to protect these farmers, they should have had like a rapid response to this kind of situation between herders and farmers.
They are not serious, Prince Daddy. They would rather focus on things that are not serious. Rest in peace, A.K.A. Dolu. When it was hot in Ondo, that guy was actually the one. He came out, he spoke about it, and he did something about it. Everybody in Nigeria, all the politicians in Nigeria are more focused on politics than the main problem that is killing them.
I think the solution outside of all these guns or whatever is, how do you make the Fulani politics bad? How do you, because do you guys understand what I'm saying? It's like all the politicians have just taken it like, let's just keep quiet. Nobody's going to talk about it. Just kind of like turn a blind eye. But how can it be if the people are pushing hard against the politicians? I feel they'll turn against the Fulanis.
Of course.
That are supporting these other Fulanis in the bush.
Of course.
Because if people are really, really, really shouting about it, then politicians, I mean, they have to follow their people. They too will now start calling it out. Because if you force Hausa people, they started getting awareness. Even some Fulani people are complaining about these bush Fulani people. So it needs to be something. There was one Fulani guy that came to Dr. Damages that I went to harass him. I said, a simple thing. Why has never been a single Fulani social political group that has come out and spoken against these bush guys, these Bororo guys? He couldn't answer. I also said, why is there not a single Hausa socio-cultural group? But for Fulani, you have Pulaku, you have Mietiala, and those ones, they will never ever fight back against these people. So until we get to the point where the masses are kind of like, it's not all this isolated shouting we're shouting. If the masses are pushing back, then the politicians will be forced to take a stand.
See, at the end of the day, as egregious and inhumane, if you want to say, Madam Zita's proposal was, at the end of the day, something that climatic, something that pivotal needs to happen in that Nigeria to bring about a different direction. Unfortunately, that's how things happen around the world. You know, this situation.
Prince Daddy, if today the citizens of Ondo, the citizens of Ekiti, Oshun, Oshogbo, if today they make that state ungovernable for their governors, right? The governors will do something. Have you even noticed that even some of the governors are even afraid to talk? Look at the Plateau State governor that was on channels today. He couldn't even, it was everywhere. Shehu was more like, who are these people? These people, the people now. Say it out. You know the people that are killing
when Autumn was open with it, what did they achieve?
See, if you want to save your people, and even all the money they are giving them, what exactly have they even done with that? Some of those money.
Larry, this thing is more deeper than the way you are looking at it.
See, what people need, let me tell you something. As of today, at least we can talk about regional, even if we don't have state police in the Southwest, you can talk about Amotekun. And every governor is bringing something to the pocket, to the bucket, at least to help that Amotekun. The number one problem of Nigeria today is security. And if everybody is adding something to that purse, I think the only states that did something similar, I think it was Lagos at one point when they were doing this security fund.
I think the only way, forget about all this thing that you are saying, Larry. The only way out is to dismantle the power of these so-called people. What they have been using since even before independence, that the British has handed Nigeria over to them.
The power
okay, Simba, let me tell you what that looks like, because I always think about it in my head a long time. First of all, you have to get rid of all the emirs and make it Hausa people or the local people. The Sultan of Sokoto, that's the so-called elder of Muslims in Nigeria. I don't know who gave him that title. You have to get rid of that. You have to get rid of all that soft power.
Even that one, that Sultan. You know that in Southwest now, Southwest is now beginning to pull back.
Yes, I noticed.
Look at this last. Look at this last Eid Fitr. Prior to this time, we have some people in Southwest. Oh yeah, until probably Sultan is actually the leader, and people are now beginning to know it's not like that, and it's gonna be until except probably we have the likes of Oluwa and the likes of them.
They'll get rid of that Oluwo. Just watch.
They're kind of like moving towards that side. Until I'm telling you, like A.K.A, if we have like A.K.A 4 or 5 within the governors, not all these governors that we have now, all these
Kulata, what you are talking about earlier, let me tell you this. They have to reorientate the populace first. Let me tell you this. When Lawa, I don't know if you remember that governor between 1999 and 2003 in Kwara State.
The Kwara State, yeah.
He attempted it because that guy is a pure Yoruba guy. Yeah. He elevated all the Yoruba Balogons and even the Yoruba Obas. He gave them first class. Do you understand what I'm saying? But the people, they don't understand what that guy is trying to do for them, to liberate them from the Fulani oligarchy that is ruling them. But they don't understand it. They used them against this guy, and they were able to get rid of this guy till he died. You understand? The so-called, let me tell you, what is the population of the Fulanis even in Nigeria? What is their population?
6%.
You understand? But the so-called Hausas, who sees them as being part of them, you see, they even encourage. You see, some of them will come here. You say, hey, my father is Hausa, but I have my mother is Fulani. They wanted to be associated because they have power.
The thing they're using religion. They stripped Hausas off their culture, like totally. Strip them totally of their culture. They now kept their own. That's why I said you will not find an Hausa socio-cultural group. In my head in the morning, I don't know, I think two stupid things. I was thinking, can't we just create an Hausa movie, thinking, I mean, that goes about Hausa culture in the olden days. Create a series of movies, nothing to do with Islam, nothing to do with anything, just Queen Amina, all those kind of movies, just to kind of like show, to create Hausa cultural identity, that awareness, just to plant a seed. You know, that's why America CIA uses all these Hollywood movies. You get a reason why then they use them. You just plant all those things. You start reinforcing Hausa nationalism. Until Hausa can liberate themselves, we will not be out of this problem.
Of course.
One lie.
Yes, sir. And everything is all about politics.
And that, Larry, so when you bring politics, and that is why they use the population, that their so-called population that the British have actually allocated to them, that, okay, they are more than the South. And that is why the South, I mean, the Southerners, especially our politicians, are still phantom to it. So they even have, for our politicians, even when they're in power, they are afraid to talk against them.
Nimba, let me not deceive you. Me, I don't even care about Hausa or Fulani or how they do themselves. If you see, even if we have our southern governors doing what they are supposed to do, the guys in the north will be forced to want to do right thing. But what exactly?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? That if they do the right thing in the south, it will force them to
secure the south. You can collaborate to secure the south.
How would they achieve that when we
so
still have
what Larry is trying to tell you?
Centralized.
Understand. Larry is trying to tell you that the Southwest or the other region to systematically withdraw from Nigeria. They are calling for breaking up of the country.
No, you don't even need. Let me tell you something. You don't even need to break out. Okay, let me give you an instance. During that Buhari period, when Fulani was almost everywhere, the awareness started. The governor started doing something about it. Everybody started talking about, ban of open grazing. They were taking it to the House of Assembly. They were doing all sorts of things. Because as at that time, the awareness was so wide, people were really against them. And they had nothing to do than to do something. Even states in the South that were not ready to do something, they started trying to do something. And ever since that time, everybody went back to their sleep. Okay, now look at Southwest, for instance. What exactly do they do? The governors will just go and wear one regalia, one Amotekun regalia. That's what they do now. How much do they even invest in all those things? Then governor just go and do parade. Okay, governor of Ogun State, wear his own Amotekun regalia. Governor of Osun State, wear his own Amotekun regalia. Is that not just what they did? What they are doing?
But Larry, there's still a problem. If the Southwest, for example, takes security seriously, we still have Kwara State as a buffer zone. Kwara will never adopt Amotekun.
Bros, I don't even know.
Kulata, let me ask you, have you ever seen one attack that they reported from Kwara?
No.
So the question is, how are they doing it?
Well, because they've kind of like subjugated the people in Kwara, then it's conquered now.
Whether I don't understand what you mean by the Kwara is somehow peaceful.
It's not somehow, it is peaceful. It is not somehow, it's peaceful. And the reason it's peaceful, because they are part of the elite. They are part of the elite in Kwara.
Because when you look at Kwara is predominantly an agrarian society with big farmland. Why are they not going to Kwara and eat up their plant or whatever there? Why should they come to Ondo?
Because in Kwara, they dominate Ilorin royalty.
Bros, let's not deceive ourselves.
Wait. Let me ask you this: the other northern state where they control, why are they fomenting trouble there?
Well, because those areas, there's a lot of competition for land, and they're attacking Hausa people.
Okay, so why are they not doing the same thing in the Yorubas in Kwara?
To the Yoruba, I don't know.
Whatever you see
tell
what
us
you can see.
what are they doing in Kwara that is different from the other Southwest? Because you guys don't have even one attack. We do not hear. Even in Kogi, why is it every time it's Ondo? Why leave Kogi and Kwara and jump to Ondo? What are you guys doing in Kwara that is stopping them? So that you can share, because I don't believe that, because majority of people living in Kwara are Yoruba people. From mostly
you know the only thing that you see in Kwara, maybe there's one fight between one Fulani and one farmer, and they will take it to the Alangwa or whatever, and they will settle it. That's all. But when you see village attack and all those mass murder, it has never happened in Kwara.
It doesn't. I've never heard about it.
I think
you understand? Because I raised this one because you said that Kwara is serving like a buffer.
Simba, I would suggest that it's high time our politicians or our leaders in the Southwest also empower our farmers. Give them guns too. Give them the gun.
You see,
give
Remy,
how can they do
you don't even need to give the farmers gun. There is forest guard. Empower forest guard. Give forest guard gun. Spend money on that thing. Don't spend money on unnecessary, useless airports.
Oh, for airport.
Can forest guy carry gun?
Yes.
They can. Yeah. Yes, they can carry gun.
Yes.
Give them AK-47 too. Yeah. So
give worst case scenario. Talk to NSA and see. These
so
are
let me ask you this: if they know, if our governors know, so why do they need to float Amotekun if they can do that? Because the Amotekun, they are not allowed to carry more than some simple weapon, and they cannot even arrest.
You know that A.K.A that time, A.K.A before A.K.A died, before he became sick, A.K.A was trying to float that forest guard. He was trying to empower them. You need those guys. Let them be in the bush. Give them those guns, because don't wait on police, army, or this. At least let somebody.
Why do we? I think what we have now, we just have weak leaders in the Southwest.
We know they like what we have in the South. We have leaders that like to flex. They prefer to flex because the cheapest thing to do is to flex.
Our leaders of those days are stronger than the ones that we have now.
No, who don't like? Everybody loves soft life now. What are you talking about? You love soft life. If you're a governor, what do you want to do? Is it not soft life? Build one airport so that you'll be parking your private jets there.
I think they need to break this Fulani oligarchy in Nigeria. That's the only solution. If they don't break it, they will still have that sense of entitlement that is giving them this boldness to do whatever they are doing. That whatever they do, they can still go away. Another thing that I noticed,
do you know that Simba,
our military is polarized, is tribalized.
Simba,
you understand? Our security architecture is.
Simba, let me tell you something. If today the whole of South, like everybody wants, like let's focus on security. Now, Amotekun is in Southwest. If Southeast as a unit also have their own, they put it and they make it effective.
Is that not the same time that we started the Amotekun that they started was it ESN?
No, that ESN, no, GSN is not for the governors now. Maybe that one is IPOB.
But I think they had their own that time. Now
they wanted, I think they said EGBON or something.
EGBON or something like that.
I think that's Imo. So what I'm trying to say is this. If they can also have their own, South too, they have their own. And if all of them come together from the South and say they ban open grazing today and enforce it, you will see the impact. Use those guys to enforce it as a state law. Open grazing, ban it, enforce it, as not just Southwest doing their own and Southeast is like, no.
But but what I know is that what is actually making them to do all these things is just to seize more land for them to graze. But the perpetrators are actually not the one carrying cows. These ones, they move about they at the dead of the night to perpetrate their evil acts. It's like they have a mission. They have an army of them that they've already put in our forest to be doing all this kind of thing.
See, let me tell you something.
It's a plan.
Whatever the
It's
plan
a plan.
is.
They know, their leaders know about it. Let me tell you, it's not even the bush. It's the town ones that are actually
You see the
empowering the bush
from
one
one
to
place you
continue
get the
doing
other.
this thing.
See, Simba, from one place you get the other ones. As far as me I'm concerned, in terms of being serious about security, I don't see any governor in the South that is serious. I can't even pinpoint one. Oh, this one is serious about security. They are not. They are more interested in politics. They are more interested in rubbish. They are more interested in, except recently that this Ondo guy, the Ondo people are beginning to protest against him. They are now beginning to protest about security, about that he needs to do something. Do you think any of them is serious? Is it Oshun Adeleke that is just more interested in wearing that Motekun uniform and then trying to pose? Abi is the one in Ogun. And even the one in Lagos. Lagos is doing their own differently. They don't even care about what every other people are doing.
What I'm trying to say is that if these herdsmen, they have access to AK-47, let us, all our farmers also have access to AK-47. Let our leaders give them.
Let me tell you, they have access to it illegally. There is no
the same thing to us too now. Legally, we are saying the same thing.
But you still see their leaders coming out boldly and say, because
is it not their leaders that are giving them?
What they can do, Simba,
is their leaders,
Remy, if the governors are serious, you don't need to even give farmers. The Amotekun that they have that is well established. If they need to change that law, let them upgrade the gun that those guys carry. At least that's a structure. There's a structure.
Larry, you are still talking like a soft man like this. I'm sorry.
No.
What will happen is this. I'm sorry. I'm just joking. Just joking. These Fulani herdsmen, they have access to AK-47 illegally. Let our own leaders also give the farmers gun illegally too. So that even if they come to you,
Remy,
no.
Let me tell you,
Let me tell you, should get that gun illegally.
And create another problem now.
What do you mean another problem? I think by the time they find,
decide what
look, Simba, if you have the security are not doing their job, the governors are not doing their job, the federal government are not doing their job, so they should just come to
have proliferation of arms.
Relax.
Remy, I can't give them guns illegally. How can the government give them guns illegally?
How come the Fulani herdsmen have the guns illegally? How did they get it?
Is it their government that gave them the gun? Is it their government that gave them the gun?
Who gave them the gun?
You're asking me that question.
I'm asking you, how did they have access to the gun? Who gave?
There are so many ways people get access to the gun.
Let us do the same thing like them now. Let us also have the same thing like them, so that everybody will be 50-50. And then we
that is an infantile solution to.
Okay.
At the end of the day, we can blame our governors, but you know what Remy's talking about. I thought about it too. How come we don't get weapons, illegal weapons inflow into the Southwest?
Yes.
How come we don't?
See,
so if they have that illegality, let us also have the illegality, and then you give us the illegality.
Forget that thing.
Yeah, but at least for us, we can actually ship it by sea and come in and clear it illegally.
Those illegal weapons, they pass through. Some of them pass through Southwest to the north. Some of those illegal weapons, they pass through that.
From what? From semi-border or where?
To the north.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
If you've been following Fisai Oshoyombo,
from the Sahel, they
come from some of them come from the Sahel, but some of them pass. Wait now, let me talk. Some of them pass through that semi-border. Fisai Oshoyombo, Prince, do you know Fisai Oshoyombo?
I can explain that in no Fisai Oshoyombo.
No, Fisai is at least Fisaya is kind of like popular in within the Nigerian space. When Fisaya was having issue with this Dende guy, and Fisaya was so explicit that this guy smuggled in ammunition into Nigeria.
Good morning, guys. Good morning.
Good morning, Kenny.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Please, I came in just to correct some kind of impression that Simba has been saying that they're not attacking Kwara State. That's attacking Kwara State. There's a village called Ijagba or something like that. It's between Ilorin and Yofa, all those assets. I was there 2 weeks ago. You know what I mean? I have to drive in the middle of the night back to Osun State. It was so. You know, there's no state that escape all these bandit people. So I'm talking based on my own personal experience. So if the Kwara people are not reporting it, it's not as if it's not happening there. It's happening. You understand? So that's why I actually came just to put on record.
Well, okay,
right?
sorry, Kenny. What do you say happening? Which town is that?
Ijagba. It's called Ijagba. You are from Kwara State.
There's no town in Kwara called Ijagba now. Or Ijagbo? You mean Ijagbo? I can't hear you again.
So,
hello.
Do you mean
Ijagbo
or Ijagbo?
No. Ijagbo is out of Ijagba. Ijagba.
There's no town very close to Ofa. I've never heard any town called Ijagba.
My brother.
Kwara State.
Okay, go and find out. I'm telling you. I was there last week.
What happened? What happened? Just tell us now.
They are attacking them.
What happened?
The Fulani, they are killing them there. They can't even sleep. Because I went there with my brother, because my brother married one of the the ladies there. We went there to do some kind of marriage rites. We couldn't sleep. We are just running gunshot and everybody was crying. We had to drive to Ibukun at the middle of the night with the bad road on that road as well. I told my brother, I said, we can't stay. He said, even when we got to Erinle, he said we should stay in Erinle. I said, I have to get back to Osun State. I'm not staying around this place. You know? So it's like, it's happening there. Seriously. I just came back to UK yesterday. You know? So, my brother, it's happening. No, nobody should think maybe Kwara. Maybe, you know, the crime people, they're not reporting it or it's not happening in the village that people know. But deep down of Kwara State is happening. Go and find out.
Yeah, that's not even the question. We know that it's happening all over the country. So you are not even.
No, that means it's that political undertone. They want to bring down the government like the one they did to Jonathan. It's glaring. It's glaring.
That's what they're doing.
So we must fight back. It's for this time around.
Remy, they want to bring the government down. They don't want to bring the government down. If the people, they hold their governor very well, the governors will do the right thing. Not all this, federal government, hey, bring police, hey, bring army, bring this, they are taking the army away. The ones you have, use them.
Let me tell you this. When Autumn was making noise that time, he did not do anything. I was just making noise, asking federal government.
Don't make noise. Use Autumn was, Autumn that time now. Autumn was more of, politics, and he was playing politics with some of those things. But the ones the governor have, worst case scenario, give this your guy, if he's Amotekun, if you can, those money you are spending unnecessarily, give those Amotekun guys, give them more.
So
give them more. Give them more. Buy bulletproof. Buy everything.
So, Larry, there is one person in the comment section that said, "We're laughing, we're worried." It's right. How are they getting the guns? Give our own people also the illegal guns or whatever.
What are you saying? Give guns.
Let me tell you, when you solve that problem, Then what happened after? If you proliferate guns and ammunition,
the one they gave the tout, politician gave the tout. Did you collect it back?
No, Larry, let me say something real quick. My window. There was a point Simba raised that I think we just moved past it. This idea. Do you remember what happened in Ogun State? Let me put the town there, where the town they chased out some herdsmen, and they brought the army and they flogged the ballet of the town. Do you remember that story?
Yeah, the one in Ogun West.
Exactly. So they have people in, even the one that Igbo had to intervene, that they came and killed people at night. It was the police of that area. So they have people that they work with in the security system of the country.
I told you, I said that
you need to address that.
Architecture has been tribalized.
BT.
Yeah.
To address that is not an immediate thing, right? Because the military itself, the whole military institution, has been politicized for a long time. And it's not like you can just wake up today and say, oh, no. For me, they are killing people in my state. And my governor is not even interested in securing the people in my state. My governor would rather wait for, oh, federal government, oh, give me soldier, oh, give me police, oh, give me this, give me that. You said you have Amotekun. Employ more people into Amotekun. Give them more ammunition. Buy bulletproof for them.
And to clarify, Amotekun was supposed to be like our own homeland. Yes. We're supposed to coordinate across the state, not just one state. That was the whole point.
Yeah. Hold
on, Larry, quick, just to tell you, see, even the governors in the north, they're not doing anything.
Nobody is doing anything.
They've not been able to address, in any sense, the terrorism or the insecurity going on there. They can't do anything. They themselves are afraid. It just happens that we are dealing with their citizens, so to speak, from the north.
Prince Daddy, the northerners are afraid because, north now, everybody is trying to play the good boy. Even the governors, they are trying to play the good boy. Now, I don't even care about the north. Right? If the North let them not take, let them not be serious with it. But the South, I can try to be serious now if the North is not serious. As a governor, right?
We are afraid of these people. We in the South, we are afraid of them.
I don't have control as a governor. I don't have control over army. I know. I don't have control over police. I know.
So how would you address it if
who said in the South we are afraid of them?
I mean, that
it's me.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah, that's what we're saying.
We're afraid of them now.
So
saying that, Larry, I'm saying that. Remember when this former governor of Jigawa said, "Oh, if you're Fulani in Africa, you can come to Nigeria. You're Nigerian."
Bros, forget that thing. It's because
I'm telling you that
I know what you're saying now. Imagine a kind of wiki, right? I have a kind of wiki as a governor in just 5 states in the South. Energy for energy. Do you think wiki will not solve this thing?
I think, Larry, you are looking at it in
the only power that we have in the Southwest is the local government chairman coming to prostrate to the governor. That's the only power they have.
I think Larry, you are looking at it.
You remember that video?
Larry is looking at it.
You remember that video, right?
Sorry, Babati. Why the herdsmen have access to gun in a more terrible manner, not in a formal way, you are not canvassing for the Southwest to have their own gun in a more formal way. That is one. Two, an average Yoruba man values life much more than an average Fulani man. I'm telling you the truth. Listen, let me finish quickly. Most of our people, they cannot say, okay, because I want to protect something, then I'll just die like that. They don't care.
See,
the people they plot to do this job are people that they don't have father, they don't have money, don't even know their relative. So their life has been miserable already. So what else can they get?
Remy,
I think we must treat their fuck up. Sorry for using this language in the same manner they are treating us. If you are still waiting for that formal way or something like that, you are not getting anywhere.
Remy, see. Governors know what to do, and to defend our state. All those, okay, you give this one. There are a lot of things you can do now. You go local. There is a lot of things local. Everything. Put it together. Secure your state. No, forget that thing. Forget that thing. Forget that thing.
Okay, to my question, then why are they just killing our people like Erona?
Forget that thing. Everything, put everything together. All you know is just secure your state. You think all these things, all these we are afraid of, this one. You need two people. Okay, that time. All of them were like, Akeredolu was fire for fire. Match you, I match you. What happened at the end of the day? They came to Ondo to come and negotiate. But everybody now is afraid. No, I don't want to, so that they won't think I'm ethnic. The guy in Plateau, I don't want to, so that they won't say I'm an ethnic.
But at the end of the day, what we're asking for can truly be done by the citizen, albeit illegally. You see, you can't be talking about the governors to go address formally what these people are doing illegally, because it's going to stoke tension and all this tribal stuff. See, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Sunday Igboho, I think that's what he was trying to do when he was trying to defend his space back then, a few years ago. You need people that kind of mentality to really stand up.
He was hold on. He was on the right track until he started talking about Yoruba Nation.
Until BT and the likes.
If you remember, he was doing the security. Was okay.
But see, do you blame him? He was on the right track.
No.
What
was he loading? Listen to me.
It is BT's group.
What was he loading? Because he was gathering our attention across Yoruba land. So often their own agenda. It was not about that before.
He doesn't even know anything about those things before.
Exactly. So one coach loading one
he just co-opt him into rubbish.
That was where the
co-opt him, and they make him think, oh, you are the Messiah, you are the this, you are the that, and
if you just trust me, if you just stayed on security only, and influence you Ghanaian Adams law. If you just stayed on security. Now. Because
we need that kind of a character. You see,
to use even that Gani Adams against him.
And he had more influence than Gani within 2 or 3 months. Nobody is a good Gani would.
And do you know that as at that time, a lot of people were even ready to follow him to anywhere.
One people were ready,
when he was going into the bushes, people were. A lot of young people were following. Let's go, let's do it.
So you see, you need such a person, man. It was the right guy for the job, and I think we missed the opportunity, quite frankly.
And immediately you start seeing politicians from Fani Kayode to this one. They were visiting at ourselves.
I drove here. Next day, the same Fani Kayode was with Buhari to go to report what he found out with the EGBON. I drove here.
They know what they are doing.
Actually, it was Igbo that missed it. So he should have stayed on his lane without. Adibi is fighting
exactly
only for
the
exactly. Add Yoruba Nation to it. But now
a UK guy, Koiki Abi, what's that guy's name?
Koiki.
Yes,
so like Igbo needed guidance. Again, I don't blame him for going towards the Yoruba Nation. So much that kept him on track.
No. He had guidance. Do you know who he had? He had Wale Soyinka. Go and watch Soyinka's interview. Really? Hold on. Go and watch his interview on BBC about Igbo. Go and watch it. All the elders, they love it. We like him. He's standing up for Yoruba people. But once he started doing Yoruba Nation, they backed out. He had them. They were with him.
Everybody was with him now. Everybody was with him.
Even me, everybody was supporting him. That even though we know that actual Abidjan clothes.
People are contributing money for buses.
People were ready. Even
diaspora,
everybody was ready. All of a sudden, they just came. They turned it to this Adebanjo, the Professor Adebanji, Adeban, anything.
Olabanji.
Before you know, they went on everywhere. They started, this one nation. Yeah, nation.
One mess of opportunity. No, I'm a pro Yoruba nation guy. Don't get me wrong.
I know you are part of that now.
He was not staging. I didn't need the most to buy it.
Diaspora people. Bring money. One useless guy. Some of them will go into the bush. Oh, we bought this. Yeah, they smell. Yeah, they smell. And because of that, Igbo, even this Gani of a person, Gani also did a lot of.
Let me be honest with you, Larry. Gani,
should be now because Igbo that time, Igbo was becoming so popular, and that time he now turned to that. Gani started his politics.
And Gani I've been here for so long. He now showed up from the middle of nowhere. He now forgot me. And I didn't forget.
And do you know that as at that time, a lot of people were like, "What Igbo, don't leave Gani, let Gani be doing his own, just be doing your own." Oh, some people were go and beg Gani, go and do this, this one.
Hold on, you know how Yoruba do things. Go beg. Yeah, that's.
Go and beg Gani now. Is it not that same Gani that he went to beg that the problem started?
I want to for US
Yeah, because they have their deals now. Do you know how much Gani collect from all his private security that he turned OPC to?
So mo pé kò ju bí 7 days tí bí yẹn tó kó nínú ilé ẹ̀ ni wọ́n attack ẹ̀.
Ó sọ náà. Òun ló múṣẹ́ ẹlẹ́ náà.
Mike fi gbẹ́ni sọ̀rọ̀ ó ti yí àbí.
Òun ló múṣẹ́ ẹlẹ́ náà.
Ó ti if you know, you know.
Òun ló múṣẹ́ ẹlẹ́ náà. Wọ́n pọ̀ tó múṣẹ́ ẹlẹ́ náà. We need, you see, the problem, Yoruba, we don't have that leader, somebody that can lead. Like Gani is more of in short self, that guy, I beg.
Please, guys, permit me to say one second, please, guys. I beg you. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm not trying to debate for what you guys are discussing, but I just want you guys to know that my album is out for downloading. Please go and stream it and download it, please. Start is Mayo Miku.
Now so. We got to support ourselves.
Yeah, so please, it's on all platforms. Start is Mayo Miku. My name is Kenny Mites on it.
Okay.
Support me, guys. Thank you.
No problem. We'll stream it.
Yeah, I'm going to go. I'll start driving now, so I'm going to drop down. Thank you very much, guys.
So BT, I hope we're able to have at least somebody, and even our traditional leaders, except Alaafin that was, that Alaafin was so bold that time. That man he will speak it the way it is, not all these our Baba that would party Baba.
My King Soroju, we are on. When we go back, we will discuss in details.
Mm-hmm.
Àwọn tó design gbogbo aṣọ yẹn wọ́n ń ṣe ara ìgbà wọ́n ṣe Yorùbá ká.
Mo mọ̀ náà.
My King Soroju, we are live now.
No, we are live.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yo, I've been listening to you guys over this issue, this insecurity. What I want to say is this. From our discussion, it's like we have agreed that we have lost trust of our leaders, and we have lost that hope for them to secure us. And At the time, Igbo rise up in the southwest, and people were condemning him and saying, "Oh, he cannot do the job. He's not supposed to do it, and he's not qualified." Yeah, looking at his academic background, he may not be qualified, but the truth of the matter is this: if you look at what is going on in IT today and other places, populated by black people, this is how all of them started. Now the state cannot protect us, and people we view as leaders, they can't do the needful. So automatically, one day, a no state actor will rise from nowhere. And if that happens, then you will see everybody will be running up and down. Because as it is today, Nigerians are fed up. The masses, they are fed up. What is lacking is leadership. And anybody can fill that gap anytime, any day. It can you bring foreign actors. And if I look at it today, we have a Yoruba president, and a lot of Yoruba people are in power. They are in big position, military, everywhere, police getting promotion. But I don't see any reason why they cannot put structures on ground to make sure they tackle this issue once and for all, if not for the greed and politics of greed that every Nigerians are playing. Once they have the power, they don't know what to do again. Now imagine if tomorrow Tinubu is not there and power is back to this Fulani. What are we going to do? Now that we have the power, we can't do anything. We can't put any structure in place. Jonathan was there some years ago, nothing. Now we have a certain president. At the beginning, everything was dying down. Now, since they started this, their North is being marginalized. North is being marginalized. It's like the whole thing that they renewed the whole thing again. So now, between now to 2027, people will be bleeding and they will be crying just the way they were shouting, "Bring back our guests" some years ago that actually fought Jonathan administration. So I don't know, but for me, I feel this gap is dangerous and worse than the situation we found ourselves, because no state actor can rise anywhere. The people are willing. They just want to follow whosoever that can motivate them and give them what to use. And in that case, if you give it to this kind of youth that we have today, and they are no proper, there's no proper structure on ground, you can never retrieve those, you can't retrieve those things back. And that will be another big problem, that you start having different kind of factions, and at the end, they will destabilize the entire region for nothing. Even to create the leaders or to organize the leadership for the whole region, it become a problem. It will become a problem. So this is my submission, because the whole situation is very dangerous. I don't know what the Yoruba leaders are doing. You can't just be saying it's not by appointing your own people into power. Opposition Yoruba, all this one Yoruba, all this one Yoruba. You are not doing the needful. And if the Fulanis are there, they do what they want to do. They are doing the needful for their people. They want to establish them at all costs. So if you want to protect your people, now that you have your power, you must do something. You must put structures on ground.
Midwest, the problem of our people in the South, they would rather want to build the economy. You build the economy for, you say you want to build a solid economy, rather than focusing on things that can help. And the person that will come and spend the money will come and spend the money and lavish it. And you cry again, oh, they spend all the money. They spend all the money. They spent all the money. That's what they always want to do. It happened during Obasanjo period. Obasanjo was not focusing on anything. He was not trying to, it was just, oh yeah, we have reserve, we have this. At the end of the day, the people that want to spend it, they came and they spent it. That's and the same thing is happening now.
Larry, before you go, so what do you think the present government can do that such a thing will never occur in the future? Because all these things you are talking, and this Midwest is trying to say all people are Yoruba, that is not true.
No, you said what can they do?
What can we do? Do you think we should go total restructure? Do you think we should go back to our region? What can we do? We must have a solution. We cannot continue to go this way. Because this way, every power in the center is the one that is causing all this wahala.
Bros, number one, what they can do at the immediate period, state police. And empower people. That's the immediate thing to do. Number one thing, do state police. Don't let them, this not this issue of hey, police, come and guide us. The army, come and guide us. Oh, chief of army staff, chief of army. Do state police, let everybody, at least every state, if your own state, if you can't If you do state police, if these states don't like, let them not fund their own state police. But I can fund my own now.
I think the money to fund state police is already there, just out of because of greed. Look, we have the security vote alone.
Let me fund my own. If you like, don't fund your own.
Yeah, the security vote, if it is well managed, there are high levels of population of police that we can manage with that fund. But because the governor, they saw it as their money, they don't even see it as, they just put down a security vote. It belongs to the governor. They don't account for it to anybody about that money. It's just like free money to them.
Security in Nigeria at the moment cannot be managed centrally.
No way.
Security cannot be managed centrally.
I agree with people. I agree with people who always said, there will be problem if we have state police. Yes.
No, the only
there will be problem. But let me land this one. Yeah, but there is no way we can. There's no I don't know. There's no problem that we can compare to for not having that state police that is going to happen in the nearest future. Because if we have it, even though if they are not doing better, maybe tomorrow you will have a governor. You know, people will put pressure on them. We want it like this, and things will start changing. You get what I'm saying now? Because this is their own people. The way we used to do, we are so vulnerable. We have power in the south now. We are crying. Imagine if these people manage to grab this power back with all this judiciary.
Now.
So there was with all this judiciary has spoken. Judiciary has spoken, man.
But they don't tell you now what they go do now. Before they even reach there,
no,
they tell you now.
They want to. The only thing is that they want to develop the country. They want to repair. That's what Buhari said. They want to fight corruption. They want to do that, and we will vote for them at the end. After all, it's even turn by turn. So a few years now,
it's turn by turn. If Tinubu wants to do well, let Tinubu at least. Okay, look at the local government thing. The governors are still kicking against it. They are doing everything. They can't even stand his feet down and ensure that thing, they implement it. You like it, you don't like it. Supreme Court has spoken. But because of politics, you can't do that. Now, state police, if you do state police today, I even like that. If there's state police, if Oshun wants to secure Oshun with Oshun money now. Let Ondo not secure Ondo now.
Even the state we are talking about, it is easy for the president to sign a law. Let state take care of their expenses. This idea of collecting other people's resources and be financing multi-state in the country, or even attempt to create more, that is the genesis of our problem. It's filled with greed and wickedness. From the beginning, they promised us all manners of development, all manners of progress when they created this so-called state. And look at what we have today. When people were having power as a region, nobody can come and do this mess to them. If one government fails, the other one will rise up. They don't even have much time for unnecessary argument. They go together to go and reason what
for me,
to do.
Even if region, because now region cannot even work in Nigeria again.
Maybe we work by force, so the way we are going now. If you declare to declare.
No, if you empower the states more and empower local governments more, I'm telling you, people will do things. Things will happen.
I'm not going to. I don't know what you said is going to happen. Are you talking about this security, or you are talking of development?
Do you know that this issue of security that we are talking about, even this small local government autonomy, if me as a local government chairman, I get what I'm supposed to get, and I know that number one problem of my local government is security, I will spend more money on that security. Not all this issue of governor decide everything. Governor decide everything. The governor will just give those guys chicken change. Just go and collect your salary.
Let's look at it from different angles. So what local government is good. I'm not against local government having autonomy, but there is something fundamental that is missing there. Very, very important something.
What is it?
And I'm coming to that place. Now, when you look at even the state government that we are condemning now, or somehow they are not effective, if you look at it in principle, you will understand that they're supposed to, under normal state, for example, they don't give them this money. we would have been campaigning. Give them money. The state government will do it good. They know what to do for their people. Now they're pumping resources to them. We don't have results. Now the local government they want to create by giving them money is not going to solve any problem.
No, see.
It will also create another multi-emperor that will continue to destabilize their own people. And at the end, the governor will have, within the space of the law, they will be blaming the governor, and while the governor will be blaming the president.
See, let me tell you something. There is no way all of them will be good, all the local government will be good. And there is no way all the local government will be bad. Right? If you give them autonomy, you will see the ones that are good, you see the ones that are kind of like okay, and you see the ones that are better. Now we are talking of states. At least you can say some states are a little bit good, some states are a little bit better, and some states are worse.
I don't think any state is good in Nigeria. If it is good, it's just good by accident.
No,
in terms of security, we are all vulnerable.
Yes, now
in terms of infrastructure, we are almost the same. If you land from the airport to Maiduguri, your place are rusty. My brother, we have to be honest. I'm telling the truth.
Even though we say all of them are the same thing, but there will be aspects that one is better than the other.
It depends how you want to measure it by some aspect.
You can't tell me that there is no aspect that one state will not be better than another state.
For me, I hardly see it across the country. I just see everybody suffering.
So if there is local
and everybody feeling this.
Bros, if there is local government too, it will still be the same. If you know that you as your local government, the only thing that your local government do is farming, and you know that the number one problem is security. If state governments can give you state police, you have the local government, you have one or two that in your local government. What do? Empower them more. That extra money, spend it more. Then you know that you are basically doing that for your people in your local government. But what we have now is everybody, even at that farm, is waiting for that army to come and help them.
And Larry, this one will also absorb the federal government from security.
Of
so
course.
that if you are making noise, you go to your state now, you have the state police, and the president will focus on another thing.
And at that point, do you know another thing that thing will do? That thing will ensure that it's not like an aboki, they post one aboki to your village. Now it will be people in your village. You understand, people in your state will be the ones to manage the security of your state.
I understand.
Not this issue of somebody will just, small thing will happen. They'll say, oh, they've cleared it in Abuja. No, they won't clear it in Abuja. Let's clear it in our state. What do you think is the major problem?
See where the major problem lies. We have to be honest here. Right? To my own findings, local government, they were there for many years because we don't care about history. They were autonomous. Even during military administrators, they were giving them money directly. And I think there were a lot of chances for we to also conduct local government chairman election, even inside the military administration. And yet, they did nothing for their people. Now, the major problem we have from federal level to state level to local government is still boiled down to one statement I always use here: accountability. If we lack accountability and there is money involved in something, the tendency for corruption and all manners of bad behavior to play in is very obvious. That's why when Obasanjo came in, let us look at history. I'm just talking about history. Look, when he came in, he was giving them money directly. He was pumping money to them. It gets to a point, the guy was forced to ask.
Obasanjo was not pumping money. Bros, don't.
No,
no.
We're receiving.
Obasanjo was not pumping. Okay. That Obasanjo period go and ask in local government. You know what they call zero allocation?
No, it did not start like that. At the beginning of his administration, the local government were receiving money.
Bros, Obasanjo, let me tell you, Obasanjo was part of the people that killed local government administration. If you are not pro this thing, they give you zero allocation. Because I remember that time, some local governments that are pro, they give that ones, they will get. The other ones that are not pro, zero allocation. That was what Obasanjo was basically doing.
Okay, I don't know this detail, but maybe you are right.
Obasanjo killed local governments.
Look at what happened. Look at where I discovered they started having problems, because when he came to power, I'm fully convinced that the entire local government were receiving money. But as time progressed, they raised questions that I said, what are these local government actually spending this money for? So at the end of it all, they started
the Midwest. When in fact, I know I was aware that was when the zero allocation started. But there was one that started the zero allocation.
Zero allocation.
Yes.
So no,
it did not.
No, wait. It was even the one that now even remove the autonomy and give it to the governors. So don't say anything that Obasanjo did. Forget. Don't link Obasanjo. Obasanjo was one that destroyed local government in Nigeria. Forget he didn't do anything. What are you not saying?
To say something here.
You say you are convinced.
Okay,
what are you convinced? You are convinced
wait
about something
now.
That is not
You let me say something. When Obasanjo came into power, from the beginning, all local government were receiving money. Am I lying?
In fact, his first tenure was the time for zero allocation. So
that's what I'm saying.
Beginning do you now have?
For most local government during that time, go and check. Go and ask people that were close to local governments. It was basically zero allocation.
In fact, let me tell you, Larry, I was in the local government then. So, in fact, in Edo State that time, I was even in Edo State that time, we could not even do anything. In fact, people stopped coming because even salary cannot be paid.
Cannot be paid. Everything is zero allocation. Zero allocation. Zero allocation. That time, Obasanjo they will just go from Abuja.
So what
now,
you are
people
saying,
now
you
started
not,
to
you
look
don't
for a way
see what
to
you
go
don't
and bribe in Abuja so that they will give them something. Man, forget Obasanjo. No, they talk that man. I beg.
No, I'm not saying this, but he was the one that actually caused me. But I agree with. But at the beginning, he was paying these people.
Was not even at the beginning. It was not Obasanjo. It was the constitution at that time. No, be Obasanjo say make local government.
Say because the constitution at that time allowed them to receive money when he came into power. Then they were receiving that money.
Was he not doing it? The question is, if the constitution is there, was he doing it?
Yeah.
You know that guy. Let me tell you, he did a lot of wait now. It's not a matter of being shouting. Obasanjo did a lot of unconstitutional things in Nigeria that he went away with, and those times we see it as being normal.
I agree with you a lot.
So what are you saying?
Look at what I'm saying.
They now paint
from the beginning. What I'm trying to point out like is this. Under military administration, so you point to the constitution. My local government, they were receiving money, and they did nothing for the people. I understand at that time we were not under this kind of insecurity pressure that we have today. It was more or less like develop us, build us road, give us job. Insecurity wasn't there. It was there, but not this type where people can't even sleep anymore. You understand me? So when we entered this democracy, at the beginning, they were receiving this money. But it's like Obasanjo sees into something. Oh, what are you guys doing with this money? Before you know it, they started withholding funds. Because I can still recall.
You still insisted on what you are saying.
See, bro, no, they talk that thing.
So you want to tell me from the very day
you see that time,
local government, they were not doing zero allocation?
We're telling you, I was in local government. Let me tell you, I was even in your state. I was in Sabongida Ora that time, over West local government. So I can tell you, I was working there that time. So what are you saying?
That
it's strange, you know.
Yeah, because probably you were not close to local government.
I know they never complained,
Who told you they never complained?
What I said, they never
complained. I'm telling you about
1999, they were not too much complaint. Everybody were so happy. There was a lot of money in circulation.
Let me tell you, let me tell you what is making things to look as if things are more abnormal now, because people now have access to social media. How many people even have smartphones to talk those days?
People now have access. People now see information. You now know what is happening. Now you can't do any
most of the thing that we are
everybody
seeing now
knows
that
it.
we see that we think that let me even tell you this. That time when I was in Edo State, could you believe that on 3 or 4 occasions on my way I went. That was the time I was traveling between between Ekuma. I was going through Auchi to Kaba. Could you believe that I spent like 4 hours on the road when these people, these so-called armed robbers, whether they are Fulani or not, they siege on the road, and we were there. We could not travel for. If it is now, you will see people doing video live. This thing is happening along whatever. You understand? Another one, it was between Akure and Owo. That period also, that we've had even the police, everybody turned. If we come and see like a movie that day, the thing has been, the situation has been worse. But that time, nobody have access to social media. What kind of phone are we even using that time? Maybe this Nokia 3310 that you cannot even make anything on the social media.
But then, but okay, let me also look at it. Then it was, let's say it's an armed robbery case, but this going into bush, raping people, doing everything. 99, a woman can still go to bush in Benin alone, go and fetch cassava and do whatever. We don't have this news of someone coming to rape somebody and going into people's farm to buy them like that. I don't think so. We're not having that.
The problem is that is what you know that you know. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This one that we are telling you now, if it's another platform and people that doesn't have information, they will take your story as being true. But we are telling you, I was working in the local government that time, and I can attest to that. Even let me tell you, during that period, there was no employment in the state and even in the local government that time because of the lack of allocation. That first tenure of Obasanjo was a terrible time for Nigeria. But Nigerians were still saying, okay, because it is the beginning of our democracy. That guy has a lot of leeway that worked for
the same
him.
Obasanjo that even when they did the election and some state governors, they lost the election. Do you know that guy withheld the allocation of those states?
Hey, Larry, I have said this here now.
Yes,
I was working. Between 2002 and 2003. I was working in State Hospital Ijebu-Ode. When Gbega Daniel won that election against Oshoba, from that period, you understand? From that period, Obasanjo stopped giving all the states, all the southwestern states that they won, except Lagos. You know, Lagos, Tinubu won. He stopped giving them allocation until after inauguration. The last 3 months of those governors, he refused to give them allocation.
And they couldn't pay salaries.
They couldn't. Yes, now let me tell you, I joined them February 20. I joined State Hospital Ijebu-Ode February 2003. I could not receive my first salary until October of that year.
Where go? No, they talk that man here. Which kind of Obasanjo? That man is the genesis of the problem of that country.
If that one should happen now, let me tell you, if any president should do that now, we told allocation for one month. The whole Nigeria, this is your constitutional, this is that. That is where we are now.
And that same man will come out and people will be hailing him. That man. And he'll be writing useless and unnecessary rubbish letter everywhere.
The thing is, I know when he said, what are these local government using this money for? I can recall again when I watched it on television those days.
It's not, and let me tell you, it's not in his purview. It's not within his power to determine what they use their money for.
Well, I don't know. That is the problem we have in Nigeria.
It's a federal system. Let me tell you.
No.
My brother, what are you trying to say now? So because we should not
go to that area of it's not his purview to ask what are they using money for. Any country that is developing, it is the preview of the government to know what they spend any penny for. Everybody must account for it.
Don't disturb yourself. Let me tell you.
There is something I want to point to you. When he made that statement, I know when he stopped paying all these people, and that is when I feel he killed the entire local government. But at the beginning, I thought he was giving the money first. I didn't even know he stopped it from the beginning.
Bros, let me tell you something. The genesis of the problem we have in that country is still this man that you're praising.
Who is that, Obasanjo?
Yes.
I did not praise Obasanjo. I was going somewhere. You didn't allow me to learn.
Wait, whatever. We are talking about politics. Everybody is playing politics today. This guy laid foundation for every bad thing that happened in politics today. From election, he laid the foundation. Rigging election massively, he laid the foundation. Bribing National Assembly, he laid the foundation. Obasanjo was the one that brought money into our politics. All because of his own greed of wanting to do third term.
Yeah.
He
lost Bakassi because of that.
He used money to bastardize National Assembly, and ever since that time, National Assembly has always been about money.
Yeah.
This same man bastardized election that turned the election to do or die. Why are people now, when it's election, everybody wants to do everything to ensure they win? Because that was exactly what Obasanjo started. When you vote for people, they will just, him and that man, Maurice Iwu, that guy, they will just go to Abuja and bring one year result and say, oh, the result they've announced the result in Abuja. While you are already in your state, you're still trying to, this and that. That guy, in short, I don't even, if I have my opportunity, that guy should not say anything anywhere. That man. That's the problem. That's the major problem.
Larry, let me even tell you this. It was then that I know that if you want to win as a president in Nigeria, you need 7 governors. And Obasanjo was the one that said it too. And let me count what he said. He said you have to get governor of Rivers State, Bayelsa State, Delta State, Katsina State, Kano State, and then the governor of Central Bank. Can you imagine?
You know it's true now. I bet. So, bros, no, that man. I bet that man.
Okay, look at it now. Tinubu did not get the governor of Central Bank, and he won.
No, now.
So
Tinubu has the money to spend.
Yeah.
Why do you need the governor of Central Bank? Because you need somebody with the big purse. And Tinubu already has the purse.
Let me tell you. Do you know the power that
he did long-term planning.
And
anyway.
wait, Midwest. You said, look at what the governor of Central Bank did to malign Tinubu to prevent him from winning that election.
Yes, he did a lot of things.
He did a lot of things. So do you think that if Tinubu has him on his side, he will not? His margin will not be much better than that?
It will be better.
Thank you. You are right. Simba.
That guy, Tinubu is drilling the man.
So the point is this. When all obstacles are against him, he won. Now he's the president. Are you kidding? Is this stupid? Whatever gang got you like,
why do you think he quickly send NFC? Let me tell you something. That was why he quickly sent the NNPC guy away. And that's why, forget about anything. Let's just tell ourselves one truth. The key to the bank,
Larry,
bank. What Tinubu is basically doing is keeping the key to the bank. That is why everywhere.
It's not only, let me tell you, as a president of Nigeria, if you are not wise, the people can easily just get rid of you. First of all, you have to be in charge of the security architecture of and that was why when he came in, you have to put people that are loyal to you in terms of security architecture. Look at the mistake that Agui made that time and put somebody like Danjuma as chief of CSO. It was not the one that killed him. You understand? There are certain things that you have to be in charge as the president of that country if you want really to be in charge of that country. And that is what he's doing. If you are being naive and say all this federal character that people are talking about and say,
I agree with you, Simba. Look, now that you have the power, you have these people, your own people, you should also remember that power do change. What can you do now to safeguard the future? That become a question. Now, the problem we have in Nigeria, there is too much concentration of power at the center. So if we don't reduce it, everybody is vulnerable because we don't know who that
Let
power
me
is.
tell you. Let me tell you. I can assure you. Let me tell you. All these things that you are talking about is not something that you can do within 2 years or 3 years of any government. You understand? It's some because you know that there are some people, you know, the status quo that some people have been enjoying. If care is not taken, if you want to dismantle it immediately, the thing will consume you. You have to be smart about it. But in Nigeria, we don't have this patience. Everybody just in a hurry. We think that it's just, even in your family, you have to. There are certain things that you
No, they
cannot
don't know
change.
now. Simba,
You understand?
do you know how many Midwest, this same Tinubu that you are saying, do you know how many traps they've set for him that didn't work?
And they are still setting.
And they are still setting more. They tried to look at a way to flip National Assembly. That did not work. They see that he has two grabs of National Assembly. Now, even this latest one of this security issue, everywhere, they kill 60 here, they kill 50 here. It's another strategy.
Yeah.
It's another strategy.
I think, look, my dear brother, sometimes when we talk about strategy, there's always a time where strategy is right for another strategy. Everybody is fed up. They want something different. Why not sign?
Even when they were, even
police,
that Rivers issue.
Who will decide?
Look at what happened in Rivers.
Who will decide?
Look at what happened in Rivers.
You have forgotten Midwest that what we are practicing is democracy. You are talking about state police.
No.
People cannot just wake up today and say, okay, I'm giving you state police.
Wait. The state police you are talking about, whether we will have it or not, it still lies in the hands of the presidency. Tinubu have what it takes at this moment to make it to happen. The Senate is already in his hand, and everybody is fed up. Everybody want to do it differently.
But what I want you to know is that man, to do all those things, I know I'm not even expecting him to do all those things. But if you win second term, if he doesn't do it in second term, then that means say that man no ready to help anybody.
So we are doomed.
Only God knows. He have what it takes to run second time good. But nobody knows tomorrow.
So if he enters second term and he doesn't do all those things, then we will have to just go, we'll just accept as everything. A lot of traps have been set. The trap in Rivers, that would have been the end of his government.
Right. But there's still a lot of trap. There's still a lot of trap there.
No, you see that Rivers thing there. Immediately that bombing starts. If that guy had not declared state of emergency in that place and they continue and they allow that thing, economy don't collapse.
The river is still vulnerable, my brother. I have to tell you the truth.
No, bros, I'm not saying it's not vulnerable, but at that time,
it's very, very vulnerable.
You remember that? Maybe we were all here. First thing, the first one. Before night, another one, bow.
Yeah.
How do you think it happened? You just be hearing bow.
I think Midwest. I think Tinubu have secured that place. He put a lot of. Listen. Just 1 minute, you continue. He immediately mobilized a lot of boots in that region. Secondly, he changed NNPC management team. That's a good move on his side. Okay. You control all the levers where the monies are coming out. You, the presidency, you be in control of everything. Put your lawyer men there. That is the way to win. And you already know their game plan. So if you know that to foster insecurity like this men they are doing all about it, you have to counter them force by force. To be a president of the country like Nigeria is piece of
there's something I want to you.
Let me tell you something. Those Asawana. You remember that at that time it was Asawana. In the morning they blew one, bang. Afternoon they blew one, bang. And those guys were ready, and everybody were hailing them. Yes, that's what they want. Hey, you know this, you know, obedient. Hey, that's what they want. Blow more, blow more, blow more, blow more, blow more. And people were like, Tinubu should have waited. They should have So if Tinubu had allowed that thing to last for 3 days, forget. With this issue of petrol, crude oil price going down, what is the economic collapse now? And if economic collapse, what is he going to be doing there?
Yeah,
if the economic collapse today,
let me also say this one. I'm not condemning his move.
Can you think? Let me just say this one before. Can you think Tinubu can survive what happened that time? That we're almost, as in our crude oil production was going as low as 500. Imagine that
the
kind
economy
of
can survive it. This time around, we are not resilient to survive that at all. We are very fragile. If anybody should drag us into that situation, then the economy will collapse completely.
No, actually the contrary, actually, because unlike before, like 20, 30 years ago, our dependence on crude oil revenue has decreased as a percentage of our revenue. So now, is it not true? I mean, what percentage is crude oil to our revenue?
Prince Daddy, the survival of that country still lies on that petrol, that fuel. Even our revenue that is coming from tax, how many of them is coming from VAT? The major one is coming from PPT now. The major tax we collect today is coming from petroleum. Their petroleum tax. So imagine with all the
what percentage of petroleum, the crude oil, the petroleum is part of our overall revenue stream?
Is about 80%.
No, hell no. No, 80%. Maybe 80%. You're right about 80% of maybe foreign reserve, but it's not 80%.
Wait,
it's not.
Prince Daddy, if you look at it overall, right? If you look at it overall, I know it's more than 50%. If you look at it overall,
I think it's not even that. I think it's maybe 40% or less.
No. You know, overall, what I mean by overall is not just probably what the crude will sell. You're looking at it in terms of tax. You are looking at it in terms of royalty. You're looking at it in terms of everything.
I understand, but that's what I'm saying. My point here is that we're not as fragile as 20 or 2 decades ago.
If today we go below 1,000 barrels per day, Nigeria will be on its feet.
Well, see, but we might actually in the near short term, really. What do I mean? Hold on. Not as a result of the reduction in production.
It will affect us. It will affect us with all the forward you've sold.
No. My point here is that we pretty soon, I believe, the price of crude oil is going to go down, it's going to crash. So it doesn't matter if you keep up the same volume or increase the volume. If you keep the same volume for the crude oil, the price goes down. So it's going to negate the volume that you think that you have because of the price crashing. That's my point. And so if the price crash, what is a barrel right now? 65. So if it goes all the way to 20,
I think it's like 60 now.
60.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's dropping. So if it goes down to 30, are we saying we're done? Because it might go to 30 soon.
If it goes to 30, we don't have a choice.
There you go. So
you are forgetting, Larry. During post-COVID, it was around 20 now. In fact, that time it was negative, self.
No, you see, post-COVID, it was.
Yes, there was a time.
Wait, that post-COVID that you're saying, number one, there were no economic activities going on. And that post-COVID, there were a lot of help, a lot of support that came in. Right? Now look at the situation now. It's not post-COVID. Number one.
No, I'm not saying it to say that you are not going to suffer. That's not what I'm saying.
We will suffer. See, even now, the way it is now, if this
even before COVID in 2017, 18, and mid-19, the price of crude oil dropped
No, that was when
drastically.
we went into recession that time now.
Yeah, it dropped drastically before COVID hit.
Nigeria went into recession.
What did you use that time? You look at what we use as our benchmark for our budgets now. It's not the same thing with now.
Do you know that this last budget they peg it at 70? The president submitted a budget of $70 per barrel. The useless House of Assembly
changed it to 75 because they were so optimistic that it's going to be like that, right? So, and even the way it is, because we've committed to several things. A different construction contract, different this thing that we've committed ourselves to. And I don't know. That's why for me, I think what we need to do now, this NNPC guy, he just need to pump more. We need to pump more. And if they need to sit down with Dangote, I think they need to now look for a way to sit down with that guy. Because I think that guy can help us. Forget about all that crude that you sell cheaply outside. Sell it cheaply to that guy. And let's do more of petrol. With more of petrol, we can get more than selling cheap crude oil. Let's give that guy our cheap crude oil. Let him pump petrol and let's sell petrol to everybody. That's what I think. But now all of them are still everywhere. Talking, papa. Serious countries are beginning to talk and see what they can do. Our own, they won't talk now. Just be running a tasketer. Beg, let me go. Tomorrow is another day. Good night.